Good morning and welcome everyone to day 2 of LMS Barcelona. We had 700 players battling it out yesterday,
I'm fixing my chair.
and we've got just 64 today. So every X and 2 made it, but also a couple of X1 and 2s, and also a couple of X2 and 1s.
Okay.
So it was possible to make it without specifically 7-2 or better. We got 64 players battling it out, and let's see what the meta game was yesterday so that we have a proper comparison for what's happening today. And so Team Rhinos at the very top of the standings alongside Mono Green Tron. Is that something you expected coming in?
Yeah, I expected a little bit of everything. Which, if you look at the spread, there is 20, 30 decks that are relatively evenly represented at the top, at least. Like 11, 12%, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5. That is a pretty healthy spread of decks. Did I expect Rhinos to be on top? Yeah, I think so. I think we even had an interview on Friday, and I thought that Rhinos would be the most played deck. It was one of the best decks already before the bans. Didn't really lose anything. Scam is not a deck anymore, but that doesn't really affect Rhinos. So Rhinos continues being one of the most popular decks. Tron, we talked about that yesterday, is a deck that definitely benefits from 20% of the players not playing turn 1 Grief plus the Scam card, and also Thoughts
Blood
of
Moon
You.
and
Yeah, stuff like that. So Tron is definitely a deck that I also expected to see a little bit more. But other than that, yeah, it's a little bit of everything, pretty typical modern meta game. You can play anything. Yesterday we saw a lot of cool decks. I remember after round 5, the undefeated deck lists included Belcher, Zoo. There was like a blue-white Spirits deck. There was yeah, just a little bit of everything. And Modern is one of those formats where it is better to champion one deck rather than try to switch decks every week based on what you think might be happening in the metagame.
Certainly agree. Certainly agree. And let's see what they are playing for, because there are proper prizes that await these players. And so they are playing for a couple of things. First of all, they're playing for the qualifications for Ghent, because Ghent is the RC that's happening January 2024. Top 32 gets that. So a half of the field.
Players, okay, 50%, yeah.
And I've seen players, for example, at this like 40-ish table just draw into the qualification for the RC sometimes, just to make sure they get there. But look at the top of the prizes. The first place, 2K ticks, which you can buy an uncut sheet for. USD, 5K dollars, let's go. 25 boxes, which is basically 2.5K dollars as well. Entry fee, qualification, and a flight voucher. So that adds up to, I don't know, like 10K in prizes.
Yeah, the prices
which is
are
really decent.
very good. On top of a lot of players already being happy to earn the qualification for the regional championship, from where you can make it to the Pro Tour, which most of the players are aiming for. So yeah, pretty good prizes. If you are thinking of playing one of these events, you can visit the Legacy European Tour website. You can see the entire schedule there, how these tournaments work. If you don't make day 2 in one of these bigger Grand Open qualifiers, then there's a classic qualifier on Sunday. So there is another chance for you to try to make it into the RC, and plenty of other stuff to do. There is usually some artists. The prize wall is full of really cool things you can get. Even if you play side events, if you play drafts, there's a lot of things to do here. So
we get right into the action. Players are indeed battling it out for these prizes. 8 and 1, very top of the pack. Table 4 featured here. Andrea Piemonti, also known as Gonti, is at Murktide. 8 and 1 versus Domain Zoo. 8 and 1 by Christian. Turn 1 DRC, Bobble, Trigger, Pass. And let's see how the situation develops. Wild Nakatel, we haven't seen that in a while, have we?
Yeah, I mean, the card was banned for like 10 years, right?
Yeah.
In the old extended format, this was deemed to be too powerful. So this definitely tells you that the power creep is a very real thing. But this matchup should be very much about who plays first, like who's the one that's going to be getting their threats into play first, and then using their removal spells to get rid of their opponent's creatures. In this case, Andrea won the die roll, so he is the one attacking with Death Ride. using an unholy heat to
Yeah.
deal with what is not a 3/3 Nakatl just yet. So
Yeah.
a
Very clean.
heads up play there by Andrea to get rid of the wild Nakatl right away before the opponent can play a Sacred Foundry or a red land that would make the Nakatl a 3/3.
I also noticed that what Paigonti did is that he played this unholy hit on his upkeep to get that
to trigger.
sweet, sweet surveil of DRC. I was afraid he might be missing a land drop because when you go bobble into upkeep, this might be the case, but it's not. Spellsna is the exile from Ragavan. While it's not going to be that good for Christian in this position, it would be really good for Andrea because typically Spellsna is really solid against Zudex when they have, Kavu, Nishaba Brawler, Tribal Flames. You'd like to have access to that Spellsna.
Right. What I want to mention is that turn 2 dash Ragavan, that's not ideal. You would much rather play a Scion or like something that actually stays on the battlefield. So Christian does get to deal 2 points of damage, does get a treasure, which lets him cast a 3/3 Nakatl. That's a decent turn, but I think I would much rather cast one of those 5/5s, the Territorial Kavu or a Scion. That would be harder for my opponent to remove.
So would you say it's a sign of weakness on Christian's side?
I think so. It's definitely a sign of, well, you don't have a better creature to play, so you're stuck playing a creature that's going to go back to your hand, which that's a big investment. In Modern, if you spend your second turn, the entire turn, paying 2 mana for something that deals 2 damage to your opponent and makes a treasure, that's not on par with what, some of these Modern decks are doing. So I wouldn't be too happy about my second turn if I'm Christian, but at least, using that treasure to cast that Nakatl is going to help him improve his board position a little bit.
Yeah, and right now he can't even dash Ragavan again because there is this 1/3 Ledger Shredder on the blocking duty, and Christian down to 10 already. So this Delver of Secrets of 2023 is doing some work.
So Andrea is a person that makes a lot of content with Izzet Murktide, and he was very happy about the band. He was happy about Rakdos Evoke not being a thing anymore, and he was very excited about his Izzet Murktide deck. We see him at a 8-1 record, so he definitely is having a good weekend, and his version is very different from the normal list, I think. As you mentioned, I think he's playing multiple copies of Ledger Shredder, which we can see on the battlefield. A card that, if you are playing it online, the client does remind you all the triggers. I can tell you from my own experience running it in one of the RCs that if you practice a lot online and then you come to the tournament, remembering all the triggers, especially on your opponent's turns as well, is sometimes not a super easy thing to do.
Yeah, the most confusing thing, I think, is when both players, for example, fight on the stack, and in a single turn, you get both your trigger and their trigger.
Plus,
but
you have to keep an eye on a million other things. Yeah.
Also, when you have multiple Ledger Shredder, you have to choose which one to trigger first. I think that's a lightning bolt. So that's again pretty clean answer. Like Paigonti is just I don't know. It always reminds me of Legacy Delver. It's just very clean, early pressure, very efficient answers. Some free spells even sometimes. Low to the ground, no cantrips. It just really does remind me of those Rag or Blue-Red Delvers of Legacy. And yeah, pass the 10 from Christian.
Cheap threats protected by counters, like in this case, cards like Counter Spell, Spell Snare, Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
And Andrea was, suspiciously keeping 2 mana up last turn. So we can only imagine that there might be a counter spell lurking in his hand, which would be the ideal position, sitting with a threat in play. And Christian having an empty board. He does fetch is that an untapped Overgrown Tomb at 7 life?
Yes. And 4 mana, maybe like kicked Tear Asunder? What could that be?
Let's see. Okay.
Oh, Bowmasters. That's good because not only are you getting the trigger from the ETB. Oh.
Wow.
And when Preordained resolves, it kills the Legend Shredder.
Oh, wow. So you can draw some cards, no big deal.
Oh, and also connive. So
now the Ledger Shredder triggers on the stack.
Okay, Orcish Bowmaster is really good in this position.
What a brutal turn.
And that's one of the reasons players actually dropped Shredder altogether. Because, why would you play a card that makes you take, 4 damage? Against Bowmaster decks, right? You're getting, Boros Charmed, Yeah, and so right now we've got a 2-2 army, double bowmasters. I think preordain will soon resolve, which will ping again. I think they're just double checking the triggers because you get one for each ETB, so that's two because two bowmasters. But the question is, but the thing is that the second one triggered connive, so connive actually triggers only the first bowmaster, but then preordain triggers both.
Yeah, there's a million things on the stack right now, and I think both players are trying to make sure that they resolve everything correctly, the way it should resolve. So one bowmaster is already in play. The second one.
Ooh. And okay, so now he targets the
Oh my
first
God.
one.
So yeah, so the Ledger Shredder now triggered for your opponent's two spells. Now this is your own second spell. So there's another trigger from the Bowmaster from the Ledger Shredder with the Bowmasters already in play. Or is that in response to the token? I have absolutely no idea what is happening right now.
And the thing is that bowmasters can't really kill it because you're ditching non-lands every time, so it grows. So for every 1 damage, it gets a 1 counter. So Pygot is doing everything he can to keep it alive. And Christian is at 7, and Ledger has 3 power already. And I think there may be a connive on the... we'll see. It's a... Okay, it's an interesting situation. This 3 below the Ledger, I think, might indicate bowmaster triggers? Or damage marked.
We'll find out soon enough.
Yes, I think it could be marked damage on Ledger Shredder. And now I think we finally get to that preordain.
But I think with the 3 damage from the first Bowmasters, in addition to an extra damage from the second one, plus the card draw, plus a card drawn from the preordain, I think that is going to combine to 5 together, and it might kill the Ledger Shredder. Although there might be another trigger on the stack still.
Well, if it does kill Ledger Shredder, then it means that Pygonti just... Because, like, he just played some spells, and Christian... I mean, well, is that a good exchange for Andrea? It's not terrible, but the 4-4 army could be a problem.
Christian certainly wants the Shredder to die.
Yeah, that's...
But with that Unholy Heat, in the middle of all these triggers, killing the first Bowmasters, there might not be exactly enough damage to kill that, depending on what Andrea has in his hand. If he has another non-land to grow the Shredder with the extra trigger.
Yeah.
I think the judge is also trying to figure out. All right, guys, let's recreate the stack, please. This is resolving first. Then there is a Shredder trigger. Then there is a preordain. In response to that, we kill the Bowmasters.
And so basically, you mentioned the difficulty of playing Ledger Shredder in paper, and like a minute after you said that, we've got this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And also, after I just mentioned, this looks like a legacy situation. We've got, again, very legacy-like stack of 1 million triggers, drawing, removing in response. Okay, so it's... Oh, I think we're rewinding, actually. I think we're rewinding. Okay. But, thankfully, we do have judges surrounding our feature match players, so they can always ask the judge, and judges are there to help. And yeah, the judge is actually actively trying to make this situation flow, go back on track, and make sure that it's fair and everything happened as it should have happened.
Yeah, exactly. That is definitely something I would recommend everyone to do. If you are not sure what's going on, if there is a card in foreign language you can't read, if you're unsure of an interaction of some cards on the battlefield, just call a judge. The judges are there to help you. It's nothing personal against the opponent.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna hold that against you.
Yeah.
Their job is literally there to explain to you how these interactions work, to make sure that everything gets resolved correctly, and they are there to help you. So don't be afraid to call a judge. They're very friendly, and it's not something against your opponent.
Yeah, certainly. Especially it's in both players' interest to make sure that the game is as it should be.
Yeah. And it's much worse trying to rewind a mistake that happened a turn ago or something that happened because you didn't call a judge. than to call a judge and have the judge explain to you, hey, this is how it's going to work. This is how these things are supposed to resolve. And you can continue afterwards without any issues. All right, so let's see what's happening here. So a bunch of damage is being dealt to the Shredder. I think there's still a preordain resolving now. Another card drawn for Andrea, but that is an extra 1 damage from the Bowmasters, and it does kill the Shredder.
Oof. And the outcome is that Pygondi's on a single card, and there is a 5/5 army there. Oh, that's devastating for him, and very beneficial to Christian.
I thought that looked terrible for Christian, but all that happened was 1 preordain on the stack, double Bowmasters, and the Shredder's gone, and all of a sudden...
Wow. That's a 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. That's half the life total. That's a 10 to clock for Christian. Look how we've got turned around Otawara on top, which could get rid of the army token pretty cleanly, actually.
Yeah, Andrea definitely needs to draw a Murktide here, or something something huge that's going to help him both block and also turn the corner next turn.
Oh, well, Murktide, let's say, blocks the army, and there is one that's 4, 5, 6, but he loses 1 from that fetch. I'm not sure if 7 is after or before the fetch.
I think he was on 7 before.
Because if it says 6 after the fetch, even Murktide is not an out. But iteration into thing, maybe. Oh, and speaking of...
Oh, expressive iteration. All right.
Iteration into, like, Murktide Bolt. That could keep him alive. I see.
Oh, wow. That was a Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's a Lightning Bolt. And I think that's a... Mishra's Bauble. So at least a creature, a Lightning Bolt to deal with one of the other creatures. But that is just a way to not die.
Yeah. But if you block... if you bolt the Nightcuttle and block Ragavan, you're getting attacked for 6.
That's true.
Which, let's say, it keeps him alive.
But if you're Christian, you definitely like this position. You already saw your opponent use one of the lightning bolts earlier. If they use another lightning bolt now, you're at 7. The Deathrite is attacking, the Dragon's Rage Channeler is attacking for 3, so you're still not dying to another lightning bolt. There would need to be a lot of things happening all together for you to die from this position. So it looks like Andrea blocks the army and uses the bolt on one of the creatures in the middle. Oh no, on the Nakatl.
Okay, so that's an interesting play because the army stays alive. Oh, flipping the hand over. Fun fact I can tell you, because Pygonti lost a single match yesterday, and it was to Zoo.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, the thing with Zoo is some of their threats are just way too big. And while your deck does have, you know, cards like Lightning Bolt, you also have cards like Spell Pierce that are typically not all that great in a matchup like this. And if you're on the draw, you know, using cards like Expressive Iterations is typically too slow. So this is certainly a matchup where, you know, playing first or second is a big difference.
Monkey attack you, maybe steal something. Also, interestingly, Zoo typically plays with Jegantha, but I don't see any Jegantha on the field anywhere, like in a revealed zone. So I'm curious whether it was revealed even. Because this could be a spot for like pick up Jegantha, but yeah, we scoop them up. Also, to your point with the creature size, if Pygonti was playing hypothetically blue-black, Fatal Push would deal much cleaner with all these threats. With blue-red, it's certainly a bit tougher. And so, yeah, we're going to the sideboard this game, and classic to blue cantrip decks, Pygonti has got a million one-offs. Because, you know, some of them are better sometimes. And so you...
Yeah, the thing with this Murktide deck is that thanks to all the Dragon's Rage Channeler triggers, thanks to Ledger Shredder triggers drawing you more cards, and all the card selection cards, you know, Mishra's Bubble in combination with Fetch Lands, you have Preordain, you have Expressive Iteration. Thanks to all these cards, it is not uncommon to see like 40 cards of your deck in every game, which means that even one copy of a card somewhere in your 75 is relatively easy to find, even if the game only lasts, like this was what a game that lasted 5 turns, on each of the player's side. So even if you just take 5 turns, Andrea was able to basically run through half of his library.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
even one-offs are relatively easy to find with this much card selection. So this is why you typically see the sideboards being built this way. Especially in Modern, there's just so many powerful sideboard cards that having access to a wide variety of them is good in a deck like is a Murktide that is able to just go through the deck very quickly.
So would you try, so because this is a question I asked myself actually as a Mercside player, would you try like a cheesy strategy with Blood Moon against Domain Zoo? And would that approach change play draw?
So the thing is, I like Blood Moon in closed decklist tournaments. I don't like Blood Moon in open decklist tournaments. In open decklists, I'm not even sure if I would bring in the Blood Moon for the second and third games. I think the ideal Blood Moon is when my opponent's actively trying to play around it.
Okay.
And perhaps fetching lands that are worse for them, but just to make sure they don't die to my Blood Moon. In closed decklist tournaments, obviously, if my opponent doesn't expect it, that's the best kind of Blood Moon. Hey, you played your first 2 creatures, I played a Lightning Bolt, Unholy Heat, and I'm dropping a Blood Moon that you didn't expect. Now, all your fetch lands are mountains, you can't really get a Plains or a Forest out of your deck that easily, and that might just win me the game. So I would definitely be bringing in Blood Moon against these greedy mana bases, whether it's this 4 or 5 color Omnath kind of deck or the Zoo deck. But yeah, it certainly does work better in closed decklist tournaments than in open decklist ones.
There's some also interesting synergies we might see. Something like Pygonti's Dress Down against the opposing Territorial Cavu, which loses all the abilities and enters the battlefield, immediately dies to state-based effects, and Andrea gets to draw a card. So that could be really good. Reading in general, reading creatures of the abilities. But also, we could see maybe Tishana counter the Kavu's attack trigger to turn off all the other abilities and then kill it because of that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Let me put that card on the screen. It's actually a card that we have been seeing
more and more,
a good amount this weekend. So it's a Tishana's Hidebinder, one of the new cards from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. When it enters the battlefield, you counter up to 1 target activated or triggered ability, and if it was an ability of an artifact, creature, or planeswalker, that permanent loses all abilities for as long as you control or as this remains in the battlefield. So you basically, if your opponent has a planeswalker that you don't like, they activate the planeswalker, you cast this with flash, it's a 3-mana 3/2, comes into play, it counters that activated ability, and it then turns off the planeswalker. Same with the creatures or whatever else. Very fun card, a very cool design. It's a card you can also put into a cube or commander decks, as I'm sure that you're going to be able to find plenty of targets, not just in Modern, but in pretty much every game of Magic.
And I have heard a lot of stories of players getting their fetchlands stifled with Tishana, because it counters any ability, and then if it's a creature or artifact or planeswalker, then it loses everything else, but it still counters any activate ability. So fetch, Tishana.
Okay. So the fetch is going to get sacrificed. It's in the graveyard. You're supposed to find a land in your deck, but it counters that, so you just lost the land, and it's basically a 3-mana Stone Rain.
And the creature.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. And I can see, I think, a Blood Moon, actually, yeah. Beautiful Blood Moon there for Pygonti, fetching an island. Probably trying maybe not to telegraph it too much, but Murktide fetches an island very often after a Steam Vents, so that's, I think...
Especially against a deck like Zoo, that's typically very fast. They're playing cards like Lightning Bolt and Tribal Flames, so you want to protect your life total. This shouldn't give too much away. The first Dragon's Ray Channeler got dealt with the Chained in the Rocks, which is a card that these Domain Zoo decks typically bring in against creature decks.
But I think actually Andrea is happy with it, or at least happy-ish, because it means that Christian, for example, doesn't fetch a Triumph to set up, doesn't play his own threat.
Yeah, you can see how the game changes based on who's on the play. In the first game, Christian was the one to start playing threats, and Andrea was the one who needed to answer them. Now Andrea's the one on the play, starting with the Channeler that needs to get answered, followed by another Channeler and a card selection spell. We'll see if Christian has anything to say to that.
Oh, I see a basic forest pool to the front, but also breeding pool. That's a big decision, actually.
Yeah, Christian's thinking about it. Like you know, if you have been playing Modern, you know that Blood Moon is a thing.
Especially in Murktide, right?
Yeah, that's not gonna catch too many people off guard.
Oh, and
But this Domain Zoo deck, it needs to find 5 colors of lands to be able to cast the Scion, to be able to cast your ley lines effectively. So getting a forest here, not ideal. It would help you play around Blood Moon, but it looks like Christian decides to go for a breeding pool instead.
Yeah, there's
and I think Andreas is gonna just slam the Blood Moon
Yep.
as quickly as possible here. Yep. There it is.
Yep. Also trigger. Just to make sure we also get the trigger on top of everything.
All right, so now we have a double mountain mana base and a territorial Kavu, which let me put that one on the screen real quick.
But this Kavu attacks for 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control.
So you just
right
drew.
now, you're controlling a lot of mountains, so you have yourself a 1/1.
Ooh. Okay, so there is one cool thing that Christian could do, and that's take Gigantha, which he didn't, and work up to hard casting it, which would give you all the colors, because Gigantha taps for mana, actually. But he didn't take it into hand, and I'm curious what that might indicate. Iteration, that's good. On an empty battlefield, double land bolt, so bolt to hand, land on the battlefield.
So how many ways do these Zoo decks typically have to get out of the Blood Moon lock? Obviously, fetch lands, they're mountains now, so it's not like you can fetch a basic right away. Leyline binding, I mean, you would have to find a plains and then still work it up to 4 lands on the battlefield.
Yeah, so I think it's mainly Gigantha or Ragavan treasures.
Getting a treasure from Ragavan, yeah, that would be able to start giving you some actual colored mana sources.
And I think that's it, actually. I think the options are pretty slim here, but Gigantha is indeed in hand. Murktide players tend to side out Counterspell in these matchups because they want to be more, onto the battlefield rather than on the stack. And so this might mean that Gigantha will resolve or cleanup step.
The speed of the matchup typically does not allow you to sit on counter spells and open mana because your opponent's presenting a lot of cheap threats, so you need to spend your mana either killing them or developing your own board. So this is why you typically board out counters in these super fast matchups.
And also there is a classic choice of with the Blood Moon. Do you play Blood Moon or do you play Magus of the Moon? And I have seen players split the difference. The biggest issue is that Magus, for example, in this matchup could get bolted or tribal flamed. Actually, no, tribal not, but lightning bolted. But then Blood Moon gets Bosejut, which is also very widely played.
Right,
so
or Force of Negation, yeah.
It's not an obvious choice, actually, which was better and when. And Otawara, Chain to the Rocks, unlock my creature. Okay, we cooking. And a cleanup step again for Christian. And so we might see a bolt on upkeep.
Yeah, what you mentioned in the first game, if you want to see what you're drawing, if you're looking for a specific card, or maybe you don't want any more lands, doing that in your upkeep is going to help you set up the future draw. So that's exactly what Andrea does. He finds a Ragavan on top, and he's very happy with that one. Takes the Ragavan, dashes it, attacks for a bunch of damage, and no response for Christian. So no Lightning Bolt. We can only imagine his hand is full of spells that cannot be cast with 3 mountains out.
Yeah, I think Pygonti is in a firmly dominant position right now. Tap mana, treasure, poop. And the game is probably going to be over in the next attack step. So, yeah.
How do you think Chain to the Rocks, having to enchant a mountain, do you think when they made the card that they also had Blood Moon in play. That like, okay, well, if it was enchanting a forest, for example, or something else, when you play Blood Moon, then the card would not be a forest anymore. Do you think that would be awkward or?
Yeah, that would be interesting. I think they may have gone mainly with the you probably remember the flavor.
Its rock is a mountain.
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense,
And I remember that set, which was like super flavorful, like unreal flavorful. When you learn all these mythologies, at school, and now you get to see them as cards, and then you kind of remember
Yeah, that was
the
very good, yeah.
references.
All right, both players shuffling for game 3. Let's take a quick look at the sideboards here. Obviously, we can't show the sideboards on the screen just yet. It's a closed deck list tournament. If you are waiting to see the deck list, just like most people, we're going to be able to show them to you when the 15th round is over. So this is round number 10. Give us a couple more hours. As soon as the top 8 is locked, we're going to be able to click on this publish button, reveal all the deck lists. You're going to be able to see all this new tech in this new format with Fury and up the Beanstalk band.
And players just resubmit the same deck. Now, Martin, with your extensive GP experience and a high level, do you like fake sideboard sometimes? Or fake re-sideboard between games?
I think it's good practice to at least, shuffle the cards, all the cards in your deck, and then take out the 15 cards you're not playing. But it comes with the possibility of screwing something up.
Yeah.
But I think if you're not going to sideboard anything, then you should sort of fake sideboard.
Yeah.
Because giving my opponent for free the information that I'm not changing my deck at all. Well, that means that you don't have to play around Blood Moon. You don't have to play around, all these cards people typically bring in. I'm still going to have counter spells in my deck, and I don't think you want to give your opponent that kind of information for free. So
yeah, or right now, for example, the opponent knows for a fact there is a Blood Moon, while they might have to be guessing if you just faked sideboard it between games. Yeah. And we do see Sacred Foundry is defined probably Ragavan on the play, which is a very strong sequence by Gondi with the removal. So
I think there's 2 Ragavans. I think there's another land and an Shoba. It's a pretty good opening hand. So this is the type of matchup where all you want in your hand is creatures and maybe like a 1 or 2 removal spells. If you're on the play, you want ideally all creatures and like 1 lightning bolt. If you're on the draw, everything changes, and then you want all the removal spells and maybe 1 or 2 creatures. But you're gonna be the one trying to protect your own life total and having to kill the creatures on the other side of the battlefield first before you start developing your own board.
There is also a conundrum of when do you kill the Ragavan, because if you could kill it on your turn like Andrea did, you're playing around Spell Pierce or Stubborn Denial, but you're not playing around a second Ragavan that might be dashed.
Right, but if my opponent spends their second turn dashing a creature, then I'm pretty happy with that, because they didn't actually develop their board.
Yeah.
They dealt 2 damage to me, and their board didn't really improve. So I am usually pretty happy with that in a format like Modern.
So Preordain. Oh, that's a good sequence, right? Smooth out your draw, kill your creature, 1 mana for 2 mana. Are you a cantrip player? Do you think it's just add that, you waste your game actions, or do you like smoothing out your draws?
I like the efficient ones, the super cheap ones.
Consider Preordain?
Yeah, like the 1 mana cards. This is why Ponder is banned in the format, because too much card selection just leads to some decks just being too consistent and too powerful. Obviously, if you have to pay 4 mana for your Memory Deluge, then it becomes a lot different, because then you're taking a whole turn off to do something. You can only do 1 turn 4 plus. So yeah, the cheap card selection spells are great, especially in a deck like this, where they also trigger your Ledger Shredders and Dragon's Ray Channeler.
But also there is this kind of invisible line that if you play too many, you have these opening hands that are like bolt, triple cantrip lands. It's like a...
Sometimes you're just doing things, but you're not actively developing your own board, which in a matchup like this could certainly hurt you.
It is a bit different for the Phoenix deck in Pioneer, because you actually get a a board state as a payoff for spinning your wheels. So there is that at least. But yeah, you don't want to go like preordain into sleight of hand pass because you haven't actually done anything there. And Orcish Bowmasters comes down.
So, despite turn 2 dashing Ragavan being a play that doesn't, really develop your own board, it does give you a treasure. So in that situation, when you know your opponent is in a Blood Moon deck, it becomes much more of a reasonable play. Although I would still prefer to just cast a creature that just sticks on the battlefield on turn 2. But here Christian is able to use that treasure to cast the Orcish Bowmasters. Andrea only follows up with a Ragavan, which is not ideal against 2/1/1 creatures, so he can't be too happy about that.
So actually, there is your own EE on one as well, and there is the Bowmaster, which could trigger and kill the Ragavan, so you can't even pop your own bubble. However, I think I got a peek at Brotherhood's End in Andrea's hand. So he might kind of want to bait Christian out to develop his own board a bit, and then sweep it in one fell swoop. But if Christian just doesn't add to the battlefield or adds these 5/5 creatures, then Brotherhood's End won't do anything. It just passes back.
And Christian actually attacking with the army into the Ragavan. Obviously, Andrea's not going to block.
Ooh, Magus on the stack. I see Binding, I see Stubborn Denial, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, Binding doesn't help you, right? Because you can cast the Binding in response when you still have more land types, but then the Magus is not in play anymore.
Okay, that's pretty clean.
Yeah, and this is why Magus of the Moon is not as great against these decks, because they can just tap 1 mana, kill your card, and if they have Lightning Bolt, you're spending your own 3 for their 1 mana, which is not a great exchange, especially in a format like Modern.
And that's exactly what we talked about like 5 minutes ago, right? Magus versus Blood Moon. Blood Moon was lights out. Magus was a slight inconvenience. That was tempo positive for Christian. And double checking the EE. Sometimes these cards have like destroy things of the same cost, of the same or less. So you always want to double check the exact wording. And so... Okay, and Dash Ragavan. Yeah, keeping up the strategy. Attack you for 4 now. Andrea down to 9 with an empty battlefield. It doesn't look very promising for... Is it Murktide?
Yeah, and Christian now even keeping an untapped fetch land in play that would be able to search up a forest in this situation should there be another Blood Moon. But in this spot, I would be pretty happy about my opponent having a Blood Moon, because if they're casting a Blood Moon, they're not really doing anything else. They're not stopping me from attacking. So in this spot, Blood Moon would not be super threatening.
Yeah.
Since Andrea is already out 9, Christian has 2 creatures out, attacking for at least 3 more damage next turn, 4 cards in hand, actually,
there is a Blood Moon.
and a treasure token.
So we know that there is Stubborn Denial, but Andrea doesn't. And so had he just slammed Blood Moon, it would have resolved. But because he iterated first into a land drop Blood Moon, it won't. Because he will just have exact 3 mana. So, yeah, that's interesting as well.
Yeah, Christian just doesn't care about Blood Moon as much now that he already has 2 threats on the battlefield,
And a treasure,
and
yeah.
Andrea doesn't have anything, and he's the one casting card selection spells, which are not great on the draw when you're playing from behind, which is exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, Wooded Foothills can also find the forest. So, yeah, Christian's position is pretty good against a potential Blood Moon.
Expressive Iteration is an incredibly powerful card, but this is a good example of it does cost you some tempo. Like, playing card selection spells comes with a price. The price is you are spending your mana on not affecting the board.
Yeah.
And if you're being attacked in the meantime, well, that might just cost you the game.
Yep, exactly. You can't go like iteration into iteration. Like some people really like to do. And Holy Heat is the reveal.
Yeah, I think Andrea wants to clear the battlefield first before he's able to play the Blood Moon, because especially now with the fetch line in play and the treasure, like the Blood Moon wouldn't even be that threatening. So he uses the Unholy Heat first to deal with the Bowmasters.
And he will have to, I think, EE that single dashed Ragavan. So that's not a lot of value. But then if the only thing is the 2-2 army with a reactive Christian's hand, who knows? Maybe Andrea can still pull through. That is interesting. Christian was firmly in the driver's seat. Or not even
Wow,
dashing.
doesn't go for the Ragavan, so kind of plays around the explosives on the battlefield.
That's actually kind of clever because you're forcing Andrea to keep, like, you tie up 2 mana, which is the half of Andrea's mana available.
Yeah, exactly. In Magic, one of the best things you can do is be as efficient as possible with spending your mana. If you spend every single mana possible every turn, that means you're casting more spells, you're doing more things than your opponent, and that typically leads to onboarded advantages. In this situation, if you can force your opponent to keep that 2 mana untapped and not be able to use their card, then that is typically going to give you an advantage as well. But at the same time, Christian's not really developing his own board either, perhaps choosing to be flexible and keep up the leyline binding instead.
And he plays his own Ragavan in the face of the opponent's Ragavan, which will now make Christian a bit more likely to dash his own. But Andrea is taking these, I don't want to say desperate measures, because he really wants to stabilize, and now he's forced to play Ragavan against the opposing Ragavan with your own E on the battlefield.
Wow, and this might have been a bait. I'm going to play Ragavan, dash, and perhaps I'm showing, a sign of weakness. Would you like to... Oh, that was not dash. It was actually cast. Okay, would you like to, do something? If you do, maybe you want to play your leyline binding a little too early. That might, let me resolve a Blood Moon. Looks like Andrea just plays the Ragavan past the turn, and at the end of the turn, Christian deals with that explosives, which is interesting.
Oh, there is Otawara, but crucial, Otawara can be played for 3 because Ragavan is legendary. So you can play it for 3, keep your fetch up, potentially find another island. He declares blocks. Otawara on a treasure.
Okay, that should definitely tip you off. If you are bouncing a treasure in a situation like this,
oh my god,
that should certainly smell like a blood moon.
It screams Bloodman.
Okay, so Andrea trying to navigate the game to a position where Christian's board would be clear before he's able to drop the Blood Moon, at which point Christian would lose the ability to cast more spells.
Yeah, but a 5/5 is far from having an empty battlefield. 8 power is certainly far from an empty battlefield. There's also Stubborn Denial that Christian decided not to hold up, which he could have. And Andrea not even fetching the island before the Blood Moon.
I think he wants to protect his life total because that Nakatl is going to be a 2/2. There is a mountain in play. The Kavu is a 1/1, but that is still 3 power of creatures coming through.
But okay, Ragavan has a blocker, but there will be the opposing Ragavan dashed, right? Because it's still there. It's still in hand. So you'll trade Ragavans, take 3.
Oh wow! And a lightning bolt drawn from Christian.
This is lethal.
This game could be over if Andrea doesn't have a way to respond to that. And he only has 2 mountains in place, so he doesn't need a removal spell. This needs to be an Unholy Heat or a Lightning Bolt, or Andrea might just be dead.
Oh, we also got the trigger for the trouble. Denial discarded. Oh, no.
As you mentioned, Andrea trades the Ragavans, but that means that 3 points of damage are coming through. Andrea confirms, goes to 3. And in this spot, you don't even need to play the Lightning Bolt if you don't want to. But if there are only 2 mountains and only 1 card, then there's typically nothing that Andrea can do. So 2-1 for Christian, pretty cool game. It's Domain Zoo taking down the Murktide deck. And as you mentioned, this is Andrea's the only second loss so far. And both of them were to Domain Zoo.
Yeah.
So if you're playing Murktide, maybe you're very well positioned against most of the field. But Zoo seems to have your number.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a really cool match. We do not have any backups. So
wow, did this match run so long? We had such a cool match ready for you again. for the backup, but I think they finished already, and it looks like the round's gonna be over soon. So unfortunately, we don't have any backups. We're gonna be taking a little bit of a break, but in the meantime, we're gonna work on getting a day 2 conversion rate, the day 2 metagame, and all these numbers that everybody wants to see. Oh, okay. Looks like we have that already. So we can show that on the screen
let's
now.
go.
Let's take a look at the conversion
go.
rates. So as we said yesterday, a lot of lot of Rhinos, a lot of Tron, a lot of Murktide, a lot of Yavmod. But how did the conversions work?
So yeah, so this is day 2 conversion. Okay, this is day 2 conversion. It's not ordered. It's ordered by popularity, not the percentage.
Okay.
But Rhinos 13, Amulet 15, Greentron 8, Murktide 8, Domain Zoo 15.
Mono black coffers 50%. I think there were like 8, 10 coffers decks, but half of them making day 2. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, showing the power of Karn into Sundering Titan in a format where most players are playing with these greedy mana bases, 5 colors, all these fetch lands, triumphs, shock lands, and Sundering Titan not being able to get countered by cards like Force of Negation is sometimes just complete game over for these 4 and 5 color
50% is actually unreal. Like, I would have to check how many copies there were day 1, but there must have been like 10 plus, right? So having a 50%, that's cool. Blue-White Control, 25%. That's also decent. Again, I don't expect a lot of Blue-White Control players, but still a quarter, that's decent.
Let's take a look at the previous slide again with the actual day 2 breakdown. So there are 664 players in day 2. Everybody who had 21 points or more, or filled out the rest of the top 64, if that wasn't already 64. So 11 Rhinos, 7 Amulet. There's a lot of living and at the top tables. We see six living ends, roughly 10% of the field in day 2. But I think when I was looking at the standings, I think there were 3 or 4 copies in like the top 12.
Exactly, yeah.
So Living End had a very good day 1. And if you look at the decks, it's a lot of creature decks. Rhinos is a creature deck. Amulet creature deck. Yavmod, obviously. Is it Murktide? Plays a lot of creatures. Tron is the only deck that doesn't really try to, attack you very aggressively in the early turn. So Living End seems like a pretty well-positioned deck at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Domain Zoo as well, another creature deck. And then we've got one Merfolk as well. They're hanging in, which we can confirm is at now XN2. So that Merfolk player might just sneak into the feature match back again. So hey, that's the metagame. I think these are the decks that you would expect anyways, right? It's Rhinos into Amulet, Golgari Yawgmoth. I think the only deck that you might not have expected so much is Living End, which is exactly when the deck is the best. Yeah. Exactly when it comes, it shows up, it destroys people because they have, they don't have the Tormod script that maybe they should.
Do we have the black-white
Scamblade?
Scamblade here. Mono-white Flash is, I was looking at the list actually, it is blue-red Wizards.
Yes.
So that's a mislabeled deck. That is actually just the Snapcaster.
Tishana, Subtlety thing.
Yeah, just the blue-red sort of Wizards Flash control-ish deck. We have Yavmod, a jump variant. That's interesting. Is it Blitz? That's the Prowess deck.
Yeah.
Hardened Scales, only 1 copy. I thought Hardened Scales was one of the top 6 decks yesterday in the metagame breakdown, so that didn't have a great tournament. Grixis Control, 4 color Rhinos. I don't see Black-White. I was very excited about Black-White yesterday. I think that person we followed in the feature match in the 5th round was undefeated at the moment, and looks like they fell just short of making day 2. So unfortunately, we don't have the black-white scam player here anymore, but make sure to check back out when the deck lists are public, because I really thought that deck looked interesting and something that I think could be definitely worth working on now in this new metagame.
I would just like to mention that I just counted, and a quarter of the metagame are one-offs. So again, classic modern. You're playing day 2, everyone is, XN2 or better, and then you queue into, Blue-Red Wizards, into Merfolk, into Grixis Control, right? It can happen at a 700 day 2 metagame, right? So
there's also Dimir Mill.
There very
remember
much
that.
is. So yeah, so that's the breakdown of the day 2 meta game. Really exciting because again we've got so many different decks available. The Dark Horse I think is the living end deck, although we also called
Yeah.
Amulet Titan a potential winner of what's happening. So I'm curious how it's going to pan out exactly.
Oh yeah, we have one more cool deck, the
Okay.
Copycat deck. That was another deck that we were very excited about yesterday. There was a player playing what looked to be an Omnath deck, one of those. I'm gonna fetch a Triumph, Eshok Land. Here's a Leyline Binding. Here's a Teferi. I'm gonna bounce something. Buy myself more time. Here's a Delighted Halfling. There's the One Ring. The cards you usually see in these slow Omnath decks, but then Solitude, stuff like that. But then this deck wasn't really a slow deck in a sense where the game just takes forever and you grind these slow small advantages. There was actually 4 copies of Sahili Rai and 4 copies of Felidar Guardian, which can completely kill you out of nowhere. As soon as you hit your 6th land, you can just have this infinite combo of infinite Felidar Guardians attacking the opponent. So that's a deck that I want to keep an eye on. I think it's one of those 4 or oh, there is the 4-color copycat actually on the bottom of the screen. So that's a deck that I am keeping my eye on, and a deck that if I was playing a big Modern tournament coming up with closed deck lists,
crucially,
this is what I would be working on, or maybe a tournament on Magic Online, one of those challenges, something like that. That would be my pick for a deck to keep an eye on.
Yeah, interesting. So that's the day 2 breakdown. That's the day 2 meta game. That's it for this round. We will see you round 11 with even more action, fighting for that top 8 berth. Skóra, Martin Juza.
See you
See ya.
later. Did the black-white guy really not make...
Welcome to day 2 on the round 2. I'm Alia. I'm joining me, Javier Dominguez, in a very important tournament. Too. We have a very interesting the feature match. Now we have. Did you say? Do you want to say
Well,
the surprise?
we have
Because
living
that
end
deck surprised me
we have living
to
end
see
against
here.
old mainstay of the modern format, Burn. Which is a deck, it's
Yes,
been
Burn.
here and there,
Do you
always
remember Burn?
yeah, always a playable deck. Never like among the best decks, but it had some good times against the Rakdos of GOQ. But it was not expected this weekend, but we had it on the high tables today, so we have it on the feature match now.
Let's go to see Bold you against this Living End.
All right. Apparently
Okay,
the
we
match is
have
not ready, so we're
yes,
gonna have a look at the metagame of today. The conversions also, like
yes.
how decks did.
Take a look this metagame breakdown in day 2. 64 players and go. Let's go. I can see a flat metagame with these 11 Tamurinos in the top. Amulet Titan, Golgari Yawmoth, Living End, Inset Murtide. Well, and 2. Do you remember the Merfolks?
Yeah.
Was amazing deck and
Still there.
alive. Yes, of course. What do you think about this meta breakdown?
Well, for starters, like we talked yesterday, like Amulet Titan is one of these decks that actually always convert very well because all the experts of the deck actually play it. So it's to be expected for them to be good on that regard, but it's a lot. Like now there's 7, which is way more percentually speaking than what we had yesterday. So definitely one of the best performers. And Living End as well. I don't remember Living End being top 4 most played decks for sure, right? And well, that's it. Also covers. That's probably like also a good deck here. But
Okay.
gonna move to the match. They're ready now. They're gonna start.
Yes, the players are playing. In one side, Daniel Vicente Diaz with Boris Byrne against Gabriel Soto with Living End. Javier, do you know the players?
I know them a little bit. Yeah. Definitely Daniel also, it's playing from when I was starting playing back in the day, and Gabriel Soto, definitely one of the players of the new generation of Spanish players. And they're gonna see the matchup, presumably.
Old players versus new players.
Yeah, like
Fantastic.
exactly. But this is a matchup where the presumably Living End is supposed to be ahead because Burn doesn't have enough of a clock to actually beat the combo deck. But Burn counts with like this Rolling Vortex card, which punishes the players playing Cascade cards, right? Because if you cast a spell without paying mana, you take 5 damage, and 5 damage is a lot. So we'll see how the game's played out. Well, mulligan for Burn.
Okay, that hand wasn't good enough, and take mulligan, Daniel.
Well, Burn is one of the decks that actually mulligan the less, right? Because if you draw like 2 lands, even sometimes 1 land or 3 lands, you keep, like, because all the cards are the same. They are like burn spells. Like, it doesn't matter that much if it's Lava Spike, Lightning Bolt, Boros Charm. They're all the same.
Yes, Burn is the deck that I usually play in Modern, and I know I know about it. I know the Lava Spike, and I know you can keep very hard lands, very hands with only 1 lander.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes having 1 land's actually good because you don't flood. The Burn is a deck that do not want to flood.
1
All right,
land.
see the hand now. This is going to be a keep for sure. That's a 2-lander, right? 3-lander. He'll probably
3 landers,
3
spells. Sounds good enough for me in this Burn.
I think he will put bottom one of the lands probably.
Yes.
I don't know which one he elected to. Yeah, like one of the canyons. All right.
Okay.
Let's start the game. Burn and play probably something they need to be able to raise. It's also a lot about the cyborg cards the decks can play. Like presumably Living End will not get much better, but Burn always has like some kind of effect that actually used. Presumably like we have tools like the anti-cascade cards. That's the thing. Like you play Living End, your deck faces some of the hate cards against Rhinos, namely Chalice of the Void, but also things like Lavinia or such. We had. Well, Lavinia not going to be present in in a Burn deck for sure. But all right, Rift Bolt.
Revolt.
It's funny how Rift Bolt is still like it's not a very good card, right? Rift Bolt has been around for forever. It was always medium, even in 2012 or so. It was medium already, but still here it is. Still being played in modern.
Wow.
Like Revolt, just to spend one.
It's easy. 3 damage.
Yeah. One
Clean,
card, one mana, 3
clean,
damage. Yeah.
one line, 3 damage.
That's
Like
it.
lightning bolt, like lightning strike.
Exactly. All right. So, well,
Well, let's go to talk about how works living in, Javier.
Living End is basically a combo deck trying to cycle the creatures into the graveyard and then just cast Living End, which what it does is just switches like it kills all the creatures in the battlefield and all the creatures in the graveyards come to the battlefield. That's what it does. But it's just a mostly blue-green deck based, some with Grief sometimes. But the thing is, this Cascade decks, especially Living End, unlike Rhinos, it actually needs to use mana. Like you need to cycle creatures to get the engine going on. And then there's something subtle of that is the mana bases are actually not good if you don't pay life. Like they're good because they're fetch lands and shock lands, but we see here Gabriel leads with Steam Vents paying 2 life, right? Well, that's already almost 1 bold less Daniel has to use. And now if the next land he plays is like a Breeding Pool or a fetch land, that's another life. Like it's very hard for Living End to actually develop the whole game without taking like some damage. If you go turn 1 cycling, turn 2 cycling twice, well, you probably are on 14 or at least 18 or 16 sometimes. So that's also something that can define this game. I think it actually might, right? Like now, Gabriel plays a Breeding Pool tapped, so that's 1 mana he loses as well.
Absolutely. Well,
Already on 9, actually. That's not a lot.
no, it's not a lot.
Like,
Daniel is burning the Gabriel life.
I see 3 red cards on Daniel's hand. One is a Goblin Guide for sure. The other one is a Bolt. And, well, that's the other one.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably Burn Spell, right?
Yeah, 3 damage. Okay, this is suspend.
Yep. Well, that's Subtlety and Goblin Guide. That's a strong play for
Subtlety with,
Gabriel. Yeah.
This Curator of Mysteries.
Yep. But,
Oh.
well, Daniel has 6. I mean, I think it's a Bolt and something else. Definitely a Burn Spell. So he has 6 damage, presumably, on his hand. So he might be 1 Burn Spell away from winning, actually, because Gabriel's on 9 life. And we don't know the mana base on Gabriel's hand. Well, there's a chance he doesn't have too many untap lands, otherwise he might have played them, right?
Gabriel Soto takes turn.
Yep.
Will be
Is that a
mana
Force of
and
Negation,
Cascade
though?
spell.
Is it a Force of Negation? If the Gabriel has a Force of Negation, that's a big deal. Yeah, that's a Force of Negation. Oh, Street
Street
Wraith.
Wraith.
That's not a card you want to draw against Burn.
No,
Like, if
pay
you're-
2 lives. It's so hard against burn.
If you're Daniel, you're happy to see that because it means like he doesn't have a land. Okay,
Wow, another 2 much. Okay, Gabriel
goes
needs to won
5.
this turn, and we have here this Cascade spell, this
like-
Charlotte's Agent. Let's go to Cascade.
Yeah,
Show
you get
this.
Living End, but now it's like, well, you're on 5, right? So Bolt is gonna put him on 2. Then what? There's no win combination for Living End actually here. I think this game might be over.
Yes. Okay,
Right.
lands, more Cascade spells until this Living End appears.
It will eventually. The thing is, Force of Negation is there.
This is the spell.
Okay, but
This is the Living End.
I think this game might come down to Force of Negation being able to be cast or not. Like if Gabriel has a blue card to excel with Force of Negation,
Yes.
he might be good to win, right? Because he just has enough to survive. But if he doesn't have a blue card, if we saw the hands correctly, Daniel has a bold and another red card, which I assume will deal damage. We'll see. I mean, this game is going to be over in 1 turn, but we don't know in which way. It's exciting because
In which way, yeah.
we don't know which way it's going to go. Daniel is at 16.
Both players can win this game right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we don't know.
Okay, look, all the creatures in the field for Gabriel.
So that's 5. Thank you, Daniel, for making it easy for us to see. It's 5, 7, 11, 14, 17 damage. So this is definitely lethal.
Yes. This is enough to kill Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. Like he's 16, so yeah, I mean, he's gonna go to 15 probably, just casting in bold. It depends on what he has in the last card is. But unless it's like something like a Skewer the Critics, he doesn't have too many reasons to know. Well, maybe he's thinking, well, if I draw Skewer the Critics,
Yes.
I need to hold my bolt. I'm not like there's small things in burn sometimes, but let's play with fire.
Play with fire. Yes.
So Gabriel goes to 3,
Cry.
and Daniel gets to scry 1. If he scries a 1 mana burn spell, the game is over. And if it's not a 1 mana burn spell, then the game will be decided on his
This is not the
on Gabriel
card.
having a blue card on his hand.
Daniel needs to draw the spell. Let's go, Daniel. Let's go to burn. Let's go.
You're rooting for burn, eh?
Wow.
I can
yes.
tell. I can tell.
I can.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Yes. I love burn.
Well, he's taking the mana for Force Negation. I think, well, Daniel is going to be like, if he drew a land, he's going to be like, well, I lose to Force Negation, so might as well just
Let's
cast
go
it
to
now,
see.
bold. And
Ball
there's
to
a
you.
blue card.
And Force of
Oh,
Negation. And this is game for
this is game over.
Gabriel Soto with Living End. Whoa, the graveyard wants
I think
this
Bird's
game.
Lining was the last card. Was it the Bird's Lining?
Uh,
No, I don't know. Bird's Lining. I don't know what it was the last card.
Was Lightning Bolt, I guess.
No, the last card was not in bold. It would be in lethal. Maybe it was a creature, I think. I think it was. I'm not sure what it was.
I'm not sure what spell, but
It was not
enough.
like,
Not
yeah.
enough for.
Yeah, not enough for lethal.
Not
We know-
enough for
We know
lethal.
that, yeah.
Maybe a land, maybe only another play with fire, for example, and
Close game, huh?
well, so close. Just one turn for both players to win the game.
1 mana for
Was so
Daniel.
close
If
for
it was-
Daniel and for
yeah,
Gabriel to lose and to win. So excited that, well, we are fixing the tables. We'll be back with the game soon. And Javier, that surprised me because this change of meta. Because of that, we can see that that the decks game, like Burn, like all decks that was totally forgive, and I like this one. Do you think will we see all decks in this top 8 today?
I think we will see some of them, but
Some.
look,
What?
I said yesterday I expect 3 Rhinos, 2 Yawgmoths. This means only
Yeah.
3 slots left.
My prediction was 2 Rhinos and 1 Yatmoth.
I expect 1 total of decks like
Like Burn,
yeah, Born,
Merfolk.
Merfolk, all this together. I expect 1 of them to be in the top
Two.
8. Yeah,
Domain
but
2.
Stu is doing very well, so that's kind of like a
Ah.
different thing, right? But I expect one of these decks to actually sneak in, mostly because they're played by players that actually know the decks very well. If you're playing Burn here, it's because you play Burn a lot, and you know things, right?
Yeah. If you look this deck, any deck is playing the One Ring, and this is very new in the format because that artifact impacts so hard in the format.
I think One Ring is. I mean, you said it's good, but I think Tishana's Tidebinder, the card of the weekend, might have something to say. Like, I mean, this matchup doesn't have any Tishanas, right? But it could, I guess. Well, the weekend doesn't play that card, but like, I think all these cards that are not good against Tishana might have a rough time. You know, when you put these answers in the metagame that are like, they cancel how good a card can be, like they just, invalidate the power of card. I think we can see a little bit of this with the Merfolk.
If Tishana is the answer for all the good cards, all the decks will be play blue.
Well,
this,
I mean,
this color.
no, well, because, for example, if you're playing Burn, you don't care much about Tishana.
No, it's true.
You
it's
actually
true.
may be happy when they play Tishana so you can Setting Blaze it.
Okay.
So there's always like one more thing you can do in a metagame.
Okay.
There's a lot of the Tishana is very good because it answers so many things, but also there are some decks where they just don't care too much.
Okay.
Like you're playing Mortite,
No, it doesn't. Okay.
you don't mind playing
You
against
don't
Tishanas,
mind,
right?
yes.
So obviously the card is worded in a way where it's always useful. You can always like counter a fetch land or something like this. But there's matchups where the card's not very good. Even though when it's good, it's great. You're playing against Strawn or Amulet or something, it's like, wow, this is the best creature ever.
Wow.
But
It's super good against Amulet, this Tishana.
yeah, but then sometimes you play against Mortite and it's like, well, it doesn't do much.
Just a 3/2 in my hand, like a limited card in your hand. Yes.
So
a bit
yeah,
blank, the card.
exactly. Like, so you're in a position where, you have a card that's great against half of the metagame and like pretty weak against like at least a third of it. is that a cyber card? Is that a main deck card? I think this is type of a kind of a puzzle players are facing now in the modern deck building, and I really want to see how it shapes itself. Like this weekend we're gonna see the decks in the top eight, and I'm
Will we
I
see?
really wonder, because if I was playing a tournament, I also know how it's very hard to know what's the best approach, right?
Okay.
Results will help us.
Well, let's go to see to the game. Let's go to see the player in this second round of the day two, this Grand Open qualifier. Okay, Gabriel with Living End, Daniel with this burn. Okay, sideboard in, sideboard out. So fast, Javier.
Well, I mean, presumably Street Wraith comes out from Living End. All right, that's easy. One thing though is with Exile Living End are very good at doing their plan, and the plan is easily enough when it functions. I think cards like Mystical Dispute, for example, which are not supposed to be good against non-blue decks, I think we might see those cards from Gabriel's hand. And I mean, in Burnside, we're gonna see like a small tweaks where he just takes out the worst burn spells, maybe Rift Bolt even, and I like he will put all the hate cards he has for every single like Cascade deck, like probably Shadows of the Void. I assume Vortexes if the fours are not in the main deck, but I don't think the matchup to play that differently. To be fair, just a little bit better for Burn because of the hate cards. Obviously, like hate cards are good, and specifically in Burn, you're applying a lot of pressure. So it's not like Living End can take 10 turns to kill the Chalice, and even though to water the Chalice might not be enough because Burn is just casting Lava Spike at you every turn. So I think this will be a little bit. Oh, yep, here we go, Chalice. This is
Look,
like
this hate card.
yeah. First
Yeah,
negation this, or you're in trouble, right?
you say it.
And
This is
it resolved.
resolve.
Boom.
Lava spike, 3 damage to you, and go ahead, Gabriel.
Literally from champions from Kamigawa, just 3 damage to your player. Oh, but the hand is pretty bad, right? I think the rest of the hand of Daniel is 2 more lands and 2 burn spells. The lands are not cycle lands, so this might be we're gonna see the hand now, like full hand. So it's yep. Oh, Vortex was a good card.
Wow.
Well,
Another hate card against Living End.
yeah, but now this is the issue. Like we have
Fortunately for Gabriel is in the graveyard right now.
yeah, but you have Chalice of the Void here, which is good, but your opponent has 17 lives and you have 1 lightning bolt. So you have to deal 14 more damage to your opponent. That's some time. Like I think Daniel needs to draw business spells like okay, that's a business spell, that's a spell. That's a 2 mana card. Sanctifier and back. This is a very interesting addition here. What it does is just make it so some of the creatures living in place do not come back because they're exiled. But it also doesn't stop a lot of them, like the ones we had in game 1, they actually all they will come back. But now, for example, this Oliphant, this Grief, they're not gonna be in the graveyard. But also, most importantly, this card can deal more than 2 damage, right? Like usually burn spells can do like 3. Or jump 4, but this card can deal like maybe 6 or 8, especially on the play.
This is so
That's so much damage, yeah.
Yeah, so much.
I think that's gonna be like this, especially on the play. I think on the draw maybe the card's not good enough, but we'll see. At least like like the Sanctifier will prevent these red and black creatures to come back, but not the Generous Scent. Generous Scent is definitely an issue for Daniel's deck.
Yes, this cycle of creatures with cycling from Lord of the Rings was a very good card for this Living End.
I mean, yeah, I remember seeing the spoiler. It would be like, this is gonna make Living End the best deck in Modern.
Yes.
Ultimately, it was not as much, but they definitely made the deck better. Like before, sometimes the deck struggled at having enough cyclers, especially post sideboard, because post sideboard you have to take out some cards, and they're usually cyclers,
Yes.
so you have less. But these cards are like lands and cyclers, so you can actually have more, so you have less of an issue with that. Like now, the difference is now Living End almost always have enough creatures. Before, I remember in 2017 or something, playing Living End, you will often be like, I can take for 8. That's not a lot. That's the case. And
Yeah.
that's not the case now.
In my opinion, with this kind of creatures, these cards sometimes unlock archetypes in the formats. All archetypes that can't play, these new cards can unlock these formats and can and allow play these decks in the tournaments.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest like examples of this is Rhinos actually got
Yeah.
extremely benefited from Lorin Rebuild. Like Lorin Rebuild, presumably one of the worst or the worst one of those, but ended being the best. I think it actually changed how decks like Rhinos will build, and this deck will not exist the same way it is built now because it will not have that many mana sinks. So yeah, definitely agree here. Okay, upkeep. Yep,
Returning
that's tight play
to
here.
game, Boros Charm, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, so Daniel just plays everything on upkeep. So one, he gets around Force Negation now because Gabriel cannot play a land and cannot pitch cast it. But now, also because he played like this, the Grief are also not doing anything.
Wow.
So now Daniel is good here. He has eight life to deal, but Force Negation, I'm sorry, like Force of Vigor definitely on the menu for Gabriel Soto, but if he doesn't have it on his hand, he's gonna take that. I mean, I could easily see this Sanctifier just ending the game.
Yes. An attack with Sanctifier more damage. Gabriel Soto is in 6. That could be 2 spells for burn.
Yep, 2 spells. Maybe he's lucky. Boros Charm and 1 more attack. Definitely this Sanctifier. I mean, it has attacked 2 times, I think, already.
Yeah, seems that
3 times. gonna
Daniel
attack.
needs only 1 turn or 2 turns to win the game.
Yeah,
And Gabriel
yeah.
needs to do something.
Well, he needs to deal with the Chalice of the Void. Chalice of the Void is very powerful in this situation, and that's a Vortex.
Wow, Vortex.
Demanding a Force Negation
Yes.
now. Yep, it is a Force Negation.
This is the second Vortex.
Yep. I like Daniel casting Vortex here. It must seem like not great against Force Negation, but Grief is also a possibility for Soto. And if you are Daniel, you pass a turn, and Gabriel goes land Grief is so bad, you know. And getting if he has Force Negation, it's gonna counter a spell anyway, right? So might as well just cash in now. So you catch the Vortex for Force Negation. That's okay because any burn spell is gonna be lethal anyway, and you at least play around Grief. So I think it's a good play here to play the Vortex, even though it got countered, which is never. It never feels great when one of your best cards gets countered, of course. But all right,
Well,
that's some cycling action.
yes,
Not
drawing
too
cards.
much.
Not the answer to destroy this Chalice for
Well,
Gabriel.
Gabriel
Wow.
to 4. This
Look,
Sanctifier
that
is
Sanctifier is doing all the hard work.
Is the game there?
Yes,
Like,
to damage, to damage. Daniel, do you need to pay more to this Sanctifier mech?
That's
Whoa,
a bold. Gabriel goes to 1, which actually doesn't change that much the clock compared to like a 2 damage spell. But okay, that's a blue-black creature.
This is an architect.
Yeah, but it does not block the Sanctifier.
Mm-mm.
So I think I don't think there's any card that can save him in this position, right?
Only one spell, Daniel.
Yep, attack,
Attack.
take it, go to 0. Okay.
Whoa. 1-1.
The Sanctifier,
score.
I think we can say this confidently. The Sanctifier won the game. Like it attacked for like 8, I don't know, 6. It was a lot of damage. I think it was 8.
8
actually.
damage, I guess.
But we said like he bolted down to 17. There was a long way to win, and the Sanctifier just dealt the whole. That's how good a creature can be in
Yeah.
burn sometimes. I think.
Sanctifier do the hard work because the Chalice was doing the
Yeah. I mean, yeah. To be fair, Kalis won the game. Like the Sanctifier.
the Chalice in the turn 1 won the game.
If the Sanctifier will win like a 2 mana 2/2, no text at all, like a limited bad card, it could be almost the same until the very last turn.
Yes.
So
For me,
to be
this
fair,
is-
Chalice is
Yeah. For me, this is the fantasy the burn with a small with bad cards. Not really bad cards because okay, it's taking damage but with poor cards you can win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this could be a 2/2 no abilities, and it would be almost the same. Like it doesn't matter how bad the card is. If you have Chalice and your opponent is getting damage, that works. You know, and sometimes that's all it takes in Magic. We've seen this a lot with like Snowcaster Mage sometimes, who has not played the game where Snowcaster Mage did like 12 damage. You know, and that's a lot of damage, and that was something similar. And
This
we're gonna
is
see.
the dark side of the cards.
Yeah.
Well, sideboard in, sideboard out, some small change for the change the on the draw or to be on the play.
I wonder if he will change some of his anti-fires. It's kind of weird because he just won the game. But again, the card that actually won the game is Chalice, so I think I actually like sabotaging out the anti-fires. Like creatures in matchups like this that go fast, the creatures are worse, right? Because they just attack one turn less if the game goes, and faster. So I think maybe on the draw, taking out the anti-fire is actually better. Also, double white is sometimes not automatic. Automatically
Sometimes
easy
it's
to
hard to
cast.
cast the
Yeah,
double gods.
because
The
you're going
double
two
ghost,
mountains.
yes.
So, but let's
No
let's see.
change for Gabriel.
No, Gabriel's sabotaging is probably just going to be like -4 Street Wraith +4 cards that I can cast against burn.
So clean sideboarding.
Like Force Negation, Force of Vigor, Burst and Borrower, Mystical Dispute, like all these cards. Maybe one of the cyclers he can actually take out. Some of the blue cyclers, because they're not as good. And if you play Living End against burn, you don't really care that much if it's 9 or 8. Like you care if it's one turn or turn to clock, but I don't think the difference between like this 4 mana, I don't think it's that good that you can just sabot some out, because if you're living in turn 3 for 10 power, that's enough. Like you don't need to play like a living end for 25 power. You just don't need it. So I think having more spells actually is good. Just like as much as we can sabot in. Force Negation, Force of Vigor, Borrower, Dispute. Even though all of these cards, I still think saboting is better for burn, because Chalice of the Void is just that good.
Well, let's go to the game 3. Let's go to see these hands. Kulit Mulligan.
Well, it looks like burn has 2 lands, so definitely gonna be a keep.
2 lands,
I think it's 2 lander. I don't
2
see
lands,
Living
5
End Cat.
spells, keep.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate that if you're playing burn and you do not have a hate piece, you know you're gonna lose if you don't draw it, but you cannot mulligan still, because if you mulligan, your deck doesn't function.
Look that hand, a lot of burn spells, but I can see this vortex.
Well, it's Vortex, Border Charm, Bolt, Suspicion, and Goblin Guide. It's a very good hand for as far as burn hands go, but it doesn't have the Chalice of the Void, which is a card he simply wants to draw. But if you're the burn player, if you're Daniel, you want your Chalice of the Void to be in the top of your deck. So there's still hope for him in that regard. And Gabriel takes Vortex, presumably the best card against Cascade. It's the one that presents more damage. And we see the Breeding Pool again play in life, but being on the play, Gabriel certainly has a space to use turn 3 combo, with Cascade before Daniel can actually deal
Yes,
enough
this
damage.
Rory Vortex is so hard against these Cascade decks because they deals 5 damage when you play a spell without pay it.
Yeah, but also one every upkeep, right? So you play turn 2, the card can easily deal like 7 damage or something. So it's a lot of damage as well. Not as much as Anti-Fire last game, but still good. But
Well,
look in the game from Daniel's perspective, if Soto has a Cascade spell, it's going to be a rough game, because you have the classic honest burn hand with 2 creatures and some burn spells. That's it. That's not enough to outpower Living End. So we'll see.
1 mana Goblin
Goblin
Guy.
Guide still guiding people after so many years.
Well, look at
Boom.
whale.
Well, if you're Danielle, you're happy seeing the well. This means that's not a Cascade spell. But look at this, like even Well, Sphinx, and Grief is easily enough to win the game, right? So assisting vents in Soto's hand, well, that's 2 more damage. That's 14.
You don't like to pay 2
Passes,
damage
no.
with the shock lance playing against burn.
Definitely. Okay, that's probably gonna be at those turns. One of those turns like where Daniel goes like Suspire Bold, attack for 4, I will say. Grief on this graveyard, that's annoying for burn, right? Because Living End, Griefs come back, discard your Border's Charm, you have no burn spell.
Well, Daniel is thinking, what is the good sequence here? Because play good a deck like burn, the sequence of the spells and the lands are very important.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, it's actually quite hard to play in some situations, but this one I think is the classic like Suspire Bold. You like, oh, that's not good news for Daniel.
Yes, because this
Yeah.
Shardless Agent is a cascade spell that Gabriel can play in this third turn.
Yeah, this is the take 7. This is a very classic turn 2 for Burn. And Gabriel, he's on 7. I think he has another Steam Vents in his hand. He's looking for a land that doesn't take damage or a Cascade spell. I don't know which one is missing. He takes a Cascade spell. Well, we could see a big draw step here where a land that doesn't hurt him is good.
Yes,
Wait,
land.
5. That he took 6 damage this
Wow.
turn. That's a lot against Burn.
So risky in 5, but
Well, he has to, right?
he needs.
Yeah. And
he-
now Living End. Living End
Let's go to.
17.
Whoa.
7. 14,
Okay.
16.
Let's go to 5.
Yeah.
Living end with these 3 creatures, 4 creatures with the agents, curator.
Let's count. So
Well.
it's 7, 10, it's 16. 16 damage total, right? The power in the battlefield.
Yes.
And Daniel's at 17. 17 is one more than 16. Grief taking the discard again, and Gabriel is 5 life. So if Gabriel has nothing else and Daniel draws 2 burn spells in a row, he might be able to win, actually.
This is a lightning bolt.
Is a bolt?
Yes.
Well, I mean, 16 power is not enough for 17 life. Because Waker is 7-7, I think, 7-6.
Well, Daniel can survive 1 turn.
I think he can. I mean, if he's on a ball, he just has to cast it and hope for the best.
Come on, Daniel.
He's thinking
He's thinking
he's gonna play upkeep.
we will play
his main
upkeep
phase.
this bolt.
I don't think it matters actually, because if Gabriel has a force negation, you're dead. So it doesn't matter much. You just
Land?
play. Yeah, land also
Land.
doesn't do anything.
Whoa, draw.
Borrower on Soto's hand. Waker. I don't think Borrower does anything. No.
Whoa. Gabriel is thinking, wow, what
Well,
is the cards in the hands?
Well, I mean, Gabriel knows there's 1 fetchland and 1 card he doesn't know. He's probably thinking to play around weird stuff like Deflecting Palm, or I don't think there's any kind of card like this. And that's not Deflecting Palm. Like there's but I think he dies to that if he attacks with Echo Wave. So we might see Gabriel attacking with Grief, Curator, and Shadow's Agent for 9. Putting Daniel to 8. This way, he can attack next turn and still be fine. But the issue is, if he does that, he might lose into Daniel drawing like the Canopy land and then the permanent spell. So there's a cost to play around things here, right? And I think Gabriel might be thinking around this. Now, he just cycles the Waker trying to fetch Force Negation. Force Negation just logs the game completely. So let's see.
Wow.
Daniel is thinking
Yes.
some response. I mean, I don't think it matters again. Like, if the Gabriel finds a force negation, the game is over regardless. So I don't think there's.
Okay, Daniel is thinking, but he only have a lightning bolt that is saving mana. Okay,
Yeah,
lightning
you got
bolt
the
to
2.
you.
Bolt you got the 2.
You're into.
So if Soto misses his Waker trigger ability, and Daniel top decks a burn spell, he wins. Like this is classic burn. Like he's in 2 life, opponent's in 2 life, and
Yes. So
we have attack for 16. I assume that might mean Salty is on Gabriel's hand, because otherwise Goblin Guide is also top deck.
let's go to see this draw.
Well, draw step that defines the game.
Will we
right?
see a top deck?
You love to see it, right? This is the burn situation where
Let's go to see this draw. Come on, Daniel. Let's go.
Let's flip it. Flip it. We don't see it.
Expectation.
We don't see it.
Come on,
Look at that
Daniel.
solo. Do you know he's a 2?
It's hiding. What is this card? Come on. Are you top decking?
He's counting. No, it was a Vortex.
Was a Vortex.
That's 1 life short, because Vortex 1 less life for Soto, and the game will be over the other way around. It was a close game.
Whoa.
It was 1 life.
Was
very close.
right? The two games was so close.
Yeah,
for-
definitely.
For 2 players with this living end and this burn. Only 1 spell remains for burn to win the round.
1 life, huh?
One
It's
life,
like
one life. Sounds easy for burn to do 1 damage, but No, Daniel can pay it, and Gabriel won with this living end. Wow, amazing! These players was in the table number 5.
Yeah,
Yes,
there were the
so
high tables, and now we have living end. I mean, I think there's 2 living ends or 3 among the top tables. So the deck definitely doing very well, and Burn not doing that well. I think he was the only Burn player in day 2. I think maybe there were 2 players, but it was a close game. Like I think game 1 actually he suffered the mulligan. Burn suffers a lot of mulligan because this is common, right? Not super common, but sometimes you can count to 19. 19, quite not enough.
not
You
enough.
know,
Well,
this
let's
was a
go
count
to
to 19.
see
Yeah.
the another game of this round.
So do we have a game? Do we have another match?
Yeah, yeah, we have a game. We have a game. We want to see more magic.
Oh,
Okay,
it's not ready apparently. But-
apparently apparently we don't have any table right now.
we don't have it yet, but we'll have soon. And let's see what we get. We don't know it. It's a surprise for us too. But I actually like this. It's like this burn matches doesn't, for me, they don't get old. It's like always like, okay, they know
Don't
it's
get
gonna-
old.
yeah, like they're just kind of excited, like just there. You play the game and it's like, okay, I play this game, so this trust step will actually, it's-
Burn is a deck that you
Uh,
can or you hate or you love.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly a very interactive deck. It's like sort of a combo deck, but it's also popular in a way. Like it's like these burn decks have something going for them that people like. I mean, you like them, right? And
Yeah,
other
I
players
like.
do like them a lot. So
I like, but I know a lot of people hate that kind of decks. I don't know why. It's burn is very simple. Okay, 3 damage. This with this Eidolon, with this Goblin Guide. I like it. This is simple. Well, but I don't think we'll receive more burn decks in today.
yeah, I think I'm not sure if players on X3 are live for top 8. They might actually. So maybe Daniel is still live. We might see more of him if the deck keeps going well, but definitely Burn not a big player in the metagame. You said before it was one of the decks that used to be like forgotten or so. Like you could say forgotten. They were always sometimes played, but it was good. I think it was good against Rakdos specifically. Like not great, but the matchup was acceptable. But now the best reason to play decks like Burn now is like people are not playing hate cards against it. Imagine playing Burn against 4 core Firewalker. That was bad, right? Now that's not the case, and I think that's a lot of value of playing a deck you know a lot that you actually don't face hate cards with, right? And that's true for Burn, but also like Meal, all these kind of
Meal,
decks. Like if
wow.
you're playing Meal, well,
Different decks.
yeah,
Yes.
but you're okay as long as you don't see like an anti-Meal card, right? I think actually Meal and Burn are similar. Like Meal is like
Never get old.
Meal is like a blue Burn, you know?
This is a blue burn.
Yeah, because instead of Lava
This
Spike,
is a thing. Blue
yeah,
burn.
yeah,
This is a thing.
yeah, it's a thing because you instead of Lava Spiking your opponent, you use Glimpse them, like use Meal them. But they're the same. They're casting spells that actually deal damage to you, even though the damage is library damage.
Okay.
But
Okay. I can see it. I can see it. Okay.
I think playing the matches, you actually can see some similarity. I will
Okay.
feel.
That reminds me to Sonic Blast. Do you remember that blue spell?
Yeah,
Old
the
spell.
the old school one. Well, that's not a meal spell though. It's like a char. But in
Well,
blue.
we don't have another game for this round. Was the second round in the day 2. All the rounds go so fast. So we'll be back with Martin and Philip in this third round. And see you later.
Welcome back to round 12, LMS Barcelona. We're playing in the day 2, 64 players, less than 10% of the opening field. A very prestigious field, I would say, something you can put on your Magic resume. And we're fighting for qualifications to Ghent. We're fighting for the flights, for the prizes, and for the bragging rights. And we're trying to choose the most interesting decks that maybe you have not seen yet, or maybe you have played against in paper, but you haven't seen at a big tournament like this. Especially as every single deck we show you today had to qualify today too. So it has to be, proper playable. And so, speaking of proper playable, we've got Elliot Dragon, very well known French streamer.
Yeah, a very popular French streamer. He is playing a deck that I wouldn't say it's like a tier 1 deck in the sense that you keep seeing it in tournaments a lot at the top of standings, but it's a cool deck. Modern is not a format where there's not only competitive players, there's also a lot of casual players who want to play a cool deck in an FNM, or they want to just play something new. And when I was looking through Elliot's deck list, I noticed a card from 10 years ago. Spells that are sprayed. And I'm like, well, this looks interesting. Let's take a look at that. So we have Elliot playing. Is it
Fairies?
Wizards / yeah, I think Wizards is probably the best way to label that. Playing against, I think, Cabal Coffers.
Yep.
Mono Black, which is the deck that won the last Legacy European Tour LMS event.
Yeah, in Sofia,
a month ago or 2 months ago in Sofia. So 2 interesting decks. I wouldn't call the Mono Black deck an off-meta deck anymore, since it's been doing well. It has a 50% conversion rate here in Barcelona, which is very impressive as well.
Very impressive.
And Elliot always plays something interesting. He was in the Eternal Weekend in Prague a couple of weeks ago, doing really well in Legacy. He does well, obviously, in
Vintage,
in the Arena formats as well, in the Eternal format. So a very well-rounded player. So we have Elliot on the right side playing what we call in Melee is it Blitz. I was trying to actually relabel the deck myself, and there's nothing that references Wizards. There's no Wizards archetype. So somebody from MTG Melee is watching us.
Yeah.
Maybe we need a new archetype there. Playing against Hugo Leonardo on Mono Black offers, like we mentioned, the deck that won the last Big Modern tournament here on the Legacy European Tour Series.
And the card we're seeing on the battlefield right now is Sleep Cursed Fairy. Yes, it is not the standard blue-green Cauldron combo deck. It is a god-honest Sleep Cursed Fairy here, played in day 2 of LMS Barcelona, followed by a tutor, suspended now, profane tutor to be specific. Again, not a sequence I would have guessed yesterday, but here we are. Stun counter, down to 2, and you know what I saw in hand? Wizard's Lightning. Actual Wizard's Lightning.
Yeah, Elliot made day 2 at 7-2. Obviously, his day 2 so far not going all that great, but as you mentioned, like making day 2 of a 700-person event is already a pretty big accomplishment. So still 4 rounds to go. Maybe he can squeak into at least top 16. And as we mentioned before, top 32 players still get that qualification for the regional championship. So even if you're not making the top 8, there's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, and I have seen a lot of blue-red mages, like Murktide mages, thinking about playing a Wizards deck with Tishana, but Elliot went a completely different route. And I don't want to spoil too much fun, because it's a gift that will keep on giving when you see the cards that he has included in his deck. But it is a doozy. It is beautiful.
Can we just talk about how this swamp kind of looks like an island?
Or a plains, I don't know. It's like a yellowish at the bottom. But yes, it looks very islandy.
If you are here for deck lists, it is a closed deck list tournament. We're not going to be able to show you all the lists just yet. But as soon as the top 8 is set, that's when we're going to publish. We're going to click that publish button on Melee. And this is round number 12. So only 3 rounds to go after this one. So if you just hang out for a little bit, you should be able to see the deck list in a couple hours.
So I've got a question to you, Martin, as a Hall of Fame and a very experienced professional. do you typically counter the tutor or counter the thing that's tutored? Do you take the risk even?
It depends on the format. We were covering Legacy and Vintage a couple weeks ago, and there, you can demonic tutor for a card like Tabernacle, for example, which you're
Oh.
not going to be able to counter. So if you
Yes.
are playing that Dredgevine deck, for example, you might want to use that Force of Will on the tutor. But typically in Magic, if your opponent in limited, for example, is casting a Diabolic Tutor,
Yeah.
or in a format like Modern, you typically want them to resolve the tutor, find that powerful card they want to try to resolve, and then spend the mana on it, and only then use your counter to stop that. In Modern, the cards that the mono black deck is typically going to be looking for, if they're not under tremendous pressure, they don't need to find a removal spell. They're going to be finding Karn the Great Creator, perhaps the One Ring, like
Yeah,
some
shield
of
red,
those,
yeah.
some of those cards that are going to give them card advantage or board advantage.
Yeah, and we see Vodalian Hexcatcher slammed onto the battlefield. And Vodalian Hexcatcher, when you look at the wording of the card, says you may sacrifice a merfolk, not a wizard, a merfolk. So, oh my god. Oh, this is...
Yeah, this is the downside of playing X1 creatures at the moment. Ren and 6 and the Orcish Bowmasters are two of the most played cards in the format.
So-
Wizards Lightning. So there's a lot of fairy stuff going on. There's a lot of wizard stuff going on. There's some
Apparently
merfolk
merfolks.
synergies. But that was a 2-for-1 trade here.
Oh,
Not even 2-for-1.
yeah, it even worse.
Yeah, because Hugo still has a token in play. So Elliot has to spend 2 cards there.
to now have this 1-mana 3/3 flyer. And so, basically, we call it build your own Dragon's Rage Channeler.
So, yeah.
Attack for 3 in the air. Now, it has pseudo-vigilance, one could say, because you can attack with it and untap it and block. So that's a cool thing you could do. But if you're playing against Elliot, you see a wizard interaction, as we said, the Merfolk interaction, and it's so hard to predict what the opponent might have. That's one of the overall reasons to play proactive decks in such open formats like Modern. Because if you are reactive and you play against Elliot, like, how are you going to approach the game even? What are you playing around?
Yeah, I think in general, these days in Magic, the threats are getting so much better that just playing proactive Magic and playing the threats rather than too many answers is the way to go in most formats. And putting the pressure on the opponent, make them have the answers.
Yeah. There is sometimes this fine line, which I like to tread, which is play a proactive deck that can be interactive. Maybe not reactive, but interactive. I think Murktide is in this kind of sphere, that you've got these aggressive, proactive draws, but you can still assume a more control your role if you would like to. Lightning Bolt is famously great at this because it can be used both proactively and reactively. So Lightning Bolt, classic card in that role. And the One Ring on the stack, and I see Petty Theft, I see Flame of Anno, but it doesn't do anything against the one and only.
Yeah, Spellstutter Sprite, great at countering cheap cards, but not exactly the One Ring, and looks like it might resolve here.
Yeah, and you spoke about Koff as being a fair deck that just slams 4-drops, but sometimes some of the 4-drops just stick, and they run away with the game. And in this case, yeah, we see Snapcaster, Flame in hand. Ooh, we're going to Flame, like draw to kill Orc in response, which is decent. Maybe Elliot can actually take advantage of the life loss and put the proper pressure on Hugo. Because if you're not going to win on the cards front, and you probably won't, you have to just win the game to make it impossible to draw too many cards.
And Elliot was responding to the activation of the ring, so
Ooh.
he draws a card, plays a Thoughtseize.
Okay. That's for the viewers. We see double Steam Vents, Snapcaster, Brazen Borrower, and Wizard's Lightning, and we're not playing Historic, mind you. This is Modern.
I'll tell you that Elliot's also playing Vendilion Click.
Yeah.
So his deck is full of fairies, full of wizards. There is some Merfolk action going on. Wizard's Lightning, obviously, that should give it away that your deck is mostly built around wizards. If you are playing blue, you are going to expect cards like Counterspell, which is also what Elliot has in his deck.
There was also this wizard synergy counterspell, right? One blue blue, but if you can control a wizard, it's just blue blue. So that's another thing that could be played, but I don't think is. And we're trading resources, and Elliot is the one untapping right now. You go at 15. Oh, a land is the pickup. And Elliot does the classic, I mean, not a classic, but trick, where you hold the newly drawn card upside down, or the other cards upside down, so you remember the cards that the opponent had seen. Which is cool, because if you write it down, you have to keep looking at the notepad. But here, you've got the immediate feedback. You know what the opponent has seen. How important is it to protect such information? You know, playing the wrong land that the opponent has or has not seen.
I mean, you can also just, if you want, you can leave the card, on the table.
Face up, yeah.
So that you don't have, nobody has to take notes. But obviously, it's a high-level event, so if you don't have to give your opponent free information, you don't do that. Or not free information, it's free the turn when they cast the Thoughtseize. Later on, they have to write it down. But I don't typically think about this too much, Take a look at my hand, I'll take my cards back, and then I'm going to start drawing in a normal way. I'm the type of person that if I have cards upside down in my hand, that just messes up my brain more than, the information I'm going to give away. So I don't typically think about this too much.
Oh my god.
Invoke Despair, wow.
Invoke Despair, a card you may not have seen for quite some time because you cannot really play it in Standard. But in this particular case, it is Shieldred's Edict, draw 2. Now, interestingly, what you could do is you could exactly animate Mutavault. You probably have done this trick plenty of times, Martin, against Liliana of the Veil, where, minus and you find Dryad Arbor, or you animate, a manland. But we see a response back.
Wow, that's March of Wretched Sorrow, which kills the Mutavault in response.
Yeah, and March of Wretched Sorrows is Black Lightning Helix, one could call. A very good way to stabilize against... flashing in Brazen Borrower. So Elliot is really protecting that Sleep Cursed Fairy, probably because every other threat is easily killable, while Fairy has Ward. So he puts a bit of a premium on it.
Interesting situation here where Elliot decides to sacrifice the Brazen Borrower over the Sleep Cursed Fairy. Obviously, they both have flying, but the important part here is that the Borrower has 1 toughness. So even if the Borrower had slightly more power, even if it was a 4/1 creature, I think even in that situation, Elliot would most likely consider sacrificing that because he does know he's playing against 4 Bowmasters in Hugo's deck. So he doesn't want to keep X1 creatures around.
Oh, and I think it was a second Wizard's Lightning as the pickup. So you've got six burn in hand against the One Ring pinging you for 1 and Curse on the battlefield. It could get scary.
Hugo actually choosing not to activate the ring there. That's interesting. To put more counters on it, which would cost him, more life, but the idea of drawing, 2 more cards into 3 more on my own turn, that is certainly very appealing to me.
Now you can double activate the Cabal Coffers, right? You've got 2 there on the left, the player's left. So that's 4 mana and 4 mana again. Shieldred with the ring up. And we will have to double Wizard's Lightning Shieldred, unfortunately. Yeah. That does not feel good because that destroys the whole game plan of Elliot's. Draw 2. Oh my god. Non-targetable removal. Wow. Is a sacrifice effect.
So Elliot's down to no board. He had to use those Wizard's Lightnings to deal with that Shieldred. Otherwise, Hugo would be gaining too much life in combination with that One Ring. But now there is the One Ring on the battlefield. The clock is ticking. Can Hugo find something, either another ring to replace this one, to reset the counters? Can he find a way to gain life?
Yeah, Shieldred would be great for him here. Khan would be probably pretty good as well. You could even play Khan, animate the One Ring, and smash in. And put a clock on the opponent. Okay.
Wow, okay, there's a Karn.
Speak of the devil.
So what do these mono black decks typically have access to? It's not like Pioneer where the mono green deck is just actual all one-offs. In Modern, you have such powerful sideboard cards like Leyline of the Void that you typically have some of those in your sideboard. But there is usually at least like 10 one-offs. So cards like, Sundering Titan, Cityscape Leveler, Chalice of the Void, Engineered Explosives. But what could be a card for this situation? I'm not sure if there's any mana floating.
Maybe another one ring, maybe? And just replace the ring?
Yeah, so Coffers was activated. I think there's an Urborg in play, which means that there's still 4 mana floating for Hugo there. So with the 4 Swamps that are untapped, Wormcoil Engine, is that the pick? Maybe Walking Ballista?
Yeah, I think he wants to get the game over with. Draw 3, another Khan, another Swamp. Yeah, Ellis is really far behind right now. Oh, 4 mana tapped, +4 Ballista. That closes the game really fast. It's a really great sync when you create these copious amounts of mana. Draw Flame of Anno in hand in Subtlety, I think. Flame of Anno, unfortunately, cannot deal damage to Planeswalkers, which is probably a very purposeful design thing, because in Lord of the Rings, there were not any Planeswalkers, so it wouldn't make sense to have that text. Okay. Draw. Yeah, I think Elliot is really far behind right now. Attack you. We can put a bunch of counters on it, but yeah, we're flaming. Just one mode though.
Roy an artifact.
Yeah, and 4 to you, down to 7. Yeah, so Flame of Arno has 3 modes. Draw 2, destroy an artifact, or deal 5 to a creature specifically. If you control a wizard, you can choose 2 of these modes.
Well, there's the Wormcoil Engine. So Hugo finally finds a way to start gaining some life back.
I like the fact that, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Wormcoil, a bane of interactive decks existence for just so many years now.
Yeah, this is the type of matchup where if the game goes long, you have to favor Hugo because he's going to have mana advantage thanks to a couple of Coffers and Urborg, and his cards are going to be more powerful. If Elliot's able to muster a very fast draw, backed up by a counterspell or 2, he might just be too fast for Hugo. But in this game, Hugo certainly had all the right answers.
And the proper payoffs. Another the One Ring is the pickup. Because Elliot is now, he might be drawing now Spellslinger Sprite off the top, or Wizard's Lightning, which are certainly pretty bad in this instance. Okay,
All right, the ring gets reset.
Yep.
So
classic trick.
I think if you're Hugo, you want to stay at that 7 life. I would very likely not activate the 1 ring now because you can still die to 2 lightning bolts plus the 1 life loss from the 1 ring. So it doesn't even come to that. Elliot draws and scoops the game. So Hugo up a game. We do have also a backup ready. I saw some people in the chat discussing blue-white control. We do have blue-white control ready as a backup feature match for later on in the round.
Yeah, and in the 9 and 2 bracket even.
Not even a draw.
Not even a draw.
Which is impressive for
yeah, but that's in the hands of TSP Genrek, who's the fastest blue-white control player in the Wild West. So I do not expect any draws. It's one of his personal goals not to have any draws playing blue-white control. And so far, yeah, he's been killing it.
The problem is that sometimes it's not up to you, right? There's 2 players required to play a game of Magic.
Yeah.
And sometimes, your opponents are maybe not used to playing against control, so they're thinking through all their decisions, and that combined with the fact that control decks typically do not play they do not play a lot of finishers. Like sometimes the games just take too long.
Yeah, and now players are sideboarding, So Elliot has got access to multiple different tools. He might add a bit more counter magic in to stop these payoffs from actually resolving.
Yeah, you certainly want some hard counters. Like Spellstutter Sprite is going to be good on the play or in the early game to counter cards like Thoughtseize. But given that this is a deck that plays a lot of four mana cards, Spellstutter Sprite's not going to act as a hard counter. So in the sideboard, you definitely want to look for more cards that can actually counter a card for good. Even a card like Mystical Dispute could potentially
Ooh.
be okay just because you want to
Have a mana leak?
so have like an expensive mana leak that can stop the One Ring, that can stop an expensive March, something along those lines.
Yeah, and Hugo is already shuffling up. Now, it is considerably easier to sideboard with coffers when you've got 10 one-offs
Yeah.
and just a couple of possibilities. It's very easy to map out the games where you don't sideboard at all, and where you do sideboard, you probably just know 3 leyline in, 3 march out. That's it. We're good. So the sideboard guide for mono black coffers will be pretty short and sweet.
All right, let's give our chat a little bit of a trivia question.
Ooh, okay.
We're watching Modern. Do you know, according to the latest data, obviously this might change with the bans, who knows, but before the bans, what is the most played Modern card? What is the most played card in the Modern format, according to the latest data?
I can say that this is unguessable.
I wouldn't say it's unguessable, but there's something very interesting about it, that's for sure.
Okay, we've got a couple. Oh.
Wow, everybody just straight up knows. Yeah, it is Chalice of the Void, which is interesting because that's a sideboard card, right? This is not Legacy, where you have these like red prison decks that are trying to put Chalice for 1 into play, with the help of Ancient Tomb or City of Traders or Simian Spirit Guide, something along those lines. This is a format where Chalice is just a sideboard card, but I guess there is so many, Karn decks, and it's a card that you really want to have against the Cascade decks, like Living End, like Rhinos, that it is actually somehow present in, I think, more than 50% of the deck lists. And the third most played card is actually Engineered Explosive.
That's my favorite.
Another sideboard card.
Good morning, chat. It's 11 o'clock here in Barcelona, and we're playing round 12 of the day 2 of the 700-person tournament. Just 64 players battling it today, and Sleep Cursed Ferry on the battlefield immediately on the very first turn into Tapland Pass. And remove that stand counter, shall we? Canal Pass. I would really be interested in talking to Elliot and asking why he'd choose this deck over Murktide, because he has to see some angles, right? The matchups where this lines up just better. I think Spellstutter Sprite lines up perfectly against Cascade, for example, right? You can just counter the spell easy and you get a body, right?
I think Elliot just likes playing, his own decks or something that he maybe brewed up, and there's also some value in that. Maybe you have more fun playing a deck that is a little bit different, or you value the surprise factor. Your opponents are certainly not going to expect Spellstutter Sprites and cards like that. So I think there is a lot of value in that as well.
Oh, and now we here have the Sunken Citadel activating coffers with Urborg in play. And now we see Force of Negation. It just couldn't possibly be faster. He doesn't even know what to pitch yet. But he says, I'm countering. Well, give me a moment. And we pitch Vendilion Clique. Wow. Okay, what a sequence. Untap counterspell is the pickup. Bash for 3. Down to 14 he goes.
Yeah, and now Elliot just wants to sit on a counterspell or two. I think there's another Force of Negation in his hand. I think there's a Wizard's Lightning and a third card. So if he's able to stop the next 2 spells that Hugo plays, he's going to be in a very, very good position. But we do know that there are also sort of free spells thanks to March of Drowned Sorrow that Hugo can try to squeeze in. Also gain some life back, although Ward is going to make that a little bit harder.
And right now, we're marching. But in order to kill a fairy, you have to march like pitch 1 or 2 cards and then pay the ward, which is just such an expensive price to pay, which shows, okay, yeah, so let's fatal push then. Much cleaner. Although he's already revealed the March, which Elliot can take advantage of. And Elliot, he doesn't have an answer, but he might be just posturing, maybe like a spell piece or another
I
phone.
think there is a force of negation in
That's
his
the
hand.
Shana.
Oh, is it the Shana? Okay.
Or at least I think it's the Shana. So he...
I mean, he's certainly thinking about it. He's giving it a proper thought.
Oh, okay. He might just counterspell, right? And he does.
He does have the actual counterspell. Okay, a card that it was deemed too powerful for the format from 2011 for like the next 10 or so years.
Yeah. And then he decided to show up in like 2 decks. Okay.
Okay, chat. Question number 2. How long has counterspell been legal for actually in Modern? Because it feels like it's been, it's been unbanned 6 months ago, but I think it's gonna be like 3 years now, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The thing I do know is that I've been playing it the moment it became legal. That's what I know.
Oh, Modern. Yeah, right. You're right. Since Modern Horizon was printed because it was in that set. Because that would be kind of weird to print a card that wouldn't be legal in the format.
Yeah,
okay, that makes
standard,
sense.
yeah. Attack you for 3. And we've got Tishana in hand. So if there is the 1 ring, he's got that covered. If there is a card, he's got that covered. So it has to be Domination specifically here. Add mana. I can see Leyline of the Void.
Yeah, Leyline is the type of card that's great when you draw it in your opening hand, but not as much if you have to cast it for 4 mana sometimes during the game when your opponent has already used their graveyard. Also, in this match, what are you trying to stop your opponent from doing with the Leyline?
I think he might put Elliot
Snapcaster
on...
Mage?
Yeah, I think he might put him on like Murktide Snapcaster thing. Because he doesn't know the deck list, right?
Right.
He just assumes it might be Murktide.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. If you are playing a deck of your own creation, your opponents are not going to know exactly what you're playing. They might be sideboarding wrong, and then they might not have a good idea of what exactly you're doing. All right, walk us through this. Karn into...
Minus. Tishana, counter the minus. Blank Karn. And now we know... Okay, this is pretty cool because you're pitching Leyline, which is otherwise dead, to March. So that's a way to convert it. The same with Living End, which converts dead living ends with Grief. And so now he goes up to 12, looking at 6 power on the battlefield.
I swear to God, there is a force of negation that looks exactly like the Tishana.
There is. Yeah, there is. Yeah, you're right.
That's why I was confused.
You're confused? Yeah. You're absolutely right. They look...
How is this not the same card?
Yeah, they look awfully similar. Like the same colors even. Shades of orange.
All right, back to Elliot, who's now going to be able to untap the second fairy, smash, probably killing the Karn, put Hugo to 10.
Yeah, split the difference. 1 mana tapped. Okay.
Another
Okay.
fairy.
Oh, and let's see if there is... Oh, the 1 ring is the pickup. That's probably the best pickup.
Yeah,
And
the One Ring is such a ridiculous card. Like, not only does it fit into every... Like, compare this to Jace the Mind Sculptor, a card that was also too powerful for even Standard. It was banned in Standard, it was banned in Modern.
Yeah.
And now we have a card that costs the same mana, essentially draws the same amount of cards. It can't bounce anything, but it gives you essentially a Time Walk, and it fits into every deck. You can get it with Karn. Like, how ridiculous is that?
And to add to that, he used 2 lands to play it. Literally 2 lands have been tapped to play the 1 ring. So this... yeah, that's pretty impressive. So these are the moments where the Mono Black Coffee's deck really shines, right? So we say it's a mid-range deck, it's pretty clunky, but the moment it plays 2 lands, uses 2 lands to play the 1 ring, it stops being as clunky and becomes pretty punishing. One could say it's like 2023 Zoomer Tron, or Tron-ish kind of approach.
Do you think this deck would work without the One Ring? Or would you just not have enough card draw? Would you just not, be able to buy yourself that extra time with the ring? Do you think this would just not be possible?
If I remember correctly, it was played before the 1 ring.
But certainly not as successful.
Oh, certainly. It was like tier 3. But here you can no, argue it's solidly tier 2, 1.5-ish, because, it does appear on the top tables. It won the last Sofia event, so
It had, if you are just joining, it had a 50% conversion rate from day 1 to day 2,
50%,
which is very high for a modern deck. That's a defense grid. Wow.
Yeah, actual defense grid. And yeah, and then we draw the cards. We've got a very good comment here, but by Havai, who mentions that design-wise or aesthetics-wise, these blue cards or EZ cards very often mishmash orange and blue because of, blue is blue, orange, red, it's very often used. They are the opposite sides of the color wheel. Yeah, so now we have 9 power against 9 life, but it doesn't matter because of the fog has been deployed. Okay, add 1,000,000 mana again. I can see a Thought Seize, a push, was that a Shield Root? Oh my god, that's...
Oh, big march.
There's a Force of Negation. So he forces the opponent to pay the ward cost and then counters. But he can't because there's defense grid. Oh no, because he pitched the card. Okay, so you pay it for 3 and they pay the 3 that defense grid requires, and you're all good. Which is a steep cost.
So it cost Elliot an extra spell starter sprite, but he was able to deal with the march. Resolving the march here would just be a very nice way for Hugo to gain a lot of life by himself, even more time.
He pushed, and I think he couldn't pay the ward because he miscounted mana. He just died.
Wow, Hugo at 9, yeah, that's it.
Because
1/1, okay.
Because he overpaid for March to gain life. Then he was met with a counter spell. Wow.
Yeah, that was an interesting spot. Like, how much extra mana do you want to invest into the war? Like, obviously, you want to gain a bunch of life, but at the same time, you also want to be able to resolve multiple spells, possibly, against a deck with counter spells. So, Elliot with a counter there, and that's enough.
But if you put yourself in Hugo's spot, you see the opponent has 3 mana, but you've got the defense grid. So it cannot possibly an actual counter spell for mana because you wouldn't be able to pay the 3. So it has to be force plus blue card, right? So do you even play around?
I think you just start with the cheaper spell.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Start with the Fatal Push, see if that resolves.
Yeah.
And how much mana do you have left over to try to do other things and gain as much life as possible without dying if they have a counter.
Yeah, very good insight by Martin. Uses a Hall of Famer into booth here. And players are shuffling up, and Elliot is doing what you said, which is potentially fake resideboarding. Unless he's actually reconsidering his options. He has seen maybe a bit more of the deck, but no.
So let's say you're Elliot here,
yeah,
and you are playing this like relatively aggressive blue-red deck or mid-rangey. You're on the play now, and your opponent is taking advantage of the fact that they have, Urborgs and Couple Coffers and gaining a lot of mana thanks to that to resolve cards like March of the Drowned Sorrow. You have a Blood Moon in the sideboard. Would you consider bringing that in? Obviously, against a deck that's playing, 16 Swamps or something along those lines, where it's not going to really stop them from playing spells, but it's going to stop a certain part of their deck. Would that be something that would interest you?
I think it would. I think it would, especially as it also shuts off all the Field of Ruins, so they cannot mess with my mana, and they cannot filter their own mana. So that's one thing. But yeah, I think I would highly consider it. I would certainly consider Alpine Moon as a very cheap one-shot way to shut off the synergies. So that could be really good if there is an Alpine Moon available.
Do you think it is worth the cost of, paying a card for that? Because it's not free.
That's true.
You have to invest a mana into this, and this is not a card and pay mana into this. And this is not a format like Legacy where, if you draw the Blood Moon later in the game and it's kind of not very useful at that moment, you can just play a Brainstorm, put it back on top, shuffle it away. This is a format where if you draw a dead card, there's not a whole lot you can do to turn that into something better.
Yeah, there is no Ledger Shredder to cycle through it, for example. Well, you can look at the Alpine Moon as kind of a defense grid for him because it makes Hugo unable to multispell in a very weird way. So maybe you see it as, okay, 1 mana, rule of law or something, kind of, asymmetrical rule of law.
I think I would be much more to consider a card like Blood Moon in a deck like Murktide. Although I'm not sure if that really matters in that matchup as much. Because in that deck, as you mentioned, I'm going to have Ledger Shredder to potentially cycle that away if it's not useful. It's not a card you can pitch to Force of Negation, for example. In the Murktide deck, you have more card selection. You have this Dragon's Rage Channeler. You have these triggers, Mishra's Bauble, Expressive Iteration. So I'm going to have more ways to find it as well. Here, I think Elliot's kind of just at the mercy of the cards he's going to draw from the top of his deck, and he doesn't have as much card selection. So I think I would be less likely to bring it here. But it's certainly an interesting debate, and one that doesn't have a clear answer, I think.
Yeah. Yep, fully agree. And we are drawing the opening hands, and I don't see the turn 1 fairy, so it could be a pretty slow draw. I see Snapcaster Mage, I see Flame of Anno, actually Double Flame and Tishana. So Elliot with this hand might be forced to just go Ambush Viper on turn 2 and then try to ride it to victory.
So if I'm Elliot, I'm looking for counters. I don't necessarily need to have a super fast draw, but I want to have a couple of counters to stop my opponent's One Ring, to stop their Karn. And other than that, if we're trading resources, I'm fine with that.
And this hand has neither, because it doesn't have a clock or counter magic, I think. So this is like a speculative keep with turn to Ambush Viper into wood, flame 2 modes. There is Tishana, so that protects you from the One Ring and Karn. So that checks out a lot. Also, interestingly, if there is a Shield Red, which is the last possible 4-drop, there is this draw trigger that loses you to life. You can respond to this by Tishaning it, and then shuts off Shield Red completely. Now we see Sunken Citadel adding 2 mana to activate land abilities. Field of Ruin you immediately, and screw with your mana a little bit.
I have to say the Citadel has been very impressive in this deck. I mean, you obviously want to play as few non-swamp lands as possible because you're not going to have Urborg every game, and you are playing a couple Coffers deck. But Sunken Citadel has been very impressive here so far.
You know what I want to see? I want to see mana flow to this Canal into play Snap turn 1 now. Assuming he'd floated. But this is a classic, like we just float usually, right?
I think if I'm Elliot here, I just want to keep my Snapcasters. I just want to play a value game where hopefully, I'm going to draw into a counterspell at some point. Then I'm going to want to flash that back with Snapcaster. So rather than play a 2-1 and, start a slow-ish clock, I would rather play for the long game and for the value.
Okay, yeah. So this also shows you that different players can have a different approach and hence different decisions with the same hand, with the same deck, right? You can just take different routes. Some decks are a bit more linear. You play right to left, you know exactly what to play when. But with these types of decks, I would play differently. Martin would play differently.
And this is ideal for Elliot. Land go, land go, land go. That's perfect. Elliot kept a relatively slow hand, but, a value hand with the Snapcaster, with the Flames. He does have answers for Shield Dread. I'm not sure if he picked up a counterspell in the meantime or not, but as long as he's able to stop the One Ring or Karn, he should be in a good spot.
And what's cute is that he played only islands, which basically means that Field of Ruin cannot be activated. So
yeah,
that's cool.
I like playing around another field here by not exposing the, I think, only red source that Elliot has in his hand, because he does want to be able to answer a Shield Dread. So if there is a Shield Dread, he's going to drop the red source next turn, play the Flame.
And I think I may have... yeah, I don't think there is Tishana, actually. So he might have to use a counterspell. Tishana will be much, much better here. Because you would have pressure.
Yeah, I think using a counterspell here is very appealing, because next turn I'm going to have the 4th land, and that would allow me to play a Snapcaster Mage and flash back the counterspell. So it plays exactly into Elliot's curve, even if he's not able to use all 3 mana. He is able to stop that and line up the Snapcaster for next turn.
Yeah, so when you see 3 islands on Elliot's side, you might start approaching the point where Field of Ruins become actual stone rains. Now, we do know that there is one more island there, but after that, those Field of Ruins will be wastelands. And it does come up, like when you play these very long games against like Field of Ruin, Blue-Eyed, or Mono Black, Mono White, they can run you out of lands. They actually can, and
Yeah.
it's just really annoying.
I wonder if Elliot plays any actual mountains, because you're typically not very incentivized to run mountains, because if you have non-basics in play against Blood Moon, then you do have a mountain that way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
usually you want to play the other basics in your deck, which in this case are islands. So there is a chance Elliot just doesn't have a mountain. Although running one is typically a good idea. There are aggressive decks in the format. Sometimes you want to start, Scalding Tarn, get a mountain, kill your Wadnakatl. I guess we're gonna find out here.
Oof, that's very aggressive sequence. So we've got Field of Ruin pop, respond Tishana, Field of Ruin pop, respond Eat the Land, a double stone raining Hugo in a way, but exposing yourself to a 4-drop payoff. But there is no 4-drop payoff, so that's really good for Elliot. No March or on Tidebinder. There is Force of Negation. I think you're right, unsurprisingly, but I think you're right. Elliot can win this game just on the card advantage front.
Yeah, just
full grip.
taking things slow and using cards like Snapcaster Mage to get value, Flame to eventually draw some extra cards while answering a Shield Dread. I think this is a game that Elliot wants to play rather than trying to be super aggressive against a deck that, shown to have Fatal Push, Shield Dread's Edict, multiple
Ooh.
marches.
Oh, that's the best possible top deck, probably, Urborg. Because otherwise, Cabal Coffers just added 2 mana. Now it does 5. That's a big difference. But yeah, as we said, no, the Coffers player 2-for-1 himself with March, while Elliot is up on cards all the time.
Wow, and Hugo has to pass the turn, so his hand is probably just stacked with removal.
Yeah, turn 7 Ferry. A threat. Suspend 3, But then if Hugo does nothing, you can just double activate it, untap, remove stun counters. But with floating 1,000,000 mana... Okay, now be careful with the ward ability. Yeah, we've done that before. Shoot for 3, ward, pay. That's a 5 mana removal spell. Or even more, 6 mana. And Elliot says, yep, okay, that resolves, that's okay. No biggie. And Hugo is at 26. So it has to come down to a long grindy game.
Yeah, and right now this is not a fight that Aliens would want to fight. He doesn't want to play a Snapcaster here to flash back the counterspell and fight over a drown. He doesn't care about the 3/3. He knows that if the game goes long, he's going to be able to find some ways to start pressuring Hugo.
Oof.
But for now, all that he needs to do is stop the One Ring from resolving.
I really like the patience of Elliot. How conservative he is. Like, he knows his role, and he's like, you pass back? Okay, that's okay. And he just again, gasses up, makes his land drops, draws more cards. Ooh, and what do we see here? See here, in the year 2023, Spellstarter Sprite on Cling to Dust. It's from like the 8th situation that I didn't have on my bingo card
Cling
this
to
tournament.
Dust is very important here, though, because now Hugo has access to potentially respond to a Snapcaster and eat the target, but decides to
Use it
flash it
proactively.
back or evoke it, or what's the...
Escape it.
Escape it right away.
Okay, it did resolve. It's a counter spell, so that's a proactive way to disrupt a potential Snapcaster. Orcish Bowmasters. Well, I'm curious if that was the draw, because if it wasn't, you could have flashed it back in response to Spellstarter Sprite, because it checks on the resolution. how many fairies you control at that moment. But then Elliot would have been able to activate Mutavault in response to up the number of fairies and still resolve the trigger as he wanted. So a lot of things are happening here, even if we don't see them. But he's still considering what to do with this Orcish Bowmasters. He could, for example, Tishana stifle the trigger. But he's got Force of Negation, so he could go like Flame of Arno 2 modes and hold up alternative cost Force of Negation, maybe? A lot of options for Elliot there.
I just want to give Elliot a shout out for running the old Euro land.
Yeah.
The Venice basics, the Venice Islands.
Okay, we do see Flame of Arno double mode. Beautiful islands there. What's your favorite island?
Yeah, probably this one or what's
Unhinged?
I think unhinged, unsanctioned,
Unstable.
Unstable, unhinged, unstable, unglued. I think are some of the nicest lands. Obviously, beta, these lands, the gore lands, but sometimes hard to get. All right, there's a Shield Dread. I think Elliot still has another flame in hand though, so that's not going to be too big of a deal for him. Also, I think still has that Snapcasters, Snapcaster in hand.
Yeah, but yeah, Elliot will again kill draw 2, and he's like up 3 cards at this point, and he's soon to be like up 5. So this also shows you the difference in approach and that it can change mid-game, because we literally discussed Elliot being potentially the aggro deck in this matchup, but now he's like, well, let me be the control deck. And he navigates the game in this fashion. Activate Mutavault, kill the Mutavault, response to the final push with double Flame of Honor mode. Oh, that's painful.
Wow. Yeah, and this is very valuable as well. Like having a deck that can switch gears after sideboards. Like game one, you present yourself as a relatively aggressive, Wizards, Lightnings, Spellstutter Sprite, the 3/3 fairy for 1 mana. You are presenting yourself as an aggressive deck. Your opponent might want to, add a couple more fatal pushes, some extra removal spells, while all you do is add some more counter spells to make sure the One Ring doesn't resolve. And you're just playing a slow game where, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of removal. You have that stuck in your hand. I'm going to just develop my board with lands, draw some cards in the process, make sure that the ring doesn't resolve, and then just kind of take it from there.
Yeah, and we've got just 2 cards for Hugo with like 7 cards for Elliot. Okan on the stack is going to be. Do you Tishana the trigger or do you force the Khan?
I think Elliot has so many cards that he can just afford to play the 4s here and stop the Karn if he wants to, but also playing the Tishana is very reasonable here. But it is possibly bad against removal, which I think is very likely to be in Hugo's hand.
But then you force the removal, and basically Hugo is on empty.
That's true. You can do that, and now that the Orc is tapped, you can force the March and then attack the Karn for lethal. But I think there's also still a Mutavault. No, the Mutavault's dead, actually.
Yeah, he was fatal pushed, yeah.
All right, well, so Hugo, no cards in hand, but he does have a Planeswalker. And I don't think Elliot's going to be able to attack it, but he does have a full hand.
There is a Bolt, I think. Yeah, oh, that's clean. That's clean. Woof. Yeah, that is rough. But mind you, there are 4 minutes on the clock, and Elliot has to actually win the game.
And deal 27 damage. Yeah, that's not going to be easy, yeah.
I think he's considering, like, just playing creature. It will be like Flame, maybe. Kill your creature, draw 2, and gas up again.
Elliot's deck has a lot of 1 and 2 and 3 power creatures. So this might take a while. Like, there's nothing like a Shield Dread that would suddenly, put the opponent on a very fast clock.
Yeah, 3 minutes there. Alternative cost, Force of Negation on Cling to Dust, crucially exiling it as a part of the resolution. And we just need 14 attacks.
Just 14 attacks, no big deal. Another flame gets played. Clears the side of Hugo's
Ooh,
board.
Vendilion Clique. Oh, look at that pace now.
Elliot's deck feels like you found a blue-red fairies deck at home from 2009 or 2006, and you're like, oh, what can I add to this deck? Can I make it playable, you know, still in this format 15 years later? As it turns out, you can.
Yeah. Double land for Hugo, including a Takenuma. Now it's 5 power, so just 5 attacks is probably enough. Which is much more reasonable. Like much more reasonable. 5 attacks in 3 minutes.
But let's see what he can do with the Takenuma here. Mill himself a little bit.
Yeah, Bowmaster's killing Clique.
Always bring back the Bowmasters. That would shorten the clock considerably again.
And let's see if that resolves. Okay, you kill it in response.
It's another flame. 2 more cards for Elliot. Well, Force of Negation not going to be able to counter the...
Oh, but with the draw of Flame of Honor, I think you can trigger Bowmasters again, essentially wiping the opponent's battlefield. And I think this is exactly what they're discussing. And if it is the case that Elliot loses both creatures, I think it will have to end in a draw.
We'll find out soon enough.
Oh, so masterfully played, but can't close the game. And we do have a 3/3 army. 9 life for Elliot. Maybe Hugo can take it down now.
Oh yeah, Elliot is at 9, you're right.
Tishana?
I can at least trade for the orc, so...
Yeah, but if you have to trade, Dalian Hexcatcher...
So Hexcatcher makes the mutable the 3/3. That would now trade with the orc.
Oh, he's fast. He's fast. And he really wants that clock equity there. Add mana. Oh my god, what's that? Khan. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're fine with Karn resolving, counter the activated ability, put a 3/2 into play so you can finish off the Karn on your own turn now that Hugo's down to 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, kill Khan, 1 to you probably, or maybe even both to face, although that's risky. You've got force actually in hand. I think you crack Islet, try to draw maybe the Fairy, because the Fairy can be activated multiple times to remove the stun counter. So in this spot, it basically untaps immediately, right? You just tap out for it, untap.
I think it untaps. I don't think it removes the stun counter.
It untaps, which removes stun counters. The process of untapping does it, basically.
Right, right.
But yeah, it technically untaps. Oh, actually this happens. Okay, that's cool. Called it. Called it. And so now... okay.
Leyline. That does not affect the board at the moment. So I think you're more than happy to let that one resolve. Keep your Force of Negation. Elliot, this is not as we're not trying to speed up the gameplay. This is what is happening over there right now.
Yeah, and he's got subtlety as well. No,
Yeah.
he has to speed. No,
I think he's fine. I think he's fine if he tries to finish the game with what he has, like that 7 power of creatures already.
he's got 1 more attack step and then the extra round, right? Extra turns. So that should be easy. With force in hand, subtlety in hand, I think he's perfectly fine now.
This really feels like somebody clicked on the 4x speed button. No, Elliot's just trying to play fast. Unfortunately for Hugo, just draws a couple lands in a row, but I think this was just a correct way for Elliot to approach the matchup after, you know, the first couple of games, just realizing I don't want to fight the aggressive war. I don't want to try to pressure my opponent as much as possible. I just want to play the good value cards and make sure that Karn and the One Ring don't resolve. And if they don't, well, then you're just going to be stuck with a bunch of removal, unable to really do anything.
And this attack, I think, is exactly lethal, right? 3-3-3-1. That's exactly lethal for 10. So Elliot, he's holding up Force of Negation. The moment he untaps and goes to combat, this should be lethal. Although there might be life total discrepancy, it seems.
What is something Hugo can draw to get out of this? I'm not sure. I think Elliot's down to one card. Let's say he has a landing hand. So if you're Hugo, you have to try to play through outs, right? So you have to think of. Obviously, he doesn't have any cards. Doesn't really have any decisions to
Yeah.
make. But you should be still thinking about, okay, what can I draw? What can happen? So with double coffers, is there a card you can draw into like a walking ballista? Like, would that be enough to?
The One Ring as a temporary measure.
Oh yeah, the one ring obviously. Yeah, that just buys you a turn at least.
Yeah, because you can go Ring, maybe top deck Shieldred, and then Shieldred Ring,
Draw a card. Yeah,
and it's
another
actually
ring,
a winning strategy. Yeah, players double checking. This discrepancy could be important because if Hugo is not at 10, then the attack isn't lethal. So that's a big
Yeah.
difference.
Depending on how much mana he exactly has access to, a big march could buy him some extra time.
Yeah, double checking the graveyard and everything. Yeah, counting. Okay, so we're double checking everything to make sure that everything is in line. This is why we have judges at the feature match area, so we can work this out. We always suggest that if there is any discrepancy or you think something happened, but maybe it didn't, maybe it did, just call the judge and get it resolved fair and square. This is exactly why they are there. They are there to help you solve these types of issues. Yeah, so we will see if they are able to come to an agreement on what actually happened.
I think the time may have been called, but I think there are still at least 5 more turns after this. So as soon as we are able to figure out exactly the life total situation, I think Elliot just needs to tap his creatures a couple times. There's a subtlety in hand. I think that was a force of negation as well.
Okay, we're back. Okay. That was, yeah.
All right, so they figured out exactly what the life total was. Elliot untapped, tapped all the creatures, and won the match 2-1. So we keep picking 2 interesting matches, and I think this is like the 4th round in a row where we wanted to see the backup match as well. But the first match was so long that we don't actually get to watch anything else because I think the round has already ended in the meantime. And today is going much, much, much faster than yesterday because we only have 32 matches instead of 300. So I think that's
it for us. Yeah.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for us in round. That was round number 12. Remember, 15 rounds, top 8. As soon as the top 8 starts, we're gonna publish the deck list. If that's what you're waiting for, give us a couple more hours. And round 13 is going to be brought to you by Javier and Alia in a couple minutes. We're going to take a little break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back in this Grand Open qualifying day 2. Right now we are playing the fourth round. Only 3 rounds remain in this day 2. Very interesting decks, and let's go to see this meta game breakdown. Let's go to check. Look, that Temurino is performing so well in this day 2, right, Javier? And 2 for Amulet Titan and some living ends I can see in the high tables, and could be some Tron.
Yeah, I mean, Tron actually, I think, was the second most played deck. If I recall correctly, was something like 8.7, and now it's 7.1. So it definitely did not perform as well as other decks like Amulet or Yamoth or Living End actually got better. But the one that's certainly, looking like the best deck in the weekend is Rhinos. It was the most played deck, but the percentage got like from 11 to 18. That is a very good conversion. And just looking at the top tables, it looks like it's Rhinos all over the place. They're like, you can see Rhinos in a lot of matchups. And it was a 10% deck, 11%, so it's not like it was a third of the field, right? So I would say the first take of the weekend so far, we don't know how it will end, but so far it's looking like Rhinos is definitely among the best decks to beat. And indeed, we have one Rhinos waiting for us here. Maybe we should, have a look at it.
Well, will we see? We have game right now in this round number 4. Let's go to see this matchup between Andre Cabaza versus Paulo Caseiro, Amulet Titan versus Temur Rhinos. Let's go to see this toolbox deck like Monogreen, like Amulet Titan or Temur Rhinos, this Cascade deck.
Yeah, this is a matchup. I mean, this is a classic like combo matchup against an aggro deck because Rhinos. It is true that Rhinos is like a combo deck, but it is an aggro deck in the spirit because it displays creatures and then just disrupt the opponent. Traditionally, this matchup is like slightly good for Rhinos, but once again, the card of the weekend, Tishana's Merfolk, like
Tishana's the queen of the modern.
Tishana's is definitely a card that actually changes the matchup a lot because it can stifle the ability for Amulet, and then the Amulet is doing nothing for the rest of the game because Amulet doesn't have that many ways to interact with Tishana's Statbinder, or the Titan, you can just also stifle the Titan's ability. And on top of that, Subtlety is a very good tool against Amulet. On the sideboard, usually like there's some Blood Moons, like Force of Vigors, which are great against the Ursa Sagas. There's so many things like the Rhinos has going on against Amulet that if you think about it this way, it feels like Rhinos should beat Amulet every time. But you know what? Amulet is a brutal combo deck. Sometimes can kill as fast as turn 2. And if you blink, if you stumble, if your hand is somewhat weak or you cannot interact with some of the angles, they can just like go play a turn 2 ring with an Amulet or something like this. They have so many super strong like starts that they can always get out of tough situations. So maybe we can see a very good matchup here.
Well, the first turn for Paulo that is on the play with Urza Saga. So a powerful card, and Urza Saga. Okay, Amulet Titan. Wow, so very good turn 1 for Andre, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually Ursa Saga is a card people play in turn 2 to get value of tokens, but Amulet is different because in Amulet, you play Saga as soon as possible very often, so you can get Amulet as soon as possible. Like, you play turn 1 Saga to get a turn 3 Amulet to actually get a turn 3 kill. So this presents a turn 1 Amulet with like a copy of Amulet as well, like second copy. So this is probably meaning that Andre has a lot of combinations that actually end with a turn 3 kill. So that's actually a pressuring start.
So let's go to see the turn of Paulo. Second turn.
Looks like a Fire Eyes on the upkeep.
Yes.
I had to tell from the body languages. Yeah.
Yeah, Fire Eyes. Tap this land.
Well, I see a Thusa on the Amulet's hand, and that's a Symmetrical Chamber, which is actually not particularly good because you don't want to bounce the Ursa Saga. But
let's see.
Yeah, so
Add mana.
2 mana.
And playing the second Amulet.
And a Grazer. Wow, this is gonna be strong because now two
Look,
amulets.
look, that turn 2 is a very powerful turn 2 for the game of Andre Cabaza.
3 triggers now, right? When so Athusa, so he gets 2 more land drops. Each land drop gives 4 mana with 2 amulets. So that's 8
Wow.
mana. And if he had
Look
a
that
Titan,
ring, look that ring.
if Andre had a Titan, it would be a kill already.
Yeah.
Like it would be a turn 2 kill through a Fire Eyes. That's we said like amulet can be like a very strong, and this is a like a
So
testament how
Andre
strong
is
it can be.
going, is nearly to win because he has a very powerful turn.
Colossus.
This is a Colossus?
Yeah, this is a Colossus, 7 mana Colossus. That's probably honestly 2 lands. So every land draws another card, and then another card, and that's all these cards trigger. So they come into play tap, they're untapped again. So twice. So this is like 10 more mana.
10 more mana in this turn.
Gets to play a ring also. The one I think he has a 1 ring in hand. This is a
Well, this is a lot of mana, and you can play a lot of spells, big spells like this dominant and powerful 1 ring.
yeah. But look at this. This is look at this turn too. Like this
Seems crazy. The powerful of the deck of this Amulet Titan.
yeah, turn 2 that actually got Fire Eyes like that. Well, that's good deck. That's why this is a tier 1 deck. This is one of the best decks in Modern, right? This is an actual combo deck that can end the game so fast.
Ah, pass turn.
Pass
Okay,
turn.
okay.
Yeah, but a turn with protection from everything and with so much mana, this Colossus in the battlefield is just
Hard times for Paulo. Let's go, Paulo.
like, even the Colossus is not that. Yeah,
Wow,
Paulo, this is
look
good. Like,
that.
just like
Paulo dice, okay. You won the game. Let's go to the next.
Reno's are favored,
1-0.
but look at this. Like even if they have a good hand, this is very hard to beat.
Oh, Amulet Titan is so powerful.
It's a powerful deck.
That surprised me.
Turn 2 kill, boom. I mean, it was not turn to kill, but kinda. It effectively was turn to kill, and yeah, I mean, runners need some good tools to beat this, but this draw was extremely powerful. But imagine you're playing game 2 like this. Your opponent goes Ucha Saga and Amulet of Vigor, but you have, Amulet of Vigor, and you go Force of Vigor.
Force of Vigor.
Force of Vigor will have destroyed this hand, right? So this is a card we're gonna see coming in from the Rhino side, and maybe it can make a huge impact.
Well, time to think about the hate cards or protect cards. How to sideboard the Timurinos in this matchup.
Well, presumably we'll see some of the interaction that's not very good going out, like some Fire Ices, maybe we see some of the Force Negations going out. Force Negation actually doesn't have that many great targets. It's mostly Force of Vigor. Amulet of Vigor. But like, there's not that much else, and I will assume if the playset of Tishanas that banner are not there, they will be put in the sideboard. I will expect Tishanas that banner, Blood Moon, and Force of Vigor to be the key cards for sideboard on top of the Cascades. I don't think any Cascade card are getting cut. Yeah, so it's like dead and gone. Force of Vigor went going out.
And Amulet Titan, how protects the powerful combo?
Well, Amulet Titan actually protects the combo by playing cards like Cavern of Souls.
Cavern of Souls.
But the best approach you can take is just like to protect your whole deck by dealing with the Blood Moon. And ultimately, you don't have that many good cards that are like particularly strong against Force of Vigor or all these tools. So the best thing you can do with Amulet is just try to play in a way where you don't fall into those cards that much. So it's more like, obviously, sideboarding helps a little bit. There's Defense Grid, which is a very good tool against Force of Vigor, because you can never cast Force of Vigor without paying mana. Right?
Defense Grid.
Because Force of Vigor reads, so you have to, if you want to exile a card, you have to wait until your opponent's turn, and Defense Grid makes your opponents pay more for the spells they cast in your turn. So it's like, well, also it goes both ways, by the way, but like, so Grid is very good there. But that's it pretty much. Like, it's more about how you play differently playing Titan than actually changing the deck too much in the cyber games.
Well, Andre is thinking a lot about this sideboard, and we can see the paper with all the notes about the sideboard, but but he's still thinking about it. Seems some difficult decisions for him.
Yeah, mostly it's like you have this cyborg guide, right? But then you're in the tournament and you're like, what if maybe this is not as right as a thing, or maybe there's a small differences, but you ultimately you often end doing exactly what the cyborg guy do, but you're like looking at the cyborg guy like maybe I should not take all the grazers out, maybe I should leave one on the draw, you start wondering.
Yes,
So that's maybe what he's going through. Well, we see the
the feelings in
no,
the. Okay,
he's looking at the
I
deck.
wrote that here, but I changed some ideas about this matchup.
Well, explosive is definitely a good addition for the matchup after cyborg. Like explosive is definitely one of the best cards against rhinos. It doesn't hit living end, but it does hit other decks. And
Yes, it's because this explosives
the,
kills
the,
all the
yeah.
rhinos.
the issue is explosives. It's good against rhinos, but
Yeah.
it's not good against the other cards. Like it's not particularly good against Tishanas or like Blood Moon and such. So there's some issues with it. This Tidebander, Force of Vigor, a Blood Moon triangle attack is very tough.
Okay. Well, right now, Temurinos is on the play.
Yep.
Will we see if we have a very good turn one? What is the best turn one for the Temurinos?
I mean, Timur Rhinos probably just wants to go tap and go. Like I think Rhinos is trying to play a turn 3 game. Like all the good cards are turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, best turn 1 is Force of Vigor. The best turn 1 is pass, and then in your turn, Force of Vigor is a Saga and Amulet.
Wow.
That's a dream for Rhinos, right?
Okay, so have a reactive best turn one.
Yeah, I mean, Rhinos is built in a way. Cascade just makes you play no cards that cost less than 3, right? So that's pretty much what the deck. Like, I think Rhinos kind of works as a prison control deck in this matchup. Usually it's the aggressor. Game 1 is very aggressor. But after sideboard, he has enough tools to actually maybe sometimes lock the Amulet deck out. So we might see this dynamic where he's going to attack a little bit less.
Okay, let's go to see if Paulo locked that Amulet Titan cards.
I think he kept, right?
Yeah.
Paulo kept. No,
Yeah.
he's mulliganing. No, he's
And
doing
there's
shit. He's
mulligan.
leaving a smile for us. That's for us, people. You can see it, the smile. I'm turning the head.
Shout out to
But
Paulo. Shout out to Paulo.
yeah, Paulo's smiling for the stream. And mulligan for Andrea. Andrea definitely going to be the player mulliganing more here, I would say. Not only because it's a combo deck, but also because he needs to have like a decent hand. Like a hand with like land spells might not be enough there.
Look, you can draw with cards. This is not for me. You can draw with cards.
Yeah, it's true. It's a good one, And I wonder if he thought it before or he just like, well, like, and there's a smile. Maybe he
Well.
feels like he's smiling. All right.
Okay, Andrea,
Maybe he's smiling to the opponent also. I don't know.
we can see it. We can see the smile, Paulo. But
Yeah,
we
we
can
do.
see
All right. So mulligan for
hand.
Andre. Well, as you can imagine, the game one hand is not exactly the actual normal hands for Amulet. Like turn 2 kill is, well, not kill again. It was like Colossus plus Amulet. Ring.
Wow,
Okay, that's the
mulligan
second
to
mulligan.
5.
Well, if you're Paulo and you have a decent hand, you love to see this because the Amulet deck actually needs to have some resources. Like Amulet is one of these decks that mulligans sometimes, but when we keep 7, it's actually intimidating because Amulet Titan is trying to cast a Titan, right? It's trying to gather 6 mana. And 6 mana requires a lot of actual cardboard pieces, even if you have like Amulet or whatever. So mulliganing is not very good for that deck, especially if you're attacking the resources.
Hard time, so for Andre. Come on, Andre, draw a good hand.
Yeah, maybe he should have smile also with his sleeves.
Okay, cut.
All right. So important hand for Andre here.
7 cards.
5. I mean, 5 is a number that any kind of functional hand he's gonna do. Keep, of course. Yeah, he's keeping. I see a land.
We can start.
I see a land there. Like, it's supposed to say you the other one and then see exactly what it is, but. Well, that's the Amulet.
Wow.
That's a good start for.
Very good start.
For Amulet.
Turn one, this amulet again for Andre. Very good round.
Yeah, I mean, too bad though. There's a 5 card hand, so Amulet needs a little bit. It's not like the card is that good by itself. It needs some help. Um, by the way, fetching Forest in turn 1 tells us a story about Blood Moon, right? Like there must be a Blood Moon in the sideboard at least. We know they usually play Blood Moons, but
The shadow in of the blood moon.
yeah, Blood Moon is so strong in this matchup. I wonder if between Blood Moons and Force of Vigor, maybe there's some amount of Ursa Saga going out from Andre. Even though Ursa Saga is very good against Rhinos, that's kind of the issue, right? Like Saga is weak against those cards, but the Ursa tokens, like the construct tokens, can actually be as large as Rhinos. So you can invalidate. Like you can just get tokens, and that's strong. Or you can fetch explosives. No, explosives I don't think you can fetch, but you can still like.
Yes,
I mean, you
Ursa
get
Saga
Amulet.
token can stack the table.
Yeah, the thing with the toolbox with Ursa Saga, you see all the decks like scales that play different cards to play with Saga. Amulet doesn't. Amulet plays usually like just only the map and the Amulet of Vigor. That's why like the reason for this is because you always get the Amulet. Like you playing Amulet Titan, your deck is all built to cast Amulet like the Titan with the Amulet. So you always get the Amulet. It's like it's not like Tron where you have like the maps or the relics or sometimes you have the other cards of Saborine like cages and needles. You don't really have many of those in this deck.
Okay, Andre is ramping with this explore and defense grid. We talk about this defense grid is protecting against this cascade spells.
Defense grid the best card against Force of Vigor, and we see here Paulo had the decision between either casting this Force of Vigor now or just waiting one more turn and turn 3 upkeep play the Force of Vigor. Waiting one turn, he decided to be like, okay, if I kill the amulet, I don't care about the grid as much, so might as well just attack. Like you play turn 2 Force of Vigor, turn 3 Cascade, and you have a 2-turn clock, which is pretty good, and that should be enough to win the game. On the other side, if you play like this, the Tishana's Tidebinder in your hand will likely not counter anything ever because 6 mana is too much, and you give like the Andrea the option to actually top deck and kill you this turn if he had like another amulet. Considering all the things, I actually like how he played because if he plays the other way, well, he's starting also to give Andre time to play cards like the One Ring or even naturally draw into the Cavern and Titan. So I think it's a.
Well, we can see this first Cascade spell effect with these big Rhinos in table. Okay, Andre, let's go to play the good cards against these big critters.
Yep, expedition map for Andre. Yep, Boseiju getting back to the hand means he has protection from Blood Moon now. Like if Paulo casts Blood Moon, he can still like kill it. But well, that as we said before, this is 10 up power, right? So that's 2 turns. 10, 10, easy math.
Easy math, so easy. So hard times. Okay. Attack with all critters.
Yep. One more turn. I mean, from this position.
Paulo have a Tishana in hand, right?
Yeah, but Tishana does not come into play because there's defense grid.
The grid.
So it costs 6 mana, which is way off for that. He could be able to cast Force Negation paying 3 mana or Force of Vigor paying 3 mana. So I'm not sure. I think Paulo is thinking now. I don't know what.
At the end of the turn.
No, I think he's considering just main facing Tishana. Like if you never use a Tishana, might as well just play it. Like it's a 3/2. That's what he's thinking. I think.
Okay, no Tishana in the main and go ahead. Pass turn to Andre.
Well, it's the last turn for Andre to actually do something. The One Ring will be the best card for him.
Dryad.
And Dryad actually keeps him alive because it's a blocker. It's obviously not the best blocker against 4/4s, but it is a blocker. Okay, another Simic. Okay, well, this means for next turn, Andre has 6 mana. That is a magic number, because Titan costs 6 mana. Even though Titan without the amulet on the battlefield, well, the deck is called Amulet Titan. You want to have both. If you have only Titan, it's still powerful. It's large, but looking at this game, this might not be enough. We'll see.
Voice you in this Charlotte's agent, because remember, Charlotte's agent is still an artifact.
Okay, that's defensive. Like this way, he doesn't have to block the agent with the Dryad. On the other hand, though, this ramps Paulo for into 5 mana. If Paulo gets to 6 mana, he he can actually cast Tishana's Tidebinder with 6. So that's the downside of the play. Yeah, it's just a decision of just preserving your life total. I think at this position, you can actually just be like, I'm behind, let's just try to get lucky. Okay.
Well, main phase
Main phase. Good
for
card.
Paulo. Draw a card. Looking for good cards. Man, think. Time to think.
Yeah, but he actually doesn't have that many bad cards, right? Like, Force of Vigor
He,
is very good. Tishana's Tidebinder obviously very good as well. Land means Tishana's Tidebinder because he has it in his hand. Anything like an Otawara is also like very good. Like there's
Tawara, for example.
any interaction is actually good for Paulo. Like this is one of these positions where you're like, well, if I draw a land, I can cast more spells, and if I draw spells, well, I can cast those spells. So it's like your top deck is good regardless.
Yeah. Well, we see
We don't know
Paulo
exactly the hand, right?
fetch the land, and for me now is not shuffling, is thinking.
Yeah, he's saying it. We know he has one Tishana's Tidebinder in his hand, but I'm not sure what else is left.
Attack with these big Rhinos.
It's Tishana land and okay, I think it's Tishana Scalding Tarn and something else. But to be fair, Tishana is probably already enough. Like the One Ring is the best draw for Andrea, I will say. It was. Like it will be before we saw the Tishanas. Titan also doesn't do enough. Oh, there aren't that many outs. Let's see.
Okay. Let's go to down to 2.
2 mana.
2 lives and remains for Andrea.
So that's Flame of Honor and defense read. Okay.
Destroy artifact.
Well, now Tishana is unlocked and almost, yeah, Titan, Tishana is a Titan, and the game's over.
Look, that's Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah. 3 attackers against 2 blockers. There's easy combat math. Yeah.
Math is for blockers.
Yep. While blockers conceding the game.
1-1 in this round number 13. Amulet Titan versus Temurino. 2 powerful decks. We can see how performance a lot. For example, that Tamurinos is the best, is the most played deck the day 1 and the day 2. And we will see this deck a lot in the games.
Yeah, I mean, also we saw this Smile has a 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Every single time there's a Smile and slips in the battlefield, it's at least this round.
The power of the Smile?
The power of the Smile. So if you smile, you win more.
Okay, this is a secret touch by the world champion.
Keep that in mind. Yeah, this works every time, sometimes. Okay, I mean, honestly, okay, this again, the pile counting
look.
face up again.
Whoa,
Because
look
why
that
not?
pile
Well,
shuffling.
this way
turn
we
up.
know he sideboarded the Spelunking is called the new card from the new set, the one that actually for 3 mana you
Yes,
can draw a card.
Spelunking,
Yeah, you
from
can draw a
Excellent.
card and you put a land on the battlefield tab. It's like another amulet, even though they don't stack very well with each other.
How works that card? So in this amulet Titan?
Well, it's like if you have one and you have no amulet, it's like an amulet. So it's like additional copies of amulet. But what the card says is like lands to control enter the battlefield untapped. So it's not exactly that, you know, it didn't stack as well. Like if you have 2, they didn't stack well. That's why they don't play more. But like
okay, it's like the amulet. It's like the amulet number 5, number 6, or
a little bit. It's a little bit worse. Like because amulets are that broken because once you get 2, they explode. But you cannot actually stack these with each other. So it's like an amulet. It's like 5th and 6th amulet, but only if you don't have like other amulets and such.
okay.
Let's go.
Let's go, players. Let's go to a smile, Paulo. 1-1 in this round.
I wonder what's with the face-up shuffling. I mean, they might be friends or
Why?
something like this.
Why?
And it's very uncommon to actually shuffle face-up. But I'm thinking maybe they're friends, you know? Could be it. The smile, the shuffling face-up. They could be friends playing.
Oh, could be
Could be.
friends.
Could be. Yeah.
We can ask in the future.
Yeah. I think that would be my guess. Have to. Well, they have. Yeah, the names are both kind of Portuguese, but also there's a lot of people in the country, so it's
Well, let's go to see these hands.
all right. Game 3, the decider. Um,
We can see some Lauren reveal and some uh,
That's a
Charles
keep.
agent, but this is mulligan for Paulo and a keep for Amulet Titan.
yeah, this is a keep for Amulet Titan, and this is a matchup, as we said before, that Amulet will mulligan more than Rhinos. So usually when this happens, like when the deck that mulligans more keeps 7, and the deck that doesn't mulligan mulligans, that's usually very bad news for the deck that actually mulligans, because the deck is less prepared to mulligan more, and they will usually be decks that exchange more resources, like, more interactive, which is the case here, I guess. And well, it's not a good start for Paulo. He also doesn't get to do the smile as well, which is a little bit of a loss. But well, we'll see. Mulligan to 6. We didn't see the Andres hand. I think he has an Ursa Saga. I'm pretty sure I saw, but
Was a good card, yes, for Andre. Well, Lauren reveal, Fire Eyes, Lens,
that is a one lander.
one lander.
But it has Lauren
Wow,
revealed,
so
so it's
painful
fine.
that one lander.
Well, Lauren kind of counts as a land. He also
Yes.
has Force of Vigor, I think, and Subtlety. I mean, this is not a great hand, but also probably you cannot mulligan at all. It is a Mutable? I think it is, right?
I can see this is a muta. Yeah, seems a mutable.
Cards are so many R's, but I think that's like some of promo Mutables or something like this. But yeah, mulligan to 6.
Fire Eyes on the bottom.
That
Let's go
probably
to
evens
play.
the field. Like, Rhinos is a little bit ahead overall, but I
Yes.
think a mulligan being on the draw probably just makes it a 50-50 from this position. So let's see what
Okay,
we can.
close.
Oh, we're getting some smile.
Whoa, shout out to Paulo with this smile.
Okay. Smile.
Smile. Smile for all.
Yeah, he has decided to make a smile regardless.
Okay,
Um,
Paulo is waiting for his opponent.
yeah, I don't know whether the opponent just
Is maybe in the bathroom or similar.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, let's go to see this. Wow. We talked about this this matchup. Well, chat. Here we have a living end mirror. Very interesting and different matchup. Living end versus living end. Javier told us about this super spacey, oh my god, matchup. How works living end and okay, living end, I cast the living end, you cast living end. All the creatures going to table to graveyard. How works?
Living End Mirror, if I have to put it short, I will say Living End Mirror is something else. Like, it's actually, in my opinion, one of the most interesting mirror matches in the whole modern.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. It's
Why
very complex to play.
interesting this matchup?
Well, you can have a grasp, see the battlefield.
Yeah,
you
I
have
can
like
see the battlefield.
7 creatures, and it's like creatures attacking, blocking, flying, double blocks, combat. It's something else for real. Like, it's very hard. If you have to play Living End, you have to have a plan for the mirror match. Have to play sometimes because it is actually not intuitive, and that's something that you can see in not that many, but some combo decks across history. Like when there are symmetric combo decks, like Show and Tell or whatever, and like you can just have a deck that just plays a big effect that wrecks the game. While Living End, it doesn't matter who casts the Living End, right? It only matters who has more cards in the graveyard, but also if you have all the cards in the graveyard, you're not casting the creatures, never. So your opponent can just try to do the same to you, and both players always have the same amount of cards. And if you play Living End because you have more creatures, then I can play my Living End back.
Wow.
Like let's say you're ahead, you're like, I have more creatures than you do, right? So I cycle a lot, and you're like, oh, living end, I'm going to win. But then I'm like, sure, that resolves. I will cycle 2 creatures and play my own living end. And then suddenly your creatures will flip, right, into the graveyard, and my creatures go to the battlefield. So it's a very delicate dance towards like who has the best battlefield and who pushes the advantage. But if you push too much, your opponent can simply play a living end, and that's very interesting. And I actually think it's a very cool mirror match.
But this is
I really mean it. I think people that have not played the deck might not be aware because living end is actually not very beautiful to play against sometimes because they just kill creatures and kill you. We saw the matchup against Burn, right? The combo just wins the game. But the mirror match is very different because in the mirror match, the combo not only does not win the game, but every time you combo, you open the opportunity for your opponent to combo, which means both players are kind of like in this tension where if they do their plan, they open an extra layer of weakness.
yeah,
So sometimes you just have to cast a creature.
yeah.
It's
But
very
this is add a lot of layers
this
in the
has-
game.
It
Do you
does.
need in the layer? Okay, my layer is winning the game with the combo, but another layer, my
Exactly.
opponent can combo me with
Exactly.
the same cards.
Yeah, and you can also
Was so
hold.
crazy.
You can also hold the seed grades, so the final one you actually cycle them, and you can attack. There's a lot of small things, and we've seen this game already. It's halfway. I think it's 1-0 for Gabriel, but it is. I think it's very good Magic to watch, honestly.
Well, let's go to see what's happening right now in the tables. We can see these creators by the both ways. We can see the creators, the ends versus these subtleties, the whale and the archita. Wow, look that graveyards.
Yeah, the graves are kind of.
They
that's the thing.
cast one on one living end.
Yeah, they cast 1-on-1, it seems, but this is common. Like there's creatures in the battlefield, creatures in the graveyard, and combat math. Like both, they have 5 and 10 life. This game is actually close, and this is a little bit like a combo but limited deck at the same time, right? Because now this is a limited situation where you have like creatures with reach, and you have to decide to attack or not, which is what Joel is doing. He's doing combat math. It's like suddenly you have very complex combat math in a combo deck that usually doesn't have that much of this.
Okay, math is not only for blockers; it's
It's
for
also-
combo too.
Also for combo play, not only for blockers. Yeah, in this case for attackers. Yeah, math is for blockers. I've heard this. I actually think math is for attackers mostly. First,
Well, math is for magic.
Yeah.
We know. Math is for magic.
but this
But-
is actually an example
Yeah.
of the attacking math being actually harder because Joel has to think through every single block Gabriel can make. But once Joel attacks, Gabriel's situation is easier because blocking is easier. Blocking means like your opponent presents information, so you have to react to the information. It's like, this is the attack, well, I'm going to block this way. But Joel doesn't know how Gabriel will block. So he has to calculate every block combination he can think of and then decide which attack. Also, he has to think which attacks could Gabriel make afterwards. So it's even harder. Like if all the creatures in Magic had vigilance, attacking will be much easier. But if you attack and then they block and the opponent attacks back, that's math. Like
Yeah,
this board, I think, is very complex combat math, and I think that's cool.
it's very complex. Look like the both players are thinking all the time.
Yeah, one thing, by the way, is they don't have any swamps, but if they did, then Steel Wave will become unblockable.
Hey, Joel is attacking with
Yep.
a lot of creatures.
Joel goes like, I'm going to push this advantage. My ends are large enough, 5/7. They're going to try to force a double block. But also, if you double block too much, then your opponent's creatures die, and then they can live again. So it's, I'm telling you, it's really something else.
Wow, it's so difficult. If you kill your opponent's creatures, they return back to the death and kill you.
Well, but also, if
How
you
to
think of it-
survive?
well, you can do the following. You can just chum with all of the chum block, so your creatures die and their opponents don't die, and then you play living end.
It's
and then-
like
and
wow,
then you
it's
flip
like
it.
a new game in the game.
There's a lot. I remember watching some teammates playing this a little bit, and also have watched it a few times. I played it a little bit, and it was like, wow, this is hard. Definitely a reason to not play the deck if you don't like to have these situations, because if you're playing a long tournament, these might happen, and having a good approach in this kind of games can actually make a difference. I think this is a very skill-intensive matchup for sure.
Yes, absolutely skill intensive.
Well, we're gonna see some combat block. The whale, the 7/7, one of the best cards because
Double block.
Yeah, double block in the Sphinx. Okay. This is
And
this. Yeah. It's gonna be three
only
life.
one double block.
3 life. Life totals matter a lot here because it's
Yes.
very hard to gain life. You can only gain life with the generous
Mhm.
end. And well, we're gonna see clean board after this, but we know living in dead decks are not very known for keeping graveyards empty or graveyards full and boards empty for too long. Let's see. He's making sure he's not missing anything. We don't know the cards in their hand because we moved from here. I don't know if we have the other matchup back. Um, I assume we
Okay.
will be returned to the other amulet matchup. But now we are on the this. Well, now the board's gonna be clean.
Damage in creatures. Creatures are dying. Cleaning the table.
I will assume this attack means Joel is somewhat likely to have another a living end effect.
We
It's
can
hard to
read.
tell.
We can read one living end in the hand
Yeah,
with
I
this
think
combat.
Joel might have it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like this attack means okay, I will want to do some damage, and I don't mind my creatures dying. Well, at least that's my read. But it's also hard to tell because if you have nothing but lands, you're also like, well, maybe I'm just pushing damage, so maybe I can top deck not a water and just bounce whale. Having the whale is definitely a big deal here. Well, now time to think for Gabriel because also Joel's life is not that high. Like he's a 10 and the whale attacks for 7, right? So there's a situation like if there was like a 2 mana like removal for these 2 creatures, it would be lethal. So it's it's not automatic that Gabriel is necessarily blocking. Like this is like limited where you sometimes are like, well, I'm blocking it and I'm attacking. Hardcast a Sphinx, I'm facing a dispute. Sphinx are very good. Like across the living end card is among the best. Like it's a 4/4 mana for 4, which it used to be a good limited rare. And it's a good ratio here, but most importantly, it's very good at blocking the solitude. I mean, sorry, the solitudes. It's 3/3 4/4 mana. So 4/4 is better than 3/3.
Yeah, but there's stats.
The stats. Okay, now Gabriel is doing the same math Joel was doing. Like, well, why should I attack or not?
Only with this creature.
He sends the whale.
Yes, this is
Mm,
the whale.
this is the whale, and the whale is the one that actually can kill the generous end. So the reason for this attack, in my opinion, is because Gabriel acknowledges that another living end will be too bad for him if he kills the other end Joel has. So he doesn't want to block the end with the wheel, I feel, with the whale.
Well, Joel takes turn on top. Let's go to think again.
And he just passed
Pass,
his turn. He's
just
like, I
pass.
cannot attack anymore. Like-
Just pass.
Apparently, Gabriel it's going to be the aggressor now, right? Because he can just send the whale, and he could even send the subtlety, but he's not going to. Okay,
Okay,
so Joel goes to
Joel
3,
down to 3.
1 to 3, and the whale is just here applying so much pressure. That is this red mountain cycler. That's a strong card usually, but 6 mana is a lot sometimes. Tap land and pass. 6 mana is a threshold
Wow.
for the mirror match because
A lot
it's
of-
where you can cast the ends.
Pass.
Yep. It's
The game is a bit stuck.
well, but Joel is at 3 life at this point though, so the game is not going to be stuck anymore because now he's facing a lot of lethal attackers.
Yes.
That's 2 lethal attackers, and I assume Joel is hoping to draw a living end or at least a whale for its own. Like if he has a land, he can just go land whale. Oh, he has a living end in his hand. He has a violent outburst, proving he has a living end in his deck. Because other thing that happens is
Yeah.
you run out of living ends. Like if the game goes long enough, you can just cast living end, and suddenly at some point you have no living end left in your deck.
Wow.
This also is a thing can happen.
That happened in this mirror match.
If you play 4 or 3, it actually can make a difference. Like, I think he has 3 exiled. Doesn't he? I think. Oh, I think that's why. I think Joel doesn't have access to more living ends because he has a violent outburst in his hand. If that's the case, dealing with this whale is gonna be not easy for him. Double blocking the whale.
Joel needs to block this creature.
Yeah, I mean this is very bad if Gabriel has something for any of the creatures, but at this point you're at 4, so you have to do something. And leaving
Violent
the
outburst.
outburst. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa,
this
look
living
that.
end.
This living end.
Might be the last one. Where's the living end? He's decided not to cast it, it seems.
Yes.
That's because his river is the smallest one. And 6 mana, Generous Hand, boom. This might be the decider, actually. Get a food. That's 2 lethal creatures, and, well, is that an endurance? I'm not sure. If that's an endurance,
Yes, it's an endurance, I
this
guess.
can be big deal because endurance basically not this doesn't exile. It shuffles your opponent. Well, not shuffle. It just puts your opponent graveyard into the bottom. So it makes so your living end is good and your opponent's living end is not good. But they also get the creatures back into the deck. Sometimes that can backfire a little bit, but definitely one of the key cards in the mirror match. And across, like along with subtlety, which is also good because it does with endurance. Big topic, I think, if he has another living end effect, which
Yes.
cannot see.
Joel is thinking. Pass.
I think it's gonna
Yes, this is a
he
pass.
pass and tap.
And whoa.
Here's and tap.
What
gonna be-
odds?
Upkeep endurance, I will say. Upkeep is not probably better
Yes.
than main phase. I'm not sure.
Endurance. Joel
Endurance.
plays endurance in the upkeep, Gabriel.
Yeah, this is a flash. This is a game-winning threat if he has another living end, but well, we know there's one in his deck, so that's probably his last one. But we don't know if it's a violent outburst in Joel's hand. If it is, well, I think if it was, he will cast the upkeep outburst. He does go for it. Well, this game might be over soon. It will go
Let's
to
go.
1-1 maybe because now,
Let's
if this living end resolves, Joel is gonna be like presenting lethal because he lost some creatures last turn, right?
Yes.
And now Gabriel doesn't have a comeback.
And
All right, living
this
end.
is
Maybe the last
only
one.
only one living end.
He's gonna see the deck a little bit to see
Was
what's
in the deck.
up in the opponents, but it seems like it's gonna resolve. Like if he had the force negation, I think he would go like, yeah, force negation, attack, win. But it doesn't look like it's gonna be the case. Living end. So Joel is gonna get that. This resolves. Yeah, they go like, yeah, this resolves. I
Wow,
have
look all
2
these
million creatures, 2 million creatures, 2 million triggers, and I think it's gonna be a game for Joel. I think what a draw. This
Yes, this is-
endurance was that's
Yes.
game over.
This is game for Joel. 1-1. Only 5 minutes remains in the clock. So
Yeah.
long game, this one.
Yeah, I think that's actually often the case. Like there's so much attacking or blocking, combat math. Do we know what happened with the amulet and Rhinos matchup? We don't know how did it end. We don't know.
We don't know. Right.
Not yet. I think we will know eventually. So let's see this game 3 then. Let's see how it goes.
Game 3 with only 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
This we
it's
will
not very
be
easy for
a
this.
tie.
Yeah,
A tie.
might be a tie. Like there's some. The thing is, there's some games that actually go very fast. If one player goes like cycling, endurance, living end, and the opponent doesn't have a living end, that's good enough. You know, I think we're gonna need to see something like this for this to actually end of time. Otherwise, definitely. I mean, if 2 games took 45 minutes, it's not that easy for 1 game to take 5, right? Just a matter of logic, but we'll see.
Well, shuffle fast. Come on, hurry up. The run is running. Only 3 minutes in the clock. Go, Joel and Gabriel.
Yeah. I mean,
This is the table number 5.
table number 5, yeah. Those 2 matches were the table number 3 and 5. I think they were definitely high tables. And we're gonna see, I think some keeps. That's a Lane of the Void. That's one of the cards that can actually split things. Because if your opponent has no graveyard, well, you know, things get easier for living end, usually. Okay, so, you know, it's someone cycling. No ley line. I think that's just some cycling cards for Joel. Cycling cards that are not like that appealing here. All right, so turn 2,
The game is running so fast right now.
Yeah, I mean, they know the alarm
The
clock.
players know about the time.
Yeah. We don't know if they have any kind of extension also, but I assume we'll know if that was the case. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Second round to Joel.
it's a Boseiju for Boseiju and the disenchant evoke card. Like, okay, so Leyland is gone now. I mean, it looked like Leyland will define the game, but no. Now Leyland is not
well,
that good anymore.
cycling creatures. This is the matchup of the cycling creatures.
Honestly, if Gabriel has force negation and living end, he could just go like now, just slam a Shadow's agent, just living end, and just present like almost lethal immediately. Like, I don't know if they have force negation. I assume they do, but if they do, that would be enough actually. Like that's a lot of creatures. This is a bunch of power. I think he has Shadow's agent. He will definitely go for it. He does not apparently. Okay.
Nah. Well, we see a cascade spell.
I mean, there's no the cascade spell in Gabriel's hand, and Joel doesn't have any reason to cast it. So we might want to go to the hardcast stage of the game. Like maybe the 4/4s are gonna be hardcasted. Let's see.
One land, okay,
Tap land.
pass.
Yep.
Come on, some action.
So now Joel is trying to cycle. It's a Leyland, but they cannot cast the Leyland very easily. They often play one Sunken Ruins, the one of the filter land, so they can cast the Leyland, but it's not something that's happening here. We're getting more lands, and this is looking like it might be a draw. There's not a lot. This is like the early game when no one has a cascade spell, but then they eventually go to this all-creature brawl with the combat and the such.
But the time is running. We don't have time to these cascade spells. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, they're very tight on time. The cascade spells are not. Well, that's a violent outburst.
This is the first spell.
Yeah, the thing is, once the game goes long enough, it's actually not that good to do that. Like Gabriel on turn 3, if he had a cascade spell, it would be great for him because he will put like 17 power against nothing, and it will be like, okay, Joel, either you have a cascade spell or you lose the game. But now, if they living end, well, Gabriel has 3 creatures, and Joel has 3 creatures and a 2/2, so it's like very similar. Okay, that's
Raise and Borrower.
Yep, that's how you begin the utilities. As you saw in game 2, every life point matters. Like the game ended with Gabriel at 3 life and Joel at 4, I think. Even though they cast a lot of food, like they sacrifice food tokens. Like the life is very important. It's the most important part of this matchup.
Subtlety in the Joel's table. The presence in the table is very important right now.
Yeah, I mean the borrower meta subtlety. That's a very fairly straightforward play for Joel because now he's the one attacking the life total, Gabriel. And I think both players actually identify this, and we could see that in the attacks on blocks of the other game in game 2. We only saw the very last turns of the game 2, so we didn't know how they developed. But okay,
the time is over.
Yep, that is
an
agent.
Turns.
Yep. Well,
cascade into living end.
It's going to living end, so living end is gonna be a little bit better for
Gabriel.
Yeah, for Gabriel, that's why he's casting it, but not as much, just a little bit, because the end is actually the biggest one, but these Oliphants are better when they actually attack, and there's three of them. It's 4 creatures against 4 creatures, but Gabriel's creatures are a little bit larger. I think they're larger enough to actually matter. Like, so the Oliphants are 8 power. They're 6 powers, but give 2 power, so they're like 8 power.
8 power.
Yeah. So 8 power is a lot. That's a grief.
Yes, it's a grief.
Grief facing a hand with subtlety, which is gonna be cast. That this creates a different situation is because if Joel plays a living end now, what happens is that Gabriel gets back the subtlety. If grief have resolved and he takes the subtlety, or sorry, the other card that's not subtlety, like the 3/3, then Joel gets the grief again when he living ends, and that's something that Gabriel doesn't want to face. Okay.
More lands.
More
Well,
lands.
this is turn 1.
Just the one. Yep. Do we know if there's a cascade
The
card?
games will have 4 more turns to try to win this round.
Do we know if Joel has a cascade card? Do we know that?
Yes?
Okay, we do. Yeah, that's a violent outburst. Okay, then we're gonna see attackers. Boom.
Curator of Mysteries is attacking.
Gabriel's on 8. 8, not so much. And then we're gonna see a violent outburst flipping the table again.
Okay,
And then
let's
it's
go. Where is...
Oliphant.
Okay, Living End.
Yeah, Oliphant and subtlety versus subtlety, right? That is the board now. So this is very favorable
2
for
versus
Joel.
1
2 versus 1. 2 is way more than 1.
is the number.
It's a double, yeah. But also the 1 is like a big 6/4 trample, I think. And also food token. These food tokens can matter. Like Joel ended the game 2 at 4 life. The life can actually matter a lot. And pressure is on Gabriel. I mean, there's 2 more turns to for Joel to attack before the time goes actually out, and that might be enough.
Shirtless Agent, another Living End.
Well, I think he cannot living end. I think if he living ends, the Joel will get the curators back, and curators are flying, so and they cannot be blocked because of that. So I think actually he just cannot cast living end. I think he dies if he does so.
Come on, come on. Where is the Living End?
Yeah, resolving cascade is actually a little bit, you know, like like.
Okay, another Living End.
So let's see the graveyards, but
Well, it's only is the same situation that the last turn.
yeah, but last
I
turn
guess.
we saw the curators attacking, and it was not very good for Gabriel. Okay, so he has trigger on the stack, the cascade on the stack, like sorry, the living end, and then the whale. The whale makes it so the curators do not kill him. That's the difference actually.
We are in the turn number
Number 2. So
number 2.
Joel has 2 attacks, but now he's gonna lose the red creature. He's gonna have the curators, and that is 2-0 second whale for Gabriel. That's gonna change the game because otherwise he will go out 1, and he will just like be in a very bad
Wow.
position. But now he gets back the 2 whales.
Look at that board.
Yeah, so the 2 whales makes it so this curators are 2/2s. Well, they're still lethal in 2 turns though, but second whale might actually be good enough to win the game. Also enough to be lethal by himself. Like it's 24 plus 14. That's 38 plus 5, 50, 42, 44 power. Right? That's a lot of attackers. I mean, I'm not sure I did the math well, but like
Math is for
math is for
caster.
living end players.
Yeah.
And
I'm
that's
trying to math too.
it's also like not all the cards have trampled, so the 5/5 gets blocked by the 2/2. It's I mean Gabriel doesn't really have too much of it. And I think the choice here is for Joel. Like, do you attack trying to kill Gabriel, or do you just try to block and try to survive? It's
This is a risky decision.
Yep. Also the food there, it's 2 food actually.
His
So
life.
potentially up to 22 life, but 22 might just not be enough. Like the three red creatures attack for 24 combined, right? That's all the life. So you have to block everything else, and everything else is like 3 large creatures, just a lot of large creatures. I think this might not be enough though.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think Joel has 14 life. I thought he had 16, so maybe we got the life totals wrong.
Okay, the players are talking about the
The life
Yes.
totals, I think.
yes, the life totals.
Okay. That's Joel goes for the attack, so
Attack
Gabriel goes
with-
to 3.
The Sphinx with 2 Sphinx.
So let's see the hand. The hand is going to find the game. Oh, another living end. That's probably gonna be the first card.
What's the first card?
That means this means Gabriel cannot win the game anymore because he's gonna lose his army. What's this? Street Wave. Okay. He goes to 1, right? He was at 7, takes 4, go to 1,
Yes.
and then living end that goes like this.
Okay. The dance of the creatures.
Yeah. It's cool. They're changing zones every turn. It's very complex.
Yes, the
And
creatures are changing every turn.
Gabriel
Okay,
is at
what is the
1 life.
card?
It's a whale, I think.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
a whale.
It's a whale, but the whale of 1 life. Well, if he finds a violent outburst, he manages to not die. I think the life total is 1. Like, he got attacked for 4 with the 2 creators and cycled the stick grade. 1 is not a lot. 1's actually lethal, right? Because I think I'm not sure if the elephant gives trample or not. In the very moment, I'm gonna check it out, but
Well,
I think it does actually.
well.
Yeah,
Turn
it gives
number
trample.
4.
Turn
Turn
number
number 4.
Gabriel is at 1 life, and he has a 3/3 blocker for subtlety, but the elephant will give subtlety trample, right? So maybe I'm missing something, but
Yes.
I
No,
think
it's,
I think
it's
I think
Gabriel is 1 life.
yeah, I think Joel is gonna win on the last turn of the game.
Mm-hmm. This is the last turn.
This is the last turn of the game,
Turn number 5.
and attack
Attack.
trigger. You have to block and handshake.
Oh,
Wow, what a game!
handshake.
Wow,
What a round. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
it was
The first game was so interesting with this Rhinos amulet, but wow, the second game, this living end mirror, this is all new for me. That was crazy. All the dance with the creatures between the table and the graveyard. We enjoy a lot these these layers of the combat. Okay, attack with the creatures. I want to change with another living end. Come, wow, was so crazy. I enjoy a lot. That was the third round for today.
was a 4th, I
only-
think.
Fourth, yeah,
Yeah.
only
2 more.
2 more rounds remains, and then top 8, the final of this Grand Open qualifier will be back soon.
Welcome back, round 14, penultimate round actually, before we get to cut to the top 8 after the 15 Swiss rounds in this day 2 of LMS Barcelona. 700 players battling it out. Battling it out for what? Let's look at the prizes and see exactly what they're playing for. And so top 32, so half of the field, gets a Ghent invitation to play in the RC in January 2024, which is also modern. The top 8 gets even spicy prizes, and the first place almost like 10-ish K dollars in equity overall, so that's pretty decent, right?
Yeah, pretty good prizes. If you remember the old Grand Prix structure, then these events are pretty much that. You can't just go straight to the Pro Tour now. There's an extra level, but the RC itself is also a very good tournament. There's a lot of good money prizes there as well. So if you want to take a look at how these tournaments work, make sure to visit the European Legacy Tour website, and you're going to find all the schedule, the upcoming events, how this works, how to qualify for the Pro Tour. And it's not just this one big Grand Open qualifier with day 2, top 64. There's also, if you miss day 2, there is another classic qualifier on Sunday where there are even more slots for the regional championships on top of side events and drafting,
double ups,
triple ups, turbo drafts, team trio. So a lot of cool stuff you can do here.
Exactly. But so let's take a look at the day 1 metagame. Let's see what we worked with at the very beginning. So we had Rhinos at the very top, alongside Mono Green Tron and Izet Murktide, Golgari Yawgmoth, we expected at the very top. Then Amulet Titan seemingly making a comeback after, Ragavan and Blood Moon and Grief lost stock in the metagame. And Domain Zoo, 20 copies showing up day 1, but otherwise very diverse, dispersed. You've got 200 other decks or something like that. That's just classic modern.
Yeah, we keep mentioning that, but if you are new to modern, you don't know what to do, or if you have a couple different decks and you're thinking about what to switch into for the particular weekend, modern is a format where it usually pays off to just stick to one deck and learn the deck inside out and make sure you know how to play every matchup rather than switch the deck every weekend.
Yeah, so let's compare this day 1 metagame to day 2 metagame, and we've got Rhinos again at the top. Very similar percentage, around 14% day 1, 17 day 2, and yep.
There is something I want to mention.
Yes.
Living End 6, 9.4%.
Yes.
I'm looking at the standings. I can tell you there are 3 Living End decks in the top 5.
Oh, wow.
How crazy is that? So Living End is, right now we would have to say it is the deck of the tournament. Although Team Rhinos, let's count top 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies in the top 17. So a lot of Team Rhinos, a lot of Living End, Cascade. I'm not actually surprised that Cascade is doing so well, because before Ragdos Evoke, Cascade was still like the number 2 most played deck. So yeah, if you can't play Ragdos Evoke, looks like the Cascade decks are the ones that are gonna be at the top of the standings these days.
And you've already mentioned that Chalice of the Void is the most played card in Modern, and now it will be even more.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like even more. But
yeah.
Let's see how it looks in practice, where we see the very top of the top table 1, Rhinos Mirror.
Yeah, we had a couple of different matchups picked for you. We can actually tell you that right now it looks like there is a Ragdos Scam player who I believe she just locked up the top 8 by drawing on table 2. We had a cool matchup planned to be as our main table. Unfortunately, they took a draw, so we're gonna see them in the top 8 most likely, and instead the judges picked something that hasn't started yet. So we do have Team Rhinos, but I think it's an interesting matchup to show, because if you are planning on playing Cascade, if you're planning on playing Rhinos yourself, you should know how to play the mirror. That is one of the most important things to learn, because it is the most played deck in the field. So we're gonna see how these two players navigate the mirror match.
Yeah, and let's see what's happening immediately here. Gemstone Caverns turn 1 or turn 0 rather on the draw, which basically means that Paulo is the faster one because he'll have a second land before Daniel does. So he stalled the play and he's still up a card and he's even faster right now.
Yeah, there are going to be some interesting things coming up. For example, when do you want to play your Cascade spell? If you do this in your own turn, you expose yourself to a possible force of negation. If you do it on your opponent's turn, maybe they have mana untapped. So it's gonna be interesting seeing how both players time their Cascade cards, or mostly the violent outbursts, or if there is anything they have in their decks, perhaps that could swing the mirror matchups for in their favor.
Oh, we see suspend rhinos. So both players with the suspension, we might see like a little of trade of action, right? Block your rhinos with my rhinos. And there are only 4 copies. I mean, there are 4 copies specifically. So the player who maybe has like endurance main deck might be the one winning if you're able to play endurance on yourself and have access to more rhinos total. Charles Agent, Cascade into rhinos, and 10 power ready already.
I think both of these players, I think Daniel pretty much already locked up the top 8. Even if he loses the next 2 rounds, I think his tiebreakers are going to be good enough to squeak in at X and 3. Paulo, on the other hand, kind of needs to win this match, then hopefully draw the next one. But both players are in a very good position to top 8.
Yeah, I'm looking through the list, and they're very, very similar. Maybe the devil's in the detail, but yeah, they're very, very, very similar. So we'll see how that turns out in practice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Rhinos, is there anything out of the ordinary you can really do with your deck? Like, is that mostly just like, I'm playing 4 Rhinos, I'm playing, the typical Cascade cards. I have like a Force of Negation, Fire Ice, plus, the Cascade idea of the deck is kind of dictating how you build the deck, right? You can't just play like Lightning Bolts and stuff like that, because then you would be cascading into something else than Rhino. So there's not a whole lot of space for
innovation.
For
right?
innovation, yeah.
Yeah, some people play, for example, some number of Disputes main deck, Subtleties main deck, Flame of Honor, Tishana. So these are the main flex slots. So you can work with these numbers.
Something you can do in the meantime, both players, resolving their Shardless Agents, putting some 4/4s onto the battlefield. Looks like Daniel is actually able to use Force of Negation to deal with the Rhino. So he's going to be the one with a better board right now and the one to attack first. But something you can do is perhaps add white into your deck and play Teferi, because now, Cascade decks, there's a lot of living in, there is a lot of Rhinos. Teferi, that stops the Cascade card from being able to be played. So Teferi might be a good idea to add into your deck. Obviously, it's a 4th color, but also you can play Leyline Binding, which is a nice, nice way to deal with something like Chalice of the Void, for example. So I would be very tempted at possibly building my Rhinos deck 4 color for the future events to be able to use Teferi.
There have also been blue-white control deck that main deck Chalice. So maybe this could make a comeback, right? Because you play on Rhinos with all the Supreme Verdicts and Force of Negation. You could play Chalice main deck. So that could be one way to attack the metagame at large.
So the Shardless Agents trade-off, 8 damage coming through. Paulo finds himself at 12 and passes the turn. Obviously, we know that doesn't mean anything. You can just cast Violent Outburst at instant speed.
Oh, but now 2 more Rhinos are... Yeah, they are indeed added to the pack. So there is Violent Outburst, but it will just trade half of the board. There is still the other half. And Petty Theft at the ready. There's also Tishana, and Tishana can counter Cascade Trigger, which basically means that they cannot...
Oh, is it trigger?
Yeah. We've got Violent Outburst. Please wait, my opponent. Tishana. And we scoop them up. This play was game winning here. And this is like, we've been talking about this. Tishana, card of the weekend, card of the set. She has so many applications in Modern. Like so many. Counter EE activation, counter Chalice trigger, counter Cascade trigger, counter Ray Fetch, turn off Shieldred, turn off Planeswalkers. The list just goes on and on. What can she do?
Yeah, and it's been very good, and we saw it in Merfolk, we saw it in the blue-red Wizards deck.
Yeah.
That Elliot played, for example. Pretty cool card.
Pretty cool card indeed. And yeah, we see some sideboard shit prepared. I assume the mirror is up there, although I can see like a million matchups there. So
Yeah,
homework has been done.
that's just modern in a nutshell. Yeah, there is 40 different decks you have to prepare for. So, I mean, it's a good idea to do that. It's something that the top players do just as well as the casual players. You can write notes. You can look at your notes between games. So why not do that?
Yep. Precisely. And so they're double checking what they could sideboard in, and
so what are the cards you typically board in a matchup like this? Obviously, you're not going to board Chalice because that's going to stop you as well. So in a Rhino's mirror, what are the best cards you can typically bring in?
so I can see one of the players has got Commandeer in the sideboard, which can allow you to essentially both counter the opposing Rhinos and then get them for yourself, which could be absolutely backbreaking, but then it incentivizes you to have mystical disputes to fight over that key interaction, right? If your Commandeer gets disputed, woof, that's a very negative exchange.
Yeah, that could be a very interesting card. Do you think, for example, boarding in Blood Moon could surprise your opponent?
That would be cheeky. That would be super cheeky.
It's a card that you can't really pitch to like a Force of Negation. Like, it's not really going to do anything else if it doesn't really have a powerful effect in play. So if your opponent already found a forest and an island, you having a Blood Moon is not really going to do anything. There's no, Fateless lootings, nothing to loot it away for something else. So is Blood Moon something you would consider bringing in?
I think I could if I'm feeling frisky, because like, what's the alternative, right? If you're keeping Dead Gone in your deck anyways, you might as well maybe try to go with this cheese approach.
I think that one sounds reasonable though, because at least you can bounce a Rhino token and just make it disappear, which is half of your opponent's Cascade card. So it's not a counter spell, but it effectively counters
half,
50% of the card. So Dead Gone seems pretty reasonable to me. Commandeer, obviously, I like that because that can just completely swing the game in your favor right on the spot. Blood Moon, for me, I think maybe on the play, like I can imagine just like bringing in one, just like, hey, maybe it's going to win me the game. But I would rather stick to just having counter spells and as many Cascade cards and ways to find them, or cards to cycle and dig deeper into my deck rather than something like Blood Moon.
There is another consideration, which is endurance, and that's mainly to be able to have access to more than 4 Rhinos, because you can shuffle them back into the deck. So essentially, you can actually outgrind the opponent with the raw number of Rhinos you put into play over a longer game, supposing that game even goes long.
Yeah, I think the cards you typically want to bring in are like the Brazen Borrower, so you can use Petty Theft to bounce a token, have a flying threat that can fly over the 4/4 ground creatures, and something along those lines. Obviously, as many counters as you can find in the sideboard.
I'm really surprised that Paulo lost this game because he had the Cavern in play, right? So even this advantage wasn't able to swing the direction. I'm really curious if I had 3 lands, would I keep 3 lands for Cascaders and just go bam, bam,
yeah,
bam,
that sounds
bam.
great. That sounds like the best possible hand to have. And I think Cavern is actually not that relevant in this matchup because it's not a matchup where being the first one to get to 3 mana is going to help you, resolve a card like the Fairy. That's going to completely stop your opponent's deck from working. You just get the 4/4s into play first. But if your opponent does the same thing, well, then you attack and they trade. So I'm not actually even sure if Cavern is all that interesting to have at the start of the game. I would much rather have access to as many Cascade cards as possible, cards like Force of Negation or Mystical Dispute.
And I did see Endurance, but it was put to the bottom. I can see Subtlety still in the deck, but Subtlety might be a counter for opposing Tishana as a counter.
Threat.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Paula mulligan to 6. Daniel kept his hand. Turn 1 Rhino. So that's a pretty slow card. There are matchups where, turn 1 suspending Rhinos for 4, that would certainly not get you very far. But playing mid-range mirrors or playing against Rakdos Scam, like those types of decks, that's where this is a perfectly reasonable play. Here, it's going to be the same thing. The Rhinos are going to be trading, so having one in the suspend zone ready for the future is certainly not a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. As we just discussed, you just want the raw number of these rhinos, just as many as you humanly can, and try to overload the opponent. Daniel with just a tapland, but we've got fetch shock, so okay, we will be icing on upkeep. On turn 1, so that's disallowing Daniel's ice on his turn to Paulo's turn 3, so that allows his rhinos to resolve. So
I don't think there's a great way though for anyone to get in like an extra attack with their rhinos before their opponent can do that, because now if Paulo just taps 3, plays a Shardless Agent, Daniel can do the same thing. So the cards that are the most important are the Force of Negations or Mystic Dispute, something along those lines, but mostly just the Force.
Oh, but we're missing a land drop, so the best we can do is Lorien Revealed for a land. But that's a tap land, essentially, right? So we cannot hold up Fawn, Dispute, or Violent Outburst here.
Yeah, that has to feel good for Daniel. Now you know your opponent's not going to be resolving a Cascade card. If they want to cast Force of Negation, they have to pitch a card. They still can tap 3 mana. So if you have your own Cascade card, you are in a good position. I think there is also a Brazen Borrower in Daniel's hand. There's a Force of Negation.
Daniel's hand is stacked.
It is very much stacked, yeah.
Like it's like 7 on the dot, 7 cards, full grip. I think there was a Mutable deployed because 4 mana, so we might get into like past the turn territory. But if we do, then one player clearly has rhinos to be deployed.
Yeah, you want to have as many violent outbursts here as possible to be able to do that at instant speed. But looks like Daniel just has to
pass back,
take the draw and go into his turn. I'm not sure if he's a 4th land drop available. He does.
So what Paulo has is like Force of Negation plus Mystical Dispute, which is pretty decent. Now we put rhinos on the stack. Fun fact, when you play creatures of suspend, they gain haste. But because this doesn't cast creatures, it casts a sorcery that produces tokens, they don't have that haste ability. Which again, if it created a rhino creature, it would. So let's see if that turn one suspend is going to matter. I think we might see just double Petty Theft.
Yeah, interestingly, the rhino is resolved, which has to feel good for Paula, right? Because you're expecting your opponent to be sitting on some kind of a reactive hand, most likely with counters. If they're not casting anything, they have 7 cards. They kept their opening hand, so something must be up. The fact that it resolved, that would feel kind of weird for me. But yeah, double Petty Theft to deal with the rhinos and have 2 flying threats available for the future. That ideally, have flash, which pairs up really nicely with the counter spells that you're sitting on. So Daniel in a great position here.
When playing against rhinos, I find myself often in situations when you really want to hold up Spell Pierce, you really want to hold up Flusterstorm, and then they just go, okay, Brazen Borrower, Endurance, beat you to death. And you're like, well, what just happened?
Yeah, and this is the first big post-ban tournament, because the bans I think happened on Monday. So this is the first tournament where Rakdos Evoke is not really a thing, or at least not with Fury. Up the Beanstalk is not a thing. But I wonder if by shutting down Evoke in some way, or by banning Fury, you're just gonna make it so that the Cascade decks are just clearly better than everything else. And obviously the Cascade decks, I don't think it was meant to work this way.
Yeah.
To be able to cast these cards without mana cost at instant speed, cast my Living End or cast my Rhinos. And I wonder what is going to happen with the metagame moving forward.
Yeah, the times where you just cascade it into Ancestral Visions.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, yeah. Tishana, not Force of Negation. Tishana, countering the Cascade trigger, respond Mystical Dispute.
a proper counter war. Mystica dispute
Ooh.
your Tishana, Mystica dispute your Mystica dispute.
That seems to work. Ooh, subtlety or Tishana,
Wow.
and that it just works. Welcome to Legacy.
Wait, wait, whose turn is it?
This is Paulo's main phase.
Did you just cast a force? Of
No,
him?
he has subtlety off of Force of Negation.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So to subtlety Tishana. And this allowed this to resolve. Okay, keep going.
If you are watching this and thinking, wow, that's so many Cascade decks at the top, how do I beat that? Then Chalice of the Void is probably your best friend.
Yes.
It's a card that goes into every deck sideboard very easily. It's an artifact. You want to play it for 0, so it fits in whatever kind of curve your deck is trying to do. And I don't think there is much better than that.
Oh, there are 2 cards left in the deck, so Daniel gets to see almost the whole library of Paulo's. There are literally 2 cards left. And so one thing I need to mention is that when you're playing against Rhinos and you have got the Chalice, unfortunately for you, Chalice won't win the match all on its own, because Rhinos has got Tishana to stifle the trigger, they've got Flame of Honor, so they can play through it, so you still have to have a proper plan of your own. Mull to 4 for a Chalice won't work, I'm telling you already. And now we see...
Yeah, we see
10 power.
10 power on the battlefield. Daniel's going to be able to untap now. And does he have a Cascade spell of his own? I think 2 lands in hand.
Force of Negation, but so yeah, doesn't seem like it. He does have got double Borrower, but it won't be fast enough to contest this board. Oh, another land is the pickup. Yeah, 5 lands in play. Pass the turn.
I think Daniel might have played an island followed by a
Oh,
forest.
islet and forest, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we will pass this on. No worries. We will pass this on to judges. Yeah, we're passing the info on. No worries. Now we're playing Verizon Borrower. Okay. Yeah, we have caught that. The judge, it's alive. So between us catching that and the judge going there, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds maybe.
Yeah, it's not really going to affect the game here all that much because the borrower can't really block the non-flying creatures anyways, and there's 10 damage coming through.
And they didn't double spell anyways.
So what Daniel is looking for is Cascade card, not to make an extra land drop where he already has 5 lands in play.
But yeah, we need to keep it clean and just double check everything. This might just result in a warning and a rewind. And the rewind is pretty simple, right? Because you just put the forest back into the hand. Everything is castable as it was. So I think it should be a pretty easy fix. Okay, yeah, the judge, I think, is explaining how it may have happened.
Yeah, I think this is just we're gonna back up a little bit, and if the judge wants to go through the whole process, they can just count the number of rounds, what happened. But I mean, in this situation, I think it's a pretty clear solution of yeah, there was another land that entered the battlefield, just put it back into your hand and continue the game.
Yeah, precisely. And so now Daniel is still in a pretty bad position. He doesn't have a way to interact with these rhinos very profitably. The best answer to the opposing rhinos are his own rhinos. So that's his best top deck, of course. We don't really know what Paulo has in hand, but he does have suspended rhinos waiting as well. I'm not sure I've ever said the word rhinos as much as today.
Let's say you are playing a rhinos only tournament.
Oh my god.
You know that the tournament has 700 players
Okay.
playing rhinos. What is the best kind of sideboard you can have? Or, you know, how would you build your perfect 75 card rhinos deck to be as prepared for the Cascade matchups as possible? Obviously, I mean, the right answer might be like, hey, I'm going to have my own chalices and then some weird transformational sideboard. But, you know, let's be a little bit real. Let's be a little bit more realistic. What's the ideal 75 card or what's the ideal 60 post board that you can have for a matchup like this? Are there some like special, you know, transformational kind of cards? Is Brazen Borrower just the best kind of like overall good against everything kind of card you can have that's really good in this matchup?
Maybe something like the One Ring, because you don't cascade into it. It fits the cost, but it also goes over the opponent, maybe.
That's true. Doesn't really get easily countered by Dispute for 1 mana.
Yeah, it does. It is countered by Tishana, so that's certainly a big problem. But a lot of cards get disrupted by Tishana anyways. But my first thought would be that maybe Planeswalker, like Jace the Mind Sculptor, minus bounce one of the rhinos and keep it on the battlefield. Maybe something like that. Or maybe what you mentioned, like a cheesy one-time Blood Moon U and hope for the best. But then if the word spreads out, that wouldn't really work.
Yeah, I mean, also look at this game, right? Daniel has a forest and 2 islands. Just naturally, you know, draws these lands. So having a Blood Moon would do nothing. There's a mountain on the other side of the. I think there's an island as well. So yeah, Blood Moon does not look like a good card to bring in for a mirror like that. You should just keep that in your sideboard and only bring that for matches like Amulet Titan or you know some of these 5-color Omnath decks.
Yeah, so probably your previous idea with White Splash and the Fairy might be the way to go. But you still walk into Tishana Dispute Force. I mean, this wall of Tishana Dispute Force is just so difficult to break through. I guess creatures might be an answer. I don't know, Questing Beast.
Yeah, I think the Fairy is just the best card because it also just answers rhinos. Like if your opponent already resolved their Cascade card, you can at least use the Fairy to bounce one of the rhinos, draw a card. They very likely have to attack the Teferi, so you're kind of gaining 4 life as well.
Okay, I think we're back. We have wound the game. Attack for 12. And then we still do the Suspend Rhinos Pass. And we will still see Brazen Borrower end step. So it mainly happens as it should have. Nothing extraordinary there.
The situation is still the same. Daniel needs to find a card that puts creatures in play that can actually block.
Okay, yeah, this is the draw. Step Force of Negation. That's not going to cut it. Double Force lands.
Yeah, looks like he's a bit flooded and a bunch of forces, but nothing to actually put into play.
That's it. That is it. So now Daniel will be on the play for the 3rd game. Daniel, we firmly believe he's in the top 8 anyways, but being first seed is relevant because remember, in these tournaments, the higher the seed, I mean, if you're the highest seed, you're on the play, which does matter naturally. Paulo though is playing for the top 8, so Daniel is fighting for the seed. Paulo is fighting for the top 8 berth. And it seems there are some slight changes in the sideboarding, potentially. Maybe like siding the Coven back in because you're on the draw.
Yeah, I think usually that's what that's what happens on the play. The Cavern is basically a waste. It's just a land that produces colorless mana, which is typically not good enough. So the way you sometimes or usually construct these decks is that you just play the Cavern sort of in an extra land, and on the play you can just board it out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Now, thankfully, the mana restrictions in this deck are not very harsh, so that waste is serviceable, thankfully. You don't have any, like, triple costs. So, yeah, this is the 3rd game, shuffling for the 3rd game. And both games came down to the person who just cascaded more. But also interaction was in play, like Tishana played a key role in this matchup. Brazen Borrower, double petty theft. Oh, fake sideboard trick, yes. That may have been a fake sideboard trick. So, oh, I'm totally playing a cover now.
Watching this tournament, if you were building a deck for a big upcoming Modern tournament now with the recent changes, what would you have in mind? What would you be looking at? What kind of deck would you be trying right now?
That's a good question. I think I would go with Living End. Because if I play against Rhinos, my cascade always beats theirs. So that would be one consideration. But also Murktide, that has access to Spell Pierce, Fluster, but also potentially Chalice and EE. So that could be a way, but I would change the sideboard a bit. For example, I would add more Disputes to combat Tishana specifically. So maybe like, yeah, with Ledger Shredder, actually, because if you actually want to beat the Rhinos specifically, then Ledger is pretty decent. So probably Murktide or Living End, I think. Oh, Mill.
I think my first thought was, let's take a look at which decks support the fairy the best. Can I play this 4-color sort of Omnath shell with perhaps Sahili and Felidar Guardian? Because I do want to cast the fairy. If I have the fairy on turn 2 with Delighted Halfling, that is very often game over for these types of decks. So I would be looking at something with the fairy, maybe even Blue-White Control, although 50 minutes per round is not exactly sometimes enough for the control deck to win.
Grinding Station is a good Teferi deck. Oh, tell me about it. Yes, yes, it is. Don't make me do it. It's also a potentially EE main deck with Emery and Urza Saga. So yeah, potentially. Okay, so we see a fetch pass into fetch. Probably Green Source suspend Rhinos yet again. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Shortcutting a bit to make it faster. I'll find my Triumph. We know the drill. Suspending also doesn't go through the stack. We just do it.
Yeah, there is actually a mill player on day 2. And I think they were actually doing pretty well too.
Do we have day 2 conversion rates? Yes, on Legacy's Twitter, you can find the day 1 metagame, day 2 metagame, and day 2 conversion rates. Everything is there. The decklists are also coming, but only after we've gone to the top 8 stage, which is in 2-ish rounds from now. And yeah, suspended Rhinos pass back to the point of Blood Moon.
As it turns out, one of the best plays you can make in the mirror is just suspend Rhinos on turn 1.
And do you slam? I think this is the question that Daniel is asking himself. Do I just slam? Do I just slam? It circumvents Tishana and Hardcast Dispute because it's turn 2 for Polo.
Oh, so, yeah. You're definitely slamming a shardless agent here because your opponent doesn't have 3 mana yet for Force of Negation, for the Tishana's Tidebinder, or for Mystical Dispute. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to slam the shardless agent here.
And double checking. Okay, yeah. Shuffling, putting it back on the bottom. I think there was a Force of Negation or Tishana. That remains undecided. Okay, I think it did resolve. So 10th power on the battlefield. Lorien revealed, potentially cycled on the end step. But yeah, this is 10 power. 10 power represented. This could be a turn 2 clock, closing the game in a blazingly fast fashion. This could be just a half an hour match.
Daniel Len cycling a Lorien revealed to get himself a breeding pool. I'm not sure if this is still at the end of Daniel's turn. If that is, then everything is fine. If it's on Paulo's turn to try to find his 3rd land, then he's in a lot of trouble because he needs to be able to challenge the Rhinos. Okay, that was the end of turn, so he untaps, has a 3rd land drop available, but now he's the one staring down 10 power worth of creatures. So now it's his turn to resolve a Cascade card.
Yep. But yeah, so Cascade resolves.
That resolves, sure. We're gonna find rhinos now. Daniel, since it's not his turn, he can cast a Force of Negation, or as we saw, a Commandeer possibly.
Yeah. Oh wow, that would be devastating. That would be game ending.
There is a Junt Yavmod in melee, but it is a mislabeled deck. It is actually just Golgari. I just looked at it before this round, so it's actually just all Golgari Yavmod decks.
Oh, it's because of Fulminator Mage. That's why he was labeled,
yeah.
but yet effectively doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
All right, Paulo finds the rhinos. The crashing foot falls. That goes on the stack. Daniel's gonna take a look at the cards. Most likely counter the number of Force of Negations. Very likely also the Cascade cards.
And one person in chat pointed something out that I actually thought about, which is whether Paulo sided out some copies of Rhinos, because he always finds them in the bottom 6, right? But you want as many as you want, at least in theory. So who knows? Maybe he does have them in bottom 6. But if he is careful, he kind of knows his top 6, or roughly knows, because he has seen almost the entire deck. So he can gauge, for example, I've got double Fawn in the top couple, which could be crucial.
All right, Force of Negation, there it is. And we know that Paulo cannot fight back because it is his turn. He doesn't get to cast the Force for free.
Oh, yeah, that's devastating. Because Daniel, is untapping with the board position, with Dispute up, and with potentially another Cascade.
I think there's also an Otawara in his hand.
Yeah. He can play Otawara, Cascade, and hold up Dispute for the Force of Negation. But he might not decide to do it. Lorien Revealed is pulled to the front.
Yeah,
It is.
Gets himself another island, most likely
An island.
a Steam Vents.
Or Steam Vents, yeah. With this mana, he can still cast Outburst. But it's probably a basic. It is a basic.
It is
Okay.
actually basic, okay.
And he's at a very, very healthy 19.
And having Otawara in hand is actually huge because usually the way it goes is that each of the Rhino tokens blocks another one, which, given that they have Trample, you can use the Otawara
Ooh.
after blocks to bounce one of the Rhinos and push 4 damage through. With Paulo being at 7, if he cracks into the fetch land, all of a sudden he's in a Fire Ice territory.
That's very true. That's very true. Trample, pretty tricky rules-wise, but you can take it to your advantage as the trampling creature controller. And we pass back. We just pass back. This is lethal on board. And against Otawara plus Dispute, I'm not sure whether Paulo can do anything.
Paulo stops Daniel in his upkeep to make sure he doesn't draw an extra card, which could be a counterspell, to try to play around that. So if he doesn't have a counterspell yet, he might be able to resolve the Rhinos.
Rhino was on top, which makes sense because we had gone through.
Wow.
Okay. And that's it. That's it. Handshake. Daniel goes to 13-1.
Yeah, and
That's insane.
Paulo did have another Rhinos in hand, so he did actually have all 4. He just ended up drawing both of them and then just didn't have a way to fight against Daniel's resolved Rhinos on the play with the Force of Negation backup to stop his. So Daniel moves on to 13-1. Should very likely lock himself up for the first seed. I'm looking at this. Actually, there are some people with slightly better tiebreakers, so not 100% confirmed that just yet. But he should definitely be in the
prime
top
position,
8.
yeah.
Paulo, looking at his tiebreakers, if he wins the next round, he has a pretty good chance at being in the top 8 as well. But we'll find out soon enough. Now let's see. Do we have a backup feature match? Let's take a look what the judges, chose for us. Do we have a backup feature match?
Okay, we do. So we've got Living End versus... I mean...
Did,
Not like this.
did this really happen?
Literally mid-sentence. Come on. Let
Okay,
me finish.
This is live. So looks like we we switched to the matchup right as the players are shaking hands. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I don't even know what they played. Like I'm not even sure what match.
it was
what match-
Amulet Titan versus Living End.
Amulet Titan against Living End. Okay.
But yeah, no idea who won, what happened, and I don't think we will have any backups. It seems we get the info from the floor, so we'll probably be slowly finishing up the round and getting ready for the last round of all the win-ins ahead of us, because a lot of people will be sweating because they will be, for example, they will be what? Let's say 10-3-1. Right? And all the 10-3-1s will be like, okay, let's get this. Which is, yeah, so
You're typically looking at the X and 3 record.
Yeah, that
for
territory,
making the
yeah.
for making the top 8, but somebody can squeak in with X3 and 1. You know, depending on if somebody runs the tables, that usually opens up a spot or two. Daniel at 13 and 1 can decide to just play, you know, the next round for fun. Maybe to try the matchup. You know, see how the Rhinos plays against, you know, maybe a Living End deck he hasn't played before or something along those lines. But if the top 8 started right now, we can tell you that there would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Cascade decks
oh gosh.
with with 2 more right on the verge of the top 8. So
well.
if you are building your sideboard for a modern tournament right now, make sure to pick up those Chalice of the Voids and put them right in there. Usually people run 2, but I think now might be the right time to just add a few more and you know, just make it a lot harder for the Cascade decks to do what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's it from us then. No backups, waiting for these couple of matches to finish up, get ready for round 15, and then see who gets to top 8 this 700-person event and take it down. But yeah, that's it from us. Skura, Martin, round 14. Thank you very much. See you later. Cheers.
The whole fucking Twitch chat.
Hi everyone, we are here at LMS Barcelona and we are talking to Martin Husa, who is casting the main event, but will be on Saturday when you are watching, because we are now recording this on Friday, and we have a new modern metagame because we had recent bans. Fury got banned, Up the Beanstalk got banned, and the metagame is shifting. What are your predictions, Martin, for this metagame during LMS?
Yeah, I think banning Fury is I think going to help the format in terms of diversity, because previously if you wanted to play small creature decks, like Infect, like Affinity, like Humans, even Hammer, like decks like that where your opponent could just, for no mana invested, clear your side of the board, that just feels too bad. And I think a lot of players were just shying away from that. So banning Fury, I think, is going to bring some of those decks back, although there is still Ren 6, there is still Orcish Bowmaster, so it's still pretty hard to play X1 creatures, but I think for the health for the format, it's a good thing. Also, Rakdos midrange, Rakdos Evoke was putting up some perhaps too good numbers in the recent tournaments at the top of the standings. And Up the Beanstalk, I if I was in charge of doing these bans, then I would leave the card in the format because I thought the card was going into decks that were fun to build, that were fun to play. They were definitely not overrepresented. They were definitely not oppressive.
Okay.
And it seems that I think the card was like a little overhyped. Maybe it looked a little bit like an overreaction to me, but obviously I don't have the data. I don't have all the numbers. I can tell that, the last event we casted, Mono Black Coffers won the tournament, which was a really cool way to fight these like super greedy decks. These greedy mana bases. They were basically every time they were casting Karn, they grabbed a Sundering Titan from the sideboard, and you can't counter that with Force of Negation. And there was just basically nothing these decks could do.
Yeah.
And
It's like 2023, and you're casting Sundering Titans,
yeah,
right?
like you can draw all the cards you want. I'm just gonna destroy all your lands, and then I'm eventually gonna win with Shieldred or something. So I thought the format was fine, and when I was looking at the standings, I thought there were like 4 up the beanstalk decks in like the top 50 or something, which is absolutely normal. So if you're asking me about the bans, I like banning Fury. I don't like banning up the beanstalk. And when it comes to metagame changes, I think we're gonna start seeing a few more decks like Merfolk maybe or Infect, something like that. But I think the biggest winner is probably Yavmod, the Yavmod combo.
Yep.
That's a deck that already uses creatures, and it's already a deck that was one of the top 3 or top 5 decks in the format.
Yeah, we've been talking with some players, and most of them think that UR Murtide will be one of the biggest winners with these bans, right? That can make a big or a huge comeback to the scene with this new metagame. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean it's a deck that if you showed me the modern decks for the first time and I wouldn't know the format, I would probably pick this deck as a deck that I would like to play because it's a deck with cheap threats and cards like counter spells. You can protect the cheap threats. You have a lot of card selection. Like it's a fun deck to play. But I don't know if banning Fury alone is gonna make it so that this deck comes back like in the top 3 decks.
Yep.
Because you still have Dragon's Ray Chandler and Ragavan, both of which have 1 toughness, and we're still playing a format which
Bowmasters?
has Renaissance and Bowmasters. So sure, Fury is out, but I don't know if that's enough to put this deck back in the top 3. It sure is a deck that's I think people will play more. But yeah, I don't know if it's gonna mean that this deck will suddenly be the best deck in the format.
So if you had to pick one deck like to be the most represented tomorrow, which one will be?
The most represented. So previously that was Rakdos Evoke, right? And then it was like Cascade followed by like Yavmod. I think it's gonna be one of these two. I think it's gonna be either Yavmod or Cascade. Probably Cascade. I think Rhinos is just a very easy deck to play. Not in terms of like you still have to practice, but your plan is the same against every opponent. So you just kind of want to have Force of Negation or maybe like a Dead Gone, and then you just want to Cascade on turn 3.
So when you say Cascade, you mean Rhinos?
Rhinos, yeah.
But you are leaving End out of the equation, or you think it will be popular too?
I think Living End, Modern is a format where you can play 40 different decks, and you can win the tournament with them on any given day. So yeah, I think Living End is going to be represented. I don't think it's going to be one of the top 3 play decks or top 5. It's probably going to be the 9th play deck or, whatever that is. All the decks between like 3 and 15, they're always like 5% or 3% or whatever. So I think Modern is in a good place. I think it's a healthy format. And yeah, we can see that if you look at the recent tournaments, if you look at the metagame numbers, there is almost never a deck that's more than like 15%.
Yeah, which is healthy, you could say. Speaking about healthy formats, there is a hot topic these days, which is Timeless, the new MTG Arena format, where you can play all the power cards like Brainstorm, Counterspell, Source to Plowshares, and everything in Alchemy, which I think it's not that much of your like. But are you hyped with this new format?
I like the idea. I like the idea of being able to use all these cards I acquired on my account over the last couple of years, opening these booster packs with the Mystical Archives, with the Enchanting Tales, and I don't know what else was there, but I know that I do have these Demonic Tutors and Lightning Bolts that I would like to play, but there is no, or to my knowledge, there is no format where you can play that outside of the Historic Brawl, where you can only play one of each, right? So I'm excited for a format where I'm going to be able to play, 4 Ragavan, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 4, whatever else.
Yeah, and you get fetch lands too.
Oh yeah,
Now
yeah.
with guns.
That's the biggest news. The new timeless format is coming to Arena next week with the introduction of Cons of Tarkir to Arena, which is going to bring fetch lands. That is confirmed. I don't think there was a full list released yet, but they did say fetch lands are there. So you're going to be able to play Brainstorm and fetch lands, which is one of the things that kind of defines the Magic Eternal formats. It defines Legacy, it defines Vintage. So I'm pretty excited about that. But as you mentioned, I don't like the alchemy stuff, these digital only cards, and that's not for me. Obviously, everybody likes different things, but I'm not too excited for having to keep track of how these cards changed last week. But overall, I like the idea of timeless.
Yeah, we were talking about Crucias, I think it's the name, right? And we didn't even know if it was a 3-1, a 3-3, or what is it right now, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of messy. I have one last question for you, Martin, and it's if you had to pick one deck, but not to be the most represented, but the winner, who will win this
The winner,
weekend?
I would love to say something like Infect, because I like these types of decks. I like the aggressive linear strategies where your plan is the same against every opponent. But if I have to pick one winner, I'm gonna go with Yavmod.
Okay, fair question.
Welcome on this 15th round in this Swiss of the Grand Open qualifier. The last round, Javier.
Yep.
This round is so important. We have a really interesting meta game, and let's go to talk about the conversion, about how the decks performance in this weekend.
Well. That's something that also we have some decks. Mono Black offers 50%. That's pretty high. And
Mono Black offers.
Yeah. It's like 4 players played it and 2 made it too. This tells a little bit of a story of like Amulet Titan and Living End actually being the best decks among the most played ones. Obviously, you also can see 4-color Copycat and 4-color Omnath, but it's like, 2 players and 1 makes it 2. Well, in that case, it's easy to have a good conversion rate, it said Blitz. Well, if it's 1 player or 2, it's easy to have a very high conversion rate. But there's also more going on in this tournament because now we see the standing. We can see the standings more or less
Yes.
on the high tables going to round 15, which is the winning round,
One.
very intense, whatever. But there's things that we can see already. And for example, we have, I think, no Tron in contention for top 8. And remember, Tron was the second most played deck.
We lost all the Trons.
Yeah, Rhinos was like 11%.
Mhm.
Tron was like a 9%. And wow, there's no Tron to be seen.
Didn't perform well.
Yeah, it actually performed poorly, if you're going to say, like,
Poorly,
in terms of
yes.
top 8s, right? Especially because it's supposed to be a good deck against Rhinos. So maybe Tishana's that color is like, Binder, sorry, it's enough to actually change this matchup. We also see, we have 1 Yawmoth in contention, and it was like, I think, the 3rd most played deck. So Yawmoth and Tron were not very, well behaved this weekend. But we also see other decks like Living End, not like particularly more played than those. And we're gonna have like 2, 3 in the top 8, maybe 4. It depends on the matchups. But Living End, Rhinos, and Amulet, I think, the winners of the metagame so far. And Tron and Yawmoth, a little bit of a loser. But there's still some matches going on. And
Still, yeah, some Bulgari is still playing. Well, let's go to see this game, this last round of the season. We have Andrea Piemonti with Insect Murktide against Alberto Franco Bianchi with these Temur Rhinos.
yeah, Andrea Piemonti has actually been championing Mortide for a while. He's actually famous for his contributions on this deck. I think he was the mind behind the new Narset set up on the sideboard against the One Rings and the Beanstalks. He's definitely in part responsible on how these Mortar decks are built nowadays. So definitely a player with a lot of expertise in this
Okay,
archetype.
Andrea is the builder of this archetype right now.
Yeah, definitely one of the most visible faces of the archetype. He's been very vocal about liking this deck a lot, and he has experimented publicly in the social media about how he's trying different things with the deck. So definitely a player to watch in terms of Mortide.
Wow. Really cool to see these experts in that archetype. And Temur Rhinos, the most powerful and most played deck on this weekend. And talk about the matchup. How is the matchup between the decks?
I mean, traditionally, this matchup is definitely kind of even, but I will say Mortide is a little bit ahead just because of counterspells being very good, specifically against Rhinos. And the way that it goes, cards like Explosives are actually very good if you play counterspells to back them. In other matchups, Explosives actually awkward now against Tishana's Tidebinder, but if you have counterspell, you're not worried.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we can see in the first round that Ragavan.
Well, Ragavan is the card you want to see every time in your opening hand.
Yeah, very good curve here.
There's 2 types of games, where you have Ragavan on turn 1 and then everything is better, or when you don't.
Yeah, that gone in this little creature. Okay, we'll see Temur Rhinos. Talking about the Cascade decks, a lot Cascade decks in this day too. I think this is a very powerful ability right now in the metagame.
Indeed, I mean, we saw Living End is among the most successful decks of the weekend. Rhinos also is the other one, so it seems like we're gonna have a lot of Cascade decks in the top 8. So I will say, going forward, get ready with this Chalice of the Void in the sideboards because you're going to need them if you're playing Modern, at least.
Okay. Play Chalice of the Void against these Cascade spells. Well, we can talk about what is the best cards against against the other deck, for example, for Irkset Murtide, how battle against these Temurinos in this the first game?
Yeah, game two is easier because you have cascade, like cascade hate or explosives or whatever. But game one is actually tricky because if you are the mortar player, like for starters, if they have like violent outburst plus force negation, you usually just lose. But also, it's imagine Andrea now has Ledger Shredder. He can actually not tap out that easily because you play Shredder, the opponent plays Rhinos, and you might actually lose. So it's tricky in that situation. Shredder, by the way, is one of the key cards. So the way you beat Rhinos with Mortide, and the reason why it's like ahead, is because if you have Shredder or Mortides, they can get large enough that the Rhinos can do much. And that's your role here. Like imagine now Andrea could cast a 5/5 Mortide, and Alberto doesn't have an answer. Well, then 5/5 is good enough to actually beat the Rhinos, right?
Yes.
And Legend Shredder, also naturally very good against Cascade.
Wow, it's true.
Because Cascade, you have to play 2 spells, so
Yes.
it's automatically 2/4. So you just need to play 2 spells in one turn for Shredder to be already 3/5. So you can blank a Rhino, and next turn is a 4/6. And the way the Rhino's deck is built, it's not very easy for them to actually answer these creatures, especially game one. And now that Fury is banned, it's even worse. So I will expect this dynamic of Andrea playing control until he can play a creature to be like, you know, what we're gonna see, especially game one, where he needs to have a big creature as fast as possible. Here it is.
Leather Shredder.
Yep, the Shredder in town. Definitely not good news for Alberto.
What is?
That's another Shellless Agent.
Okay, the second cascade
Another
spell.
art. Another art.
Another
Yeah.
art, yeah.
I'm gonna see the first trigger. Like a very common pattern here is Piconti now makes this 2/4 and taps, plays a cantrip, and then on a holy hit, for example, kills a Rhino, and Shredder triggers again, and then he has a 3/5 against a single 4/4. And he's already very ahead if that happens, right? But then Rhinos can mostly only just do the same again, and you have more Rhinos, but then Shredder will be a 4/6. This is a dynamic that Alberto is not very happy with.
Yes, this bird can block the Rhinos.
Before one thing though is Andrea discarded Iteration, which is a very strong card. This is probably an indicator of Andrea being a little bit mana flooded. So he's definitely maybe going to need a little more of action.
Holy hit.
Yep.
The removal on one of these Rhinos.
Oh no,
and
maybe he discarded the Iteration to get Sorcery to get Delirium. So he'd kill the Rhino. That's a better explanation. That is an Narset, right?
Yes. Andrea have an Arset in the hand. Very cool card against the One Ring.
Okay,
Okay,
Mortide,
Murktide.
Mortide, and spell number 2. So Shredder triggers again, and the
And-
Shredder's now going to become a 3/5.
Okay.
And so
Can block right now to this Rhino.
yeah, so he can block Rhinos with 2 creatures. Like this is very hard for Rhinos to break through. Like how do you beat this with Rhinos? It's very hard. A 6/6 and a 3/5. Gonna be 4/6 now.
Okay.
Very hard.
Andrea is being aggressive with this attack. And Alberto needs more Rhinos.
That's looking very good for Andrea.
Yes.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So detail, I think I don't know if he had Ledger Shredder on turn 2, but if he had it in his hand, he decided not to play it, so he could counter the outburst on turn 3 because he knows you don't really need to play the Shredder fast. Like to beat the Rhinos with Shredder, you don't need to play in turn 2. You just needed to play it before the Rhinos are killing you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something Andrea definitely knows because he's an expert of the deck. And if that's the case, that actually might have changed the game dramatically. Because if you play turn 2 Shredder and the opponent goes Rhinos, you might lose to like Matawara or so.
Otawara is really powerful. All these land spells like Buseyu, for example.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Lorraine Reveal. Very good common card.
Yeah. But all of like most of the deck now for Alberto doesn't do much. It's probably like Borrower and Otawara at this point. Like there's not I mean also Dead and Gone is good, but Dead and Gone bounces Shredder, and Shredder in one turn cycle can actually be back to be a Rhinos blocker, and that's
And
That's
blocks
tough.
again the Rhinos. Okay, another cascade spell. The third Rhinos for Alberto.
Yep, but this means another extra trigger for
For
Shredder.
rather, the being
That's
the bird is being so big right now.
yeah. I mean, it's almost lethal already, right? Because Alberto is at
It's in the
11,
11.
Murtide is 6-6. Well, Piemonte discarded land, but still, he's one landing ball away from winning the game. And even if he doesn't win the game, he's at 17 and has two huge creatures. I would say he's in a very comfortable position.
Could be the last turn for Andrea in this game.
Yeah, in a good way though. I think he played the land and now he's thinking.
Yes, thinking. The good thing is Andrea have a Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, you can just attack with one creature and try to secure lethal next turn. So I'm pretty sure Andrea now is trying to see how he could lose the game. And like, do I lose to Otaguara? Is like the biggest question here, but the answer is no. Otaguara puts me on 1. So this is a safe attack because if Alberto goes Otaguara here, bouncing the Shredder, he can still attack for 16. 16, not quite 17, and this will leave him dead on board to the Mortide. That's assuming Andrea has some kind of counterspell. I have not seen his hand, but this seems likely, right, at this point?
Alberto looking for cards that can destroy or exile that big bird.
Yeah, Delangon taps it and Fire Ice taps it and Delangon can bounce it, but like, so Andrea didn't crack his Fire Islet. This means he didn't go like, okay, I draw a card, I draw a bolt, I win. So this tells us Andrea likely has ways to spend his mana, and this only means interaction. Like, there's no way Andrea doesn't have anything here. Otherwise, he will have gone for the draw card.
Okay, let's go. Attack with all creatures. Block with this rather and a violent outburst. Looking for the last copy of the Rhinos.
This is one of the rare situations where the outburst is actually more important than the Rhinos because Rhinos don't affect the game anymore. Like, Alberto is going to die next turn if he doesn't get the win here.
Yes, this is another line of the violent outburst.
Yeah, and the +1/+0 is actually what matters. But as I said, I will be surprised if Andrea has absolutely nothing. He has 1 card in hand, right? Yeah, 2. So this is still not lethal, I think. Andrea goes for a fetch.
Okay.
It can be.
And
it looks like an Ottawa to me.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah.
Yes, this is Ottawa, and
Alberto
this is
Franco.
game.
Yep. Alberto Franco packs it up. It's 1-0 for Andrea. Game 1.
Game 1. Yes. Well, the
bad news.
sideboarding.
Yeah.
It's time to sideboarding.
For Alberto is the matchup doesn't get much better post sideboard. Like, Rhinos can improve a little bit, but the thing is, Mortide gets to actually cut some bad cards like the bolts to play cards like explosives and challenge the void. And we know how good they are, right? So this is the matchup.
Hard hate against the Temur Rhinos, and Temur Rhinos have another more poorly cards against. It's a Mortide like Tishana's Tidebinder, because doesn't have really good targets against this set Mortide.
Yeah, Tishana's particularly bad, especially game 1. Like, post sideboard, explosives and chalice, they are okay targets. It's good, but the issue is game 1. It's like a dead card. I don't know if Alberto actually had it on his hand, but definitely not a very good card there. I guess you can actually shrink a Shredder a little bit, but the issue is the Shredder already has some triggers before you actually get to be on tap with Tishana. I'm gonna see the sideboarding, but yeah, I mean, it's been a while since this match has been very important in the format, but it's always been the same. Like, the Rhinos player usually needs to answer the Mortide and the Shredders to actually get the win. And I think the last iterations of the deck, especially after Tishana's, they have less ways to do so. Like, they play a little bit less of like disputes and such. And Flame of Honor is good, of course, but it's also not very reliable against specifically Mortide. It's expensive against a Spell Pierce deck. Flusterstorm also. Flusterstorm is another key card. Like, it's very hard to combo through Flusterstorm because of the cascade. Like, you have 1 more spell for the storm, so even Force Negation will not be enough to actually cancel the Flusterstorm. So Flusterstorm kind of guarantees the counter spell. That's rough.
Okay, the Flusterstorm will be a K card. Okay, Andrea, take the decisions about sideboarding so fast, by the way. And Alberto, think more about the position of the what cards go to sideboard out and sideboard in.
Yeah, from Alberto's perspective, this is a bad matchup that also got worse in the last iterations of the deck. And it's like I'm behind. I'm 0-1 losing against a bad matchup. Not looking great, but he has to try to play his best. And we've seen it before. Rhinos can just win games by just doing the Rhino thing. But it's gonna be
Yes.
tough to break 2 games in a row against the Flash Storm explosives type of sideboard.
Well, a lot in game. This is could be a win and in for these two players. This is the last round, the round number 15, and let's go to see what happened in this game for Andrea and for Alberto.
Well, that's a hand for Piemonte with Chalice, Flash Storm, and I don't know what else. But
All
that's
the hate cards.
that is a good hand.
Seems a good hand.
And I don't. And then Alberto has, I think, Lorin revealed one fetch land. They think they both keep. Yeah. They both keep. And let's start the hostilities.
Okay.
That's Bubble.
Bubble,
no,
bubble.
Bubble, Bubble. Well, I mean, yeah, Anna has Bubbles, lands, and hate cards. What else do you need? So
Well.
fetching for the basic island here.
Okay.
So Andrea
let's
has an interesting situation here where he can just decide to play or not the Chalice.
go. Wow.
So the upside of playing the Chalice now is you guarantee resolve, and you can actually protect it well with the Flash Storm. Presumably it's good, right? But the issue is if you have Chalice now, you counter all the Rhinos cards, all the Rhinos spells. But if you happen to draw extra bubbles, you cannot actually cast them.
Mm-hmm.
So there's as with many plays in Magic, it seems like it's obviously better, but there's a downside. Like imagine Alberto doesn't have a very cascade base hand, and you draw more bubbles. That's bad.
Well, force of negation, and look at that Flusterstorm to try to counterspell and protect that Chalice of the Void. Chalice of the Void remains in the game.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Flush Storm. It doesn't try. It does. Because even if Alberto did have another dispute, Flush Storm doesn't try. It just happens to counter unless it's facing another Flush Storm.
We have a battle counter in the first turn.
Yeah, but this one ended being pretty bad for Alberto because he also lost a card. Like every time you force a negation like this, you're 1 card down. And now he's 1 card down. And also, well, he's facing a Chalice of the Void, which is one of the worst cards you want to see when you're playing a Cascade deck.
Okay, draw a card, play a land, Alberto.
Yep.
Wow.
Flame of Honor, though, could be a key card, especially if it can be cast with double mode, because Flame of Honor can kill the Chalice of the Void.
And draw cards.
Okay, that's this one.
Okay.
Yep. Piemonte has iteration.
Wow,
and Mortite.
iteration in turn 2.
Yeah, this is a rare play, especially if you have a Chalice of the Void, because you lose a card, right, compared to whatever you can do later. But there's a thing here. Piemonte has a Mortite in his hand, and he wants to cast it next turn. Sorry, he wants to cast it next turn, and ideally, he want to find something like a Flash Storm or a Spell Pierce. So what he wants to do is to be like, turn 3, cast Mortite, and have a Spell Pierce up, or 1-man interaction up. And this is enabled only by casting the iteration here.
Whoa.
If
Very good play, yeah.
If you wait, if Andrea waits, then he has a different game, or he plays a super control-ish game, and he knows the matchup is not about that. The matchup is like about just establishing pressure and making sure the Rhinos are not good enough. And this is something you accomplish by just achieving a big creature as large as possible, as soon as possible.
The second expressive iteration, subtlety, no?
No, he
No,
just disputed.
This is dispute, okay.
And now he didn't get the land with iteration, which he was hoping for. And the dispute on the he got the land. Wow. I think he had this stimulus before, right? He actually, yeah. Okay, I think he just passed the turn accidentally, but well, this happens to all players.
Yeah,
This keeps an opening to Alberto.
This is
actually.
the last round. This is a win and in, and sometimes the pressure and the nervous will be so hard
Well, I mean, you could see Andrea's hand was shaking a little bit. You see he's nervous.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, for every players that they have in there, you know how nervous you can get. It's a tough moment, but Andrea also has been in the spotlight a few times, so I'm pretty sure he will recover.
And sometimes
You know,
you you take that mistake and you put more nervous, and sometimes it's why it's so
yeah,
hard
yeah,
for
yeah.
the
No,
for
definitely,
Andrea or for the pressure.
absolutely, yeah.
Well,
But
okay, a
that's
creature
a shredder
is rather yes.
trigger, draw card, and well, he's getting a shredder now. Endurance came for interestingly enough, Alberto just exiled the card for
Yes.
Endurance because he read that Andrea had a Mortar in his hand. Because of the iteration on turn 2, he felt like, okay, there's a Mortar coming, so I'm going to exile my green card to actually do Endurance now, because if I pass a turn, I'm going to be facing a Mortar, and I'm going to die to it. So actually also a very good play for him. Like, he correctly read the Andrea's hand here.
Okay, the lives.
All right. I mean, life totals are high, but this game is slipping away for Alberto. Like, he's 2 cards, I think. Force of Negation and Endurance. This is like 2 cards down. Endurance actually didn't take any card. This is Mortar that got discarded to Shredder. So, and
What
yeah,
happened? The players are
they
talking about the
are.
lens.
I think they are just checking the life totals are right. I assume Piagonti should be a 17 because he fetched for Island. I'm not. I
Yes.
think he should be 17.
Judge is checking the deck.
Well, they're checking the deck because the bottom of the deck is from Endurance, so you can actually check what happened before in the game. So the judge is gonna make sure how many fetches were there in the last like 5 cards, and if the life total is correct with the Steam Vent. So they're gonna make sure it's correct.
Well,
So they're just talking about this and they're just figure out.
seems all is well.
It seems like all is correct. Yeah, and they're just keep playing. I assume. Yeah.
Okay, the lives. Okay.
Yep.
New paper,
New paper.
more clearly.
Oh, so they're like this at 17, 19, I think.
Okay. And the game continues.
The game continues, but back into the game, Alberto has 2 cards in hand
Look,
and
This Flame of Honor
challenge, but not the challenge. Yeah.
destroying this hate card for try to play one cascade spell.
Yeah, but 1 card in hand, like against an opponent with a shredder already. I think the hope for Alberto is that those rhinos are actually good enough to win the game. There's 1 counter only, so maybe that's going to resolve.
Well, thinking. Andrea knows is if it just past turn, Alberto will we try to play some cascade spells? Both players need to think.
Yeah, I mean, every decision here can actually change the game. We don't know the cards in Alberto's hand, but it's Spell Pierce, I think.
Tishanas
Boom.
has been typed in there. Or
Is that the Shanna Step Bender?
I don't know.
No, it's I don't
I'm trying-
Outburst. Getting some
Violent
rhinos.
Outburst.
Yep. I think that was a Spell Pierce, but maybe not. It's Unholy Heat, Narset, something else, something. That's a Spell Pierce for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So Spell Pierce gets this counter after the trigger from Shredder. Attacking for 5 down to 12. And that's
Where is
already
the
almost
Rhinos?
yeah, that's already almost enough to actually win the race against the Rhinos, even if they resolve, because there's 1 Unholy Hit. So 1 Rhino will not be enough to raise the Shredder alone. So this is looking very good for Andrea Piemonti. Which I'm pretty sure has made a few top 8s already before with this deck. I think he's been playing this online a lot. So
A lot of cards here.
yeah, well, this is Cascade
be
giving information because you show
Yes.
most of your deck, so you actually show a little bit of how you support to your opponent.
You can check the sideboard, yes.
Yeah, and also you can sometimes check a little bit of like if they usually you cannot get that much information, but things like there's the 4 force of negation there, for example. Well, you know your opponent
Having in
is
hand
not
one.
he cannot have 1 in the hand, right? Yeah. So it's yep, we're gonna see a Spell Pierce, I guess. Discarding this, yeah, Spell Pierce. Explosives for Pigonti as well, which I mean this is
Damage.
It just keeps looking better and better for him. Yep, he's like treasure. Yeah, I'm not gonna cast that one. I think it's maybe better to play explosives here. You don't lose anything against Tiziana because it's gonna be there anyway. But if next draw step for Alberto is force negation,
Mm-hmm.
you actually can avoid your explosive being countered like that if you play explosive now. Maybe that's an upside.
Okay,
Okay. He
Rhinos,
just goes for the counter spell now.
but counter spell.
If you have a counter spell, I think it's better to play this way. Like if Alberto top decks Cascade, he just played, you untap, play explosives, and pretty much run away with the game.
Another Rhinos,
No, that's a Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes killed Dragavan, which...
but another Rhinos is suspend.
Yeah, it's suspended, but I don't think that's gonna happen because the game is gonna be over before
Yeah.
this. It's a very bad top deck. You're there and you're like, no, this one.
The
Second Shredder, second Ragavan, double trigger.
Wow,
This is
these birds go so high.
this is over almost. I mean, if you're playing
Discarding
Rhinos,
the
if you're playing Rhinos and your opponent mid-game discards explosives, you know it's over.
explosives.
Like you know it's over because why will they discard explosives otherwise? And yeah, Arango backs to hand, and I think left totals are 6 now for Alberto, which means he's pretty much facing lethal, and that's game for Andrea
Andrea.
Piemonte, which might have a little bit of a sweat for the top 8 though in terms of tiebreakers. It's not 100%, but it might be good enough, for him to actually make top 8.
That
In
could
the 8th
be
place, 7th
Andrea
place.
plays in top 8.
Yeah, it's probably likely. I mean, it's going to be between 7th and 9th. We don't know yet for sure, but it's hard to know beforehand. But definitely, it is. This win was probably
Well,
good for a top 8.
yeah. Will we wait for the standings? I don't know. We have another game backup.
I think we do. We have
Yes.
Golgari Yagmoth against Timo Rhinos, Rafael Bayo against Eric Leon Wong. What do you think about this?
Another Temurinos.
The best deck.
Yeah. Golgari Yathmoth. I like Golgari Yathmoth. I like the Creatures deck. And I think it's the only Golgari Yathmoth alive in the today for debate. And I want that Golgari Yathmoth won. And look that table. Look that Young Wolf.
Yeah, it's Jung Wolf, Yagmoth, Wall of Roots, and I don't know the last card on the right because of the glare. These leaves are a little bit glary, but I'm not sure which one it is. Actually,
Okay.
it's just, I think it's
Whoa.
Holder's Yeller. I think it's the Pseudo 4, a very good one from the
Mhm.
Tron Cyborgs.
Yeah.
The Pseudo 4.
Soulless
doesn't
Jailer.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
let people cascade.
Brothers
Basically,
Hunt and
Brotherhood 10 just kills 3 deals 3 I assume he's choosing the artifact mode to kill the jailer, but well, I mean, looking at this game, we don't know the hand, but it looks very good for Jagmoth.
yes.
So one thing is, this matchup is probably different as it was before, because traditionally,
Why?
Jagmoth was not very good against Rhinos.
Mm-hmm.
That's also maybe not that intuitive because we said it, like Jagmoth is actually good against creature decks, because when you play Jagmoth and the creatures, your ability actually just kills creatures, shrink them enough, you can sometimes proliferate even. But at least before, when Rhinos had Fury, Fury is very good against Jagmoth. You can either kill the small creatures, you can just kill Jagmoth for 0 mana and then attack. And another thing is Jagmoth actually uses life total as a resource to combo. So if you're at 2 life, Jagmoth is not very good, isn't it? Because you can just not use ability much. And Rhinos is very fast at killing players. So
Well,
before it was very good for Rhinos, I assume Tiziana's stat binder is not as good as Fury against Jagmoth. I think Tiziana still can be somehow good, but I think Jagmoth can actually beat that card. Like if you have a Jagmoth and they play Tiziana, you can just kill it with the trigger on the stack. So you cannot get that much value of a Tiziana. And I will say this is one of the matchups where Rhinos is actually worse than before in this matchup because of Fury actually being great in this matchup. And we'll see this a little bit maybe, like situations where Eric will love to have a Fury. I mean, even this game, this turn before, if Eric had a Fury, it would be great for him, right? But instead,
the Fury not more.
he had Brotherhood
Not
Zen.
anymore for
Yeah,
Fury in Modern.
exactly.
That was a Geist in the
Yeah,
graveyard.
I think Gaze was trying to combo, but even without the combo, like one wolf, one Yamoth, and two wolves, that might be enough to actually take the Rhinos down. So Rhinos are 9. 15 life has a lot of life as well. So, well, let's see. This is also most likely a win and in. Oh, wait, I think there are the judge is saying that they didn't draw a card.
Yes.
So it's just we don't know if there was a
He,
trigger.
he needs to
first.
draw a card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Javier, this is another win and in.
I think so, yeah. And this one looks like it's gonna go to game 3.
Wow, this is combo. Another young wolf.
Yep. There's a Tishana on the hand of Eric, but so when you have Jamoth and two wolves, you can just pay life to draw a card for free.
Mhm.
And Rafael has 15 life, so he's gonna easily
He-
save like 7. He's gonna draw like 7 cards now. You know, Code of Calling actually instantly wins. But even if he doesn't win the game now, well, 7 cards in hand, that's a full hand, and Eric has 3 cards, and none of them are like particularly broken in this situation.
Look,
Like
that card
cas-
advantage
like a
giant.
cascade card is not as good even. So this game is actually not very easy to come back from for Eric here. I think we're gonna see a game 3, which is good. You know, we get to see the game from the start.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Look that card advantage engine. Rafael could pay around 10 lives for draw 10 cards.
I assume he will not pay that much just so like he doesn't die to like Fire Eyes twice or something like this, but Shadows of the Void.
Chalice of the Void.
That's also I think it's not coincidence that we're seeing Shadows of the Void in these like high table players, you know, they were prepared. They knew the cascades were they would be like the deck to beat and maybe the last turn, I don't know.
This double Tishana,
Well, Tishana, not
Violent Outburst,
yeah.
and I can see the other card in hand for Eric.
I mean, he's gonna think now. Of course, players are thinking, but there's not too much to do. I think if you're Eric, obviously you have to consider all your options. You have to be like, well, how can I get back into the game? That's what you're trying to do if you're in this Magic game. But well, draw
Let's go to
card.
Draw a card. Let's go to see what card.
There's one card I don't know what that is. Like it's a Wada probably. One of these Wada arts, I think, the promo. I mean, 9 life. So want to see an attack for
Tag with all creatures.
yeah, it's gonna be 5 damage, go to 4. And I just don't see a way back. But also Yamoth sometimes just draw cards and doesn't have like a fast kill, but even if you don't have fast kill, if your opponent cannot kill you and you have like enough creatures, that's enough, right? Let's see if he goes from to draw more cards. What's this is a Grist?
This is a Grist. Declare.
Grist playing one of the mana.
I
Well,
can
Grist
see
is-
Declare. Yeah, this is a Grist.
Well, Greece definitely doesn't affect the board here that much, but still another threat. Like, I guess Rafael here is trying to be like, well, what happens if my opponent goes like Force of Vigor into a Cascade card, which is like the worst thing could happen, even though Force of Vigor is not very likely. But I'm pretty sure Rafael is here like feeling safe in that regard. Another Chalice of the Void, so now Eric knows there's at least 2 Chalice of the Voids on Rafael's deck. That's some information, you know.
Mhm.
He's getting out of this Grist and just pass.
The info in a Magic game is very important.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, you can win this game. You can not
so
die.
Otawara
Otawara.
for the Chalice. That's
At
totally
the end,
okay.
and try to. Whoa, yes, Chalice to hand, and
he's a
untap
fly.
and try to resolve Cascade.
Yeah, he will resolve a Cascade, but
Violent Outburst.
doesn't do much for him in that regard. Like it's just
Sounds not enough to win
yeah,
game.
there's 2 Rhinos. Sure, I guess he can just put 2 counters on the Rhinos and proliferate once, and then again and again. It doesn't matter much. You could actually just proliferate the Grist, and then sacrifice the creatures, and then he'll win with the Grist maybe. But there's I think there's like 10 different combinations of lines you can take here if you're Rafael to actually close the game, but I don't think it ultimately matters much. I think the Yamoth one, you can proliferate the Grist to make it ultimate, like the ultimatum. I think that's cool.
And more counters. More.
Yeah, you can add counters to the grease, so it goes for 5, and then use -5, and boom. But you can also use attack. He has Court of Calling. There's a lot of things you can do, but
Okay.
he
Let's
can
go
just play
to
Chalice.
battle. Let's go to
Okay.
attack with all creatures.
Yeah, he could play Chalice first also to force the issue, but it's the same because the Rhinos are going to be there anyway, and
And in response,
you can just
violent
kill them.
outburst.
Yeah. Gonna see some game actions here, but
No,
probably will not see too much more of a turn here.
two
Just
blockers here.
tokens. Two blockers, 4 life total. Yeah, I
Okay.
think he's probably gonna go with a greased kill just because it's faster. Yeah, he'll be like, okay, sure, block.
Okay. Two rhinos trying to block here.
Yep. So game mana. Boom. Swing 1. Put
Mhm.
2-9. You're gonna see the rhinos being shrinked a little bit.
Pedros. Come on, Eric.
Rafael is just simply playing this carefully. Like he knows he has this game locked up, but he obviously you want to be sure. You know, playing it for this top 8, like top 8 of the one qualifier. If you're there, you have to be. Your mind is like, okay, I have this, but I have to be playing careful. Just don't do anything that's wrong. Just like play my cards well, get the value. Eventually, you know, end the game. Like if it was a testing game or whatever, maybe he'll be like very fast. Like I do this and kill you. But in a tournament, especially in a game this important, you have to do your things well. And we're seeing this like with Rafael. He's just taking his actions.
He needs to play well until the end.
He proliferating this, so he has the lethal on board already with the grist. So at this point, we will probably see Eric pack it up. I'll say.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
another proliferate.
Yes. This is a grist.
Pum, pum. More proliferates.
Look,
This
a
young wolf is
small-
getting large.
A small rhinos and a big young
yeah,
wolf.
fetch 1, proliferate again, and then the rhino dies, and then it's lethal already. Like as I said, like there's a lot of lethal combinations here. He just went for this one for the full proliferate everything. Like he just like get a huge wolf, kill the rhino.
So Eric
That's it.
can concede the game and try to play the game 3, but this is okay, Rafael. You need to warn me.
I mean, they have time, but he could have packed it up once he had nothing.
Okay.
Also that, but I
1-1
can
in the
understand
round.
this. Yep, 1-1. So we're gonna see game 3. I think this is a most likely a win and in as well for top 8. Rafael, our only Jamoth player live for top 8. Team Rhinos, though, it's being very successful. So Eric could be like the second or third, depending on the results and the matches. We don't know yet. But definitely a win and almost a clean win and in. I think these players are very good breakers. And we'll see. I mean, on the play, Rhinos might be ahead
Yes.
again, but I'm not sure. Like
Ari,
I think
Eric
Chalice
is
of the
thinking
Void.
about it. Yes.
I think Chalice of the Void is actually good enough. I think Chalice might change things here. I'm not sure Rhinos is favored anymore in the matchup compared to what it was before. Jamoth could never have like this amount of specific hate cards against deck like Rhinos. Once they do, they're very good because the cards that actually deal well with Chalice are like Flame of Honor, which is okay against Jamoth, not that good, and definitely not Force of Vigor. So it's an awkward spot for Rhinos.
No chance for Golgari Yadmo. Golgari now is in the draw. It's not very comfortable, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how this game unfolds. Winning.
Well, Golgari Yadmo have a lot of rampers with the light halfling, the light
Yep.
halfling, and then Wall of Roots can add a lot of mana very early.
Wall of Roots is the most important one because it doesn't die to Fire Ice onto Dead Gun or something like this. And also, if you have Court of Calling, it can give 2 mana. If you don't have the need for the mana, it's a 0/5. And 0/5 blocks 4/4 pretty well.
So well.
I mean, it's actually something that matters in the matchup. We'll see the shuffling, and let's go.
Come on, shuffle fast.
Yep.
And hands. Let's go to see the mulligans.
Yeah, I mean, nothing particularly fancy here in the mulliganing. They will just keep all the functional hands and mulligan the hands that cannot do much. We see rhinos with 3 lands, Dead and Gone, Cascade, and Flame of Honor. That's, I will keep this hand. I think it's I will be very happy with this hand playing
Temple
on
Rhino.
Eric's shoes. Yeah. And we don't see Rafael's hand, but he kept as well. Okay, so land go.
Land go, land go. Pretty fast turns.
Yeah, I mean, not having a drop 1 is actually not that bad in this matchup anyway, compared to other matchups. And also, Eric has it and gone, so it's not like having a halfling will make his game much better because it will just simply die to the red removal.
Well,
All right.
no Calice in the turn 1.
No, and also fetch go
Very
is
good
good
news.
against Fire Ice if that's what Eric has, which of course he doesn't have it, but Rafael doesn't know. So it's probably better to here not fetch end of turn. Usually you fetch end of turn to just have your tap land, and in Yammoth it's particularly useful because sometimes you need double black and green for the Overgrown Tomb, but here just because of Fire and Ice, Rafael isn't able to fetch. I mean, he's able to do so, but it will be incorrect, and he identifies this. But now his mana base could be a little bit worse. Or if he gets to the Overgrown Tomb, he will have to pay 2 life just because the existence of Fire Ice, even though it's not in Eric's hand. That's some of the classic where Fire and Ice is doing work, even though it's not being drawn. That's how good it can be sometimes.
Fire Ice.
Yep.
Super cool. Well, we'll see the turn for Rafael.
So that is
Not small creatures.
March. Yep.
Yes.
Chalice now.
This is the chalice. This is the
Yes.
hate card against that cascade spell.
Yeah, but
This is a Geist?
Eric's hand has Borrower for the Chalice and then Cascade card. So it's actually very well equipped to beat this hand for Rafael. Geist is like not particularly strong here. It's good that once it dies with an encounter, it can team with like a halfling to actually kill a rhino, but not the ideal alternative. Like you want to see Wall of Roads in this situation. Just be able to set up like a better turn 3, but I can tell you Rafael is not going to be happy when he sees this Borrower on Eric's hand because he knows Borrower means next turn he's gonna be facing a Cascade spell.
This.
Yep.
Brazen Borrower.
Making sure it's right.
Pity Theft.
And then, well, it's gonna be 10 power. We've seen a lot this weekend. On the play, 10 power, that's what rhinos do. They just attack you for 10, turn 4.
Time to cascade spell this Shardless Agent.
Yep.
Let's go to Rhinos.
That's well,
Oh, the second card was.
not the less the thing the Rafael wanted to see the least. But he has to play the game going forward. Some things could happen that are good for him. I don't know if Greased killing a rhino is very good. Not really. It's something. There isn't that. I mean, Jagmoth on turn 4. Like if he goes like double Gulf and then a Jagmoth, that also can be good. But
So Rafael needs to deploy creatures so fast.
he needs to do something. Like he's facing an opponent with
Play
5 cards in
Khalid
hand.
is,
Yeah.
is free, right?
Yeah. But 4 cards in hand and 10 power in the battlefield. That's not a an ideal spot. So he goes for the wall.
Wall of Roots.
Uses the mana so he cannot block
Another
a rhino.
Geist.
Another Geist. Okay, that's something because double Geist can actually block a rhino,
Mm-hmm.
and that's something that's relevant. Obviously, we know Eric has a dead gun, but another dead gun, double dead gun. Poof.
Oof.
That is a good pickup. Huh? I think this game might not go for too long. So Eric has access to 3 mana. This is tricky. Because if Eric attacks with everything, do you think Rafael is going to block?
Yeah, I guess.
Double block?
Double
Probably.
block, yeah, double block.
The issue with double block, though, is if they come back, the Geist come back, then Dead and Gone, or any removal spell for that matter, kills the Geist forever. And I'm not sure that's going to be good for Rafael. I think this block situation is extremely hard. Like, one of these situations where you're like, I'm probably losing regardless. This is very hard, but you have to try to figure out the best way to win the game. And the way I see it is, if Eric has a removal spell, does it mean I have to block or not? That's the big question. And it's not a question, like this is the right question, but it's not a question that it's easy to answer, because you actually want to be able to combo with Yawmoth for as much as you can, but you also don't want to lose too much life before you do so. And some of the removals that actually kill the Geist will actually kill Yawmoth, specifically like Flame of Honor. He thought about it for like some seconds, and he ultimately decided to take the damage because he just wants to be able to combo instant speed, like
So,
to combo with Yawmoth with the two Geists.
well, Rafael no blocks.
If you're Eric here,
Yeah.
you actually have to see these no blocks as a strength, because
Hmm.
if Rafael's hand was like not good, he might be like, maybe I just double block because if he has lands, which he could have because it's turn 4, right? So I'm gonna win by playing fair. But this no block tells us that Rafael is very likely having a plan, like a Jagmoth. Like imagine if Rafael had Jagmoth into Court of Calling for Blood Artist, that actually will be lethal. I mean, obviously we know that's not the case because Eric has to Dead and Gun, but against a hand without Dead and Gun, it will be lethal. So that's something that Eric must be concerned about now.
No, Eric is thinking, I'm suspicious.
Yeah, we'll see. Like that's gonna be Yawmoth.
More this, yes. This is the Jawmoth, the Fram Doctor.
Yeah, once he doesn't block with the Geist, this Yawmoth was like kind of face up. Like we knew there was a Jagmoth there because otherwise he will have block. Now the issue is, how do you play against this if you're Eric? This is, in this situation, playing for the top 8, this is a tense moment. Both players are going to try to play as careful as they can against what the opponent is going to hold. And I think the one that's going to be forced to take an action is going to be Rafael, because he's the one under pressure. Boom. Okay. Now the question is, where is Eric going to actually trigger the Dead and Gone?
Let's see.
He's gonna take his time because this is
The moment.
the moment.
Yes.
Undying Trigger. This is a moment for Eric. Having 2 copies makes things a little bit easier compared to having 1, but he's going to go for kill Yawmoth. So there's gonna be, okay, this resolves. And then he's gonna go like, okay, I'm gonna kill
Whoa.
this Yawmoth. Okay, so 10 life for Rafael.
2 cards for 1, but 1 so good card.
1 activation on the stack for Rafael. And so there's some options for Bio here. He can just sack the other gaze to draw another card, and then sacrifice the Wall of Roots to actually remove the counter to the gaze, and then put some counters. But this is rough for him. I think like this second copy of that gun actually changed the course of the game a little bit. Even though it didn't look like big of a deal, but it is, because now Yawmoth just dies. Otherwise, Eric will have to spend the whole turn to actually kill the Yawmoth. And
Very well positioned for Eric right now with this double gun.
yeah, it's probably looking very good for Rhinos, but it depends on the draws. Like, there's always the chance of like Court of Calling showing up randomly here, and then things might change. Because Court of Calling will be Court of Calling for 1. Maybe that's not a very good catch for him. He played the land already. He played the Burning Catacombs, and
Okay. The stack result.
Waltz was here. Like there's not too much he can do this specific turn, and he has like 2 counters in different Rhinos, probably setting up the board so another Jagmoth can actually come into play and proliferate them. But time is running away. Like 9 life is not a lot. One thing though is Rhinos are 3/3s and the Gaze are 3/2, so they actually
Can block.
trade.
Well, only 9 minutes. Time enough to end this run.
Yeah, presumably, yeah. At least Rafael is low life, and if he stabilizes, he actually will be able to attack through Eric's defenses, because defenses are going to be like 1 agent and
Attack
1
with all
Enderant.
creatures. If you want to block with the Geist, yeah, come on, you can do it.
I mean, I think he has to. Like, I don't think he is very happy about it because he loses all the combo potential, but I think he has to block everything at this point. Like, I think he's going to be like, yeah, block everything. If you have something I probably don't do very well, but have to do it.
Yeah, Eric is taking pressure on the Rafael lives.
Yeah, he's thinking on the
Yeah.
blog outside. Yeah, he goes, I agree with this blog. Like, you just cannot take life, especially playing Yagmoth. You need like every single point of life you can get, and then he goes like, yep, I have nothing. Let's just trade. Which once you decide to block, if you are Rafael, this is like a relieving moment because wow, I'm not dying this turn. I'm not like losing all my board for nothing. And now, well, Eric has Endurance and Borrower, so the pressure is gonna keep coming. But Borrower is particularly weak against Yagmoth because it's only one toughness creature. So
And pass
land.
turn with this Charlotte's agent only in the table.
This game is actually quite open, huh? Like, we don't exactly know Rafael's hand. We know he has a low life total. And that is a swamp. Is there any 2-mana card left, like, he can play? Maybe there's no more tombs in the deck. I don't really... he probably has something to do here.
I can see
No.
all the cards in the Rafael's hands.
Oh, it's a forest. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is probably an important... Like, this is a turn where Rafael has to be like, okay, I was losing, now I have this little bit of air. I have to come back from this turn. Like, he has to get some advantage here.
He deploys some creatures.
He has to deploy as many creatures as he can. Ideally,
Okay.
something like Priest into Wolf or something. Oh, Cauldron.
Oh, Cauldron.
One of the newest cards in the format. It's been already out for some months, but still keeps surprising some players. Cauldron is definitely a strong play here, and Grease.
What happened with this risk? Yes. Okay, you can resolve.
Well, Grease is gonna put like counters on creatures, like this, like eventually, like you're gonna put it in insect, and if Grease dies, you can actually exile with Cauldron. If that happens, oh, it's fireworks. Like the counters creatures get the Grease abilities, and
Explodes.
we know how it goes, right? Important turn here. Important draw step for Eric, I feel. He's running out of gas a little bit compared to what Rafael is doing, but Rafael is low left total. Like a borrower here will put Rafael on 3 life automatically. But other than that, if you cast borrower, how are you gonna win this game? I think you probably have to cast the borrower, attack for 3, and then just maybe Flame of Honor the...
Try to survive with a spell. Yes.
Yeah, Flame of Honor can kill the Agatha's Cauldron. The issue is Grist is there. Like, Grist is going to kill the borrower, so it's not very easy for him.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cauldron.
Exile Jagmoth, and actually,
Yes.
yeah. So you can put a counter on the Wall of Roots, and then sacrifice the token and kill the borrower.
The borrower.
That's already...
But Eric needs to play the borrower.
I mean, he could have Flame of Honor the Cauldron actually better, but this way he heals 1 damage and gets rid of 1 creature. So now a removal spell on the wall puts him on 3. It's you know what it is? Randus is a very good deck. It can always solve some bad matchups by having strong hands, but it is not a very strong comeback deck. If you think about it, most of the times we're seeing a deck that's like, we say like, yeah, this deck doesn't have too many outs. It's usually Rhinos. It doesn't have too many comeback situations. And here, we don't know exactly what's the best way for Eric to come back, but... it's not very...
Difficult
This
decision.
is a difficult decision.
Yeah, this is so difficult
So
decision.
it says 6 life against 13.
Wow.
Well.
Eric is struggling.
It's hard.
Yeah.
He could attack and then just... I mean, you
Okay.
could maybe just Flame of Honor the creature. It's very tough. Maybe Flame of Honor the Cauldron is good, though.
This is the game 3, the
Yeah.
last game to try to hit it to pay it for both players.
Yeah, Eric says this resolves, and that's dangerous. Like, another creature means Jagmoth can, from the Cauldron, eat another creature and draw another card. He's going to also use Grease now. I think this situation is quite advantageous for Rafael at this point. who is probably going to try to attack somewhat soon here.
Draw a card.
Yeah.
Or token.
A token. This token is more creatures to sacrifice for Yamath ability.
Still putting that card advantage in Jaina.
Yep. So at this point, like Raphael is guaranteed to actually have enough card advantage. But the issue is the life totals. Like that's his concern at this point. And there's a Rhino coming in 2 turns. So Eric has to try to convert this Flame of Honor into more damage. The issue is there's a world where if you're Eric, you're like, maybe I need to draw cards to draw Fire and Ice to kill you. Like Fire and Ice is player removal. In that way, you can just 2 to target player, he's on 6, and you actually cannot beat many of the cards anyway.
Well,
Maybe,
Flame of Honor.
yeah, maybe you can just like kill the Chalice. Maybe you can just ignore everything and just try to draw Fire and Ice. I am not sure. It's definitely not easy to picture.
Well, Flame of Honor and the Cauldron.
Yeah,
Destroying
Cauldron.
it, and Raphael
Cauldron can take out
the Borrowers.
So you can put a counter on a creature,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be a bigger creature. That's it. Like I don't think Raphael wants to pay life. I think this just.
I don't think so.
But you can proliferate though. You can just discard a card, proliferate, right? And that's also maybe useful. He decides not to do so. Yeah, well, it's your
Yeah.
turn, Eric. Rhinos on 1. Subtlety.
Subtlety?
Subtlety flies.
Yeah, have a vision.
Subtlety flies. There's a world where that's maybe enough if Subtlety and Eric draws like a Fire and Ice. Okay,
Call of Calling.
Oh, Court of Calling. I didn't.
Looking for
see
a
this
very good
one.
creature.
Well, Court of Calling is probably gonna get another Yawgmoth. I mean, I will expect so at least. Court of Calling getting Yawgmoth, and that's probably a forced Flame of Honor. I mean, I'm not sure because Flame of Honor needs to kill the Chalice, otherwise, Rhinos are countered. So Flame of Honor really needs to have 2 modes. Unfortunately for Eric, Agent is
Choose
not a wizard.
wisely the target. Okay, the Yawgmoth again.
I mean, he has
Is
to
in the
choose
board.
wisely, but I don't think there's a very good decision. Like, there's no choice that's very good for him. Like, both are very. It's like pick your poison situation where it's not easy to define which one is better. But 5 life means probably you don't want to kill the Yawgmoth. You just accept you lose if they full combo, and just try to just kill the Chalice and tap, play Rhinos, and see if that's somehow enough.
Look that attack.
Yep.
Raphael is trying to pressure the lives, need to win the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he might be at 5 life because of that life he paid to kill the Borrower. But I might be wrong, though.
He can block. He can block with another creatures.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, if you're Eric, you just block. Like
Yeah.
you're trying to survive, and this agent is not getting anywhere. There's like a bunch of walls in front,
Good. Yeah.
so just block and there's surely some combinations of cards he can have to win the game, but it's not very likely.
This is a land.
He discarded land with the proliferate
Mhm.
Yawgmoth. He attacks for 5. So attacking for 5 means Eric goes to 8. So if there were 8 creatures in the graveyard, that would be lethal. No, attacks for 5. Yeah, so it goes to 8. But I don't think Raphael wants to sacrifice enough creatures. He doesn't need to. Like, he's not in a rush.
And the subtlety?
Yeah, subtlety is in his hand, but I don't think he's gonna play it. He can just like pass. I mean, pass or just agrees to kill something, but
Well, the time? The
time is
is
up.
over.
But there's no way this game is gonna end in specifically 2 turns. Like, either Eric has some random way, like we cannot think about to win the game. He's trying to play to his outs. I think that he's playing it well, but I don't think there's any way to do it. He's definitely trying, or just Raphael just eventually wins the game by having card advantage. And let's see what happens now. He's resting one other creature. So let's think through. What could Eric do to win this game? How does he win this game?
What are the odds for the player?
I mean, if you play subtlety,
Mm-hmm.
I think if you can play subtlety and tap, attack,
Mm-hmm.
and top deck fire and ice, that's the one comes to me as like you have to get lucky, and you actually need to flame of honor into both a land and a fire and ice. So I think this might work, right? Because there's no blocking for Raphael, and every point of damage you take out of subtlety, you have to pay 1 life for Yamath, right? So I think that might work.
Flame of Honor in
Yep.
this Caliph.
Here,
And
yeah,
okay.
I think end of turn subtlety was good because you can attack. You can also kill on the upkeep the chalice, but I think I will use maybe the flame of honor to just top deck the fire and ice because you're gonna die to Greased anyway. So might as well just top deck fire and ice like right away and just go for the best. Like now, Eric has to pass the turn, so he's going to try to win with the rhinos, which it might be good enough, but it's dangerous because of Grist. Grist is there hovering with 7 counters.
But Eric needs to try it.
So I think Raphael has 2 creatures in the graveyard now. Is that correct?
Guys, for sure. Two
2
guys,
guys.
for sure.
I think that's it actually. So he needs to have 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe he doesn't have enough.
Pass.
Pass. That's interesting.
Second turn.
Yep. Okay, so he can actually sacrifice a token now, go to 4, put a cannon on a rhino, so he can proliferate once, but I don't think that does too much for him.
What?
Yeah, he has endurance. Yeah. He has endurance and he's having endurance he had the whole game,
Mm-hmm.
but
Look, that
that's true
bottom.
actually.
Look, that board.
He's,
a lot of
he's
creatures.
going to try to kill the rhinos. Let's
With-
see. Rhinos might be good enough actually here. So
Yes.
probably the best play was maybe just end of turn subtlety and then upkeep with the trigger on the stack with Rhinos, Flame of Honor the. No, but then you cannot cast Endurance. It's actually tricky. Maybe going all in on Endurance was actually fine. Maybe this. It was a very complicated situation actually. I think there's a world where this was actually the best play. Like Eric just identified that he can just play defense here, just like have the Rhinos and see if Raphael draws some lands and cannot do too much.
Oh, players are counting.
Yeah.
It counts.
The thing is, if Raphael goes for the kill with Grist, losing some life, he might just lose to the endurance also, like all to the subtlety. Oh, what a game! I think this is being a great game for topic. Huh?
This is a very, very hard game. This is the last game until the top 8.
So this wall is gonna die trying to kill the agent, and we're gonna see some proliferating actions here, trying to make the creatures as large as possible. Yeah, Raphael definitely wants to go for the kill with Grist, but he doesn't know about the endurance. So the way he can maybe manage to do this is just like by holding some of the cards and discarding them afterwards. The endurance resolves, but that requires planification. That requires him thinking like, okay, I'm gonna try to play around endurance, which is definitely something easy to forget here.
Grease in this game is a very powerful card.
Yeah, it is, but
Performing so well.
it's more like the threat of the Grist. Like it's not doing too much, but now it's always being like, okay, I can kill you with the Grist. So it's like a hammer there, just hovering. But Eric has an endurance. Like it will be very, well played if Eric has the endurance for the whole game, and he actually just ends winning with a card that was on his starting hand. Like this endurance was waiting for this moment for the whole game, and let's see if this happens. So now
This is the turn number
2.
Three-
I think it's
three,
3,
right?
right? I think it's 3.
3.
What a game. So
A lot of mana.
what is this? It's a 4 mana. I don't know what the card is. I feel Is it Code of Calling? I think it's Code of Calling, right? Yep. It's Code of Calling, I think, for that should be a solo port Cthulhu or Blood Artist.
It's
Which
a blood artist, I guess.
yeah, if that's a Blood Artist, that should be game over. Like now he can use Grist for the kill. He can say like, okay, Grist -5. And if Eric responds, yep, play a land, play a creature. I think this should be it. Well, we're gonna see, yeah, the Riot going before. So now every sacrifice creature is just for free life, because you gain 1 from Blood Artist and then you lose 1 from the
The
Jumbo.
blood
So
artist.
that's very safe for
Drain life.
Raphael. Heal for 1, heals to 7, proliferate. Discard another 1, proliferate. So Rhino dies, and Rhino dies. Eddie goes to 6. That's already lethal on board, I think, right? Not. Whoa, wait.
Doing math.
Yeah, so they go to 6, and Rafael goes to 4, I think. But so Endurance might actually be a surprise block here,
Whoa.
right? I think it's 4 and 6.
Okay. What
So
a
4 to
turn.
6,
What a
so
turn. Okay, Rafael is
he has to block the big guy with the.
attacking with these creatures.
He has to block. What if he plays Endurance now? Blocks the token with the Endurance. Rhino blocks Yawgmoth. He's gonna take 1, 2, 2. I think this might be game over here. Yeah, I think not attacking, like attacking before doing the grist is actually good, because if Rafael does the grist, then Eric plays the Endurance, and then he has a very clean block. Now, if Eric plays Endurance and shuffles the graveyard into the, not shuffles, puts the graveyard back into the library, then after damage, Rafael can simply just play grist with the creatures that will die in the combat, or with the Jam of Sacrifice effect, and that's probably going to be game, actually, right? Eric is at 6 life, and he's gonna lose at least 2 more to the Blood Artist. Actually 3, right? Because the one creature that blocks the token is gonna be dying as well. So this should be
Look, that graveyard.
this should be it, actually. It was a close game, I think.
Yeah,
I
so
think
close.
the game should be over, but
Was
let's just-
large and close game.
let's just see how players go through the motions. Like, we're gonna see Endurance targeting Jew opponent, presumably, and
Okay.
I think there's a good block. You have to block Yawgmoth with the Rhino, and you have to block the big guy with the Endurance. Yep. But this results on you, as if you're Eric, you take 1 and 2 damage.
With the halfling.
3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the blood artist.
Yep. And
Okay. Draw a card. Oh my god, what a game.
yeah, but now Eric is at 5, so he goes to 4, 3, 2. This is over. Yep. This is over, and
This is game.
this is game over. Yeah, Blood Artist.
Rafael is
Yeah.
winning in the turns.
Yeah, Blood Artist is like the classic Blood Artist, 10 million damage, the finisher, and yeah, this is just like looks like a game over from this position. There were a lot of decisions this game, definitely. Both players had to play carefully, navigate this game carefully.
A lot of iterations with this.
Yeah, I think this was
Permanence.
a cool matchup to see, to watch like how this game unfolded. I'm pretty sure Eric missed Fury, but at least the Dead and Guns were good enough to actually like keep the creatures in check. But this last Blood Artist
Survives,
was like,
sacrifice
strong
another,
enough. Yeah,
and The last
That's it. It's
one
gonna be a handshake.
sacrifice.
Yep, that's a handshake.
Handshake. Okay.
Got a game. Yeah, it's.
Well, the Swiss of this Grand Open qualifier is in the book. This was the last round. What a round, by the way.
Yeah, no, definitely.
That match was so crazy, so long, so interesting. A lot of interactions with the Cauldron deck. I love it. I love it by one thing, because my prediction was one Gogori Yavmoth in the top 8.
That is true.
Could be.
Oh, and I had 3 rhinos, and they
Yes,
lost, so
yes.
maybe I'm wrong in this one.
Who wins now, Javier?
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It looks like I'm gonna be losing, but we don't know yet the top 8, do we? I think we don't know the top 8 standing, so we're gonna have a look about the different results in the matches.
Yes.
Let's see what we have here. But some of the results are there. Some
Another matches? Let's go
yeah,
to see the
I
results.
think we actually have a lot of the results on the high tables, but we don't have the actual standings, so we don't know which
We will
breakers
wait.
would actually be better. So we cannot.
Yeah.
We don't know it yet, but we have some
Well.
of the some of the players that
Yes.
might be in the top 8 here playing these win-ins, and
Yes,
I'm
these
glad.
games was in an ins. We will be back with the top 8 announcement, a very special moment for this weekend.
welcome back to the booth. It's not round 14, it's not round 15, it is the top 8. The Swiss has already concluded, and we will be watching quarter-finals here in Barcelona. There were 700 players, then 64, and now just 8. What a weekend, huh? What a weekend it
Yeah,
has been.
it was fun watching the new meta game, watching a lot of cool decks throughout the weekend. Now we have the last 8 players left, but I believe we can take a quick look at the standings after the Swiss. So we basically wanted to show you what the 11 and 4 or better finishing decks looked like, and this also includes our top 8. So everyone at this screenshot is 11-4 or better. I think the top 16 includes, is that 8 Cascade decks? Team Rhino is living in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's 8 Cascade decks in the top 13. So get your Chalice of the Voids ready. Our top 8 consists of triple Living End, Team Rhinos. There's an Amulet Titan, Golgari Yavmod, Rakdos midrange. We can tell you that is a Rakdos scam turned into. Well, I'm just gonna add some good cards in the deck instead of Fury and see how that goes. Well, it turns out it's been going very well for Mariluz. And there is an 8th place finisher with Izzet Murktide, actually. Andrea Paimonti makes a lot of content with Izzet Murktide, was very confident coming into the weekend, and he did turn that into a top 8 finish.
That's very impressive. And as you said, Chalices, let's go. And look at that. This is the top 8 composition.
So going from the left, we have Daniel Earhart playing Team Rhinos. Number 2, Raul Avoskan playing Amulet Titan. I think we've seen him before in one of the top 8s with Titan, if I remember correctly. Number 3, David Forns playing Living End. Number 4, Mariluz Garcia playing Rakdos midrange / scam / whatever you want to name the deck right now. Number 5, Joel Griebel playing Living End. Number 6, Samuel Lamberas playing Living End as well. Number 7, Rafael Bayo playing Golgari Yavmod. And number 8 is Andrea Paimonti playing Izzet Murktide. So this is our top 8. Andrea is holding that Ledger Shredder on that photo. He's running a full playset of Ledger Shredders, actually.
Not many. And these are the pairings. These are the matchups. And we will be watching the 5 versus 4 pairing. Which is interesting because I think I saw a different pair down in the feature match area playing against each other, because I saw 4 versus 2. So I guess there's something was messed up. But yeah, we'll be watching Rakdos Scam. Yes, Rakdos Scam. You heard it right. No Fury, no problem. And actually, I think she was able to draw even into the last in the last round. So she went like, I think, X2 and then ID. Yeah, losing just 2 matches the whole weekend, which is super impressive.
I'm wondering if we have if we have access to the deck lists, if we can put the deck lists on the stream, that would be great. If not, we can hopefully do that maybe between the games, maybe between game 1 and 2, we can show the actual deck on the stream. But all the deck lists are public on MTG Melee now, so I'm gonna post the link in the chat for everyone to see.
I think it's been posted. A couple of people already.
If it's been posted, that's great. You can go to Melee now. You can see all the deck lists for yourself. And I think the players are almost ready. And as soon as they're ready, I think we can switch over to the main camera match, which, as you mentioned, is going to be Rakdos Scam.
Yes.
Playing against Living End. And the Rakdos Scam decks, they typically do have a lot of ways to fight against these Cascade decks. Not only do they typically have 2 copies of Chalice of the Void in the sideboard.
Yes.
There's also typically some engineered explosives against Rhino, so that's an additional way to deal with their Cascade card after it's resolved. And against Living End, obviously you have a lot of Thoughtseize, Grief, ways to attack their hand. So it's going to be interesting seeing how that plays out.
Yeah, and the Living End players have been benefiting from the fact that they don't see Dottie Voidwalker too much. But there she is with Dottie Voidwalker, with Ragavan, as you said. With some new Molten Collapses as well on top of that. So, yeah, Fury was cut. We had a bit of No. New tools, no Terminates, a main deck Blood Moon as well.
There's a main deck Blood Moon.
There is a main deck Blood Moon. And Living End is
Okay.
very often called a mono blue deck, but it really hates Blood Moon. It really does. So this Blood Moon might just come in handy. And if she wants to, there are 2 more Blood Moons in the sideboard. And there are 3 ley lines in the sideboard. Can you imagine being a Dotty deck? And just, why not?
Wow, yeah.
3 more black ley lines.
So
Let's go.
Mariluz is very much ready for this match. So
Yes.
out of the sideboard, 3 Ley Line of the Void, double Chalice of the
Yes.
Void.
Yeah.
So that's 5 cards that are definitely coming in. As you mentioned, Blood Moon might be a card that she wants to bring in as well. If we can put the list on the screen, I think yeah. All right, so there it is. Mariluz Garcia. She's been crushing the tournament so far, and according to her, I just took out the Fury that got banned. I just put some good cards in my deck, and you know, it's been working out very well.
Oh, it has been, yeah.
It's been working out very well. There she is, number 4 in the standings after taking that intentional ID in that last round. So yeah, just take the Furies out, replace them with, you know, a little bit of removal, like that 1 Blood Moon, an extra Kologon's Command in the main deck maybe, and looks like the deck is working just fine.
Yeah, it very much is, and it looks like the deck is very adaptable, right? Because you've got both removal, you've got land hate, you've got artifact hate, you've got graveyard hate, like you've got all the things that you might need in this metagame, right?
Red-black mid-range has historically been a very good collection of just great cards, especially in the last couple of years. You know, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, one of the best mid-range cards maybe ever printed. Obviously, not counting the vintage whatever cards, but you know, you have Thoughtseize. You have great ways to disrupt your opponent's hand. You have great and efficient removal spells. Obviously, Lightning Bolt. You know, Fatal Push. You have ways to attack mana bases thanks to Blood Moon. You have Chalice of the Void against the Cascade decks. You have Engineered Explosives as an answer to pretty much everything. All these like Hardened Scales decks or whatever permanents that are hard to deal with. So yeah, it's been you know, nothing surprising. Red and black cards together, they do a good job, and Mariluz has been doing a great job of
Keeping
winning with
these
them.
cascades down, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we've got the Living End decklist as well. So this looks pretty stock. Thanks to the fact that Grief wasn't banned, we can see it both in Scam and Living End. So that's one thing. Quadruple Living End, which I think is a meta call against counter magic, because you want to actually be able to force it through. Double subtlety main deck. This subtlety really can come in handy against Dotty Voidwalker or Grief turn 1, right? Turn 1 Grief, you go subtlety, and you're good. The sideboard doesn't have that many tools. You've got even more subtleties. So that's these. You've got a bit of removal if you want. I expect these post-board games to be a bit more interactive on the Living End side, and a bit more prison even on the red-black side. But I think the table is ready. So let's get into the action. The quarters of the top 8 of LMS Barcelona.
Is that a
cavern?
A cavern.
Yes,
that
it
is. With the lucky counter. So that one of cavern coming in clutch for Joel there gets to start with it on turn essentially 0, I suppose. But Mariluz with the perfect turn 1 play from her deck as well. Plays a Ragavan, passes the turn.
Yeah, and she's on the play, but well, it doesn't really matter because Joel just stalled being on the play there.
Yeah, that one cavern, 1 is the perfect number, right? Like you don't want to draw 2.
Yeah.
You don't want to start on 3 cards. 1, sure, if I draw it in my opening hand, it's great. If I don't, then I only have 1 in my deck, so I'm not running too big of a risk of drawing a waste later on in the game. Joel cycles one of the big creatures already, the Curator, 4/4 flyer. I'm seeing another Curator in his hand. Grief, wow.
Look who's getting griefed.
Who's the scam deck now?
Oh, there is oh my god, is it the Dark Bloodman, I think? That's beautiful, but now what do you take? There is double Dotty Bloodman?
Double Dotty Voidwalker, Blood Moon Lightning Bolt, and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Oh, that's a hand. And it is open deck lists, so she knows she's playing as Living End. So she just says, okay, yeah, Ragavan survives, so one land is fine. Double Dotty Bloodmoon, sneap that off. And Grief, I don't really care. And look at that. Now, these caverns, as a fun fact, they weren't playable before because you have to pay blue to cycle. But now you've got these land cyclers, which can be activated for grey mana, for neutral mana. And so, you have actually a way to spend this wastes. Blood Moon is the take.
Yeah, and this is actually quite interesting because in the top 8 we have open deck lists. So unlike the Swiss part of the tournament, now Mariluz knows that, well, normally I probably wouldn't keep a hand with one Ragavan and no second land draw, because if you have a Lightning Bolt, if you have a Dismember, something along those lines, then my creature's gonna die. I'm not gonna be able to cast any more spells. But knowing my opponent is on living and they don't have any removal, then this is a perfectly fine hand to keep.
Basic Island is taken, and Dotty Voidwalker does come down. Okay, Swamp was the pickup. I assume that's in response. So, double land. This cavern really pulling a lot of weight in this matchup, because otherwise, Mariluz would have had Dotty before. Wow. Okay, that's a sequence.
All right.
That's a sequence. And she's considering her option whether to put it on top or bottom. But the question is, what's Yo's last card? Oh, yeah, no, is the fetch land, which he picked up with Waker. So he has to top deck Cascade now, because I think it has to be now. That's a grief.
Well, yeah, I think Joel's down to one card in hand after all these. I'm gonna put the cavern in play, but that's gonna cost me a card. I'm gonna play grief. That's gonna cost me a card. He's down to just one card right now.
Trigger.
Yeah, these free spells, they do come at a cost.
Oh no, that's painful. That's painful. That's something that Joel really would like to have drawn. One fewer. 7 more to go.
So second treasure for Mariluz. Was thinking about deploying another Voidwalker. She has a Fable. I think there's a Lightning Bolt.
She could go double Walker, right? Because that card, there's double Walk, I think, in hand.
I believe so. Yeah, there's so much happening in the first 2 turns because of all the free spells. So she does cast the Voidwalker.
Respawn. Yeah, you respawn. You don't want to give out void counters left and right. You can also leave up mana for the bolt.
Okay, walk us through why is this Doughty Voidwalker so important here? What's the idea behind it?
Yeah, so the idea behind it, and I don't want to mess this up when I explain it, but so normally Doughty Voidwalker is basically a walking leyline of the void. So that's one thing. Of course, you don't want to see a walking leyline of the void. But the issue is that when you resolve Living End, then Living End has the void counter, and Doughty Voidwalker, whenever it comes back, it will be able to Living End back, basically. So
she does actually end up playing the other Voidwalker as well. Passes the turn to Joel, who draws a land.
Perfect for the grief.
Yeah, I mean, he can cast Grief, but that doesn't do a whole lot against 2 shadow creatures. Looks like the choice is Lightning Bolt and Fable.
Okay, take the Bolt. And now untap, draw a card. I'm not sure what the pickup was. But now she can get in for 8 damage if she wanted to. Yeah, she's double checking. 8 damage, so a bolt would not have been lethal. Yeah, I think she's asking a question away from the table right now. Probably double checking some interactions. Dotty Voidwalker is this kind of classic nightmare card, the same way like, you know, Dress Down is, right? So, okay, but yeah. So the interaction that some people are talking about, to be a bit more specific, is that when there is the living end, you can empty sacrifice Dotty, and then you ensure that it's in the graveyard.
I'm wondering if there are some corner case situations where, as the Rakdos player, you know, you're in the draw and you have a Voidwalker in your opening hand. What if you just discard it to hand size? Like, how beatable is that for the living end player to, you know, be able to beat that? Actually,
I think Frank Carsten put it concisely in a single comment what the interaction is, which is, yes, you sacrifice Voidwalker, it will return on the battlefield, exile living end, and you can living end back. So we've got like this mixed attack, smash for 5, leaving 1 Dotty back. It makes sense because 5 damage is half the life total.
yeah, I think Mariluz sees that she has the kill potentially next turn. Although that lightning bolt got discarded, but I mean,
It did.
keeping untapped the Voidwalker does make sense here.
So this is like kind of a delicate dance. Like both players are trying to see if there is any timing window where you maybe could sneak something in. And so we'll see how that goes there. As a living end player, I mean, I'm looking at this. Okay, we've got the damage.
Joel decides to take both, including the Ragavan here. So he goes to 5, which means that he is potentially dead next turn to the 2 shadow creatures.
Okay, Fable gets deployed.
All right, so Mariluz presents lethal, passes the turn back to Joel, and he's gonna need to find something very good to get out of this position.
Yeah, really good. 3 mana. Cast Violent Outburst.
Whoa.
Trigger.
Did he just stop deck the outburst?
I think he may have. Yeah.
All right, so Cascade finds a living end, not surprising. Living end goes on the stack.
Yes, so now we'll see how Mariluz responds, if she responds. They're double checking what goes on the bottom. Now that's some key information. You can, in general, because you remember that something is, you know, at the bottom. Maybe you have seen like, you know, 4 forces revealed, and then you know there isn't any more. So now she says, okay, pop Dotty Voidwalker. And then Joel says, okay, resolve living end. Now everything comes back, living end gets put there with a void counter.
Yeah, so basically the best shot Joel has is to try to one-shot the opponent, you know, by casting Outburst on their upkeep. But I don't know if this if this position, if that's going to be enough.
This is 7, 10, that's 17. That's 17, right?
That's a Waker. Waker is 7, Subtlety is 3. That is 4, and I think that is 17. So that was actually a lethal attack before Mariluz was able to untap. She would be able to play the living end again.
Oh my god.
Go back to the same board position.
This single...
But Joel ended up ripping that violent outburst and gets exactly 17 power of creatures that can attack through the 1 shadow creature on the battlefield. Wow.
Okay, that was insane. And Joel taking it down game 1 but she's ready. She is absolutely ready.
Now Mariluz has a great sideboard for this matchup, as we already highlighted. 3 copies of Leyline of the Void. There's 2 copies of Chalice of the Void, which is gonna stop the Cascade cards from resolving. And I believe there was also a Blood... Oh yeah, there's also two copies of Blood Moon. We can take a look at the red-black deck again really quickly. So what are the cards that are... that you want to board out? Definitely something like a Fatal Push. Your opponent's not going to have a lot of, cheap creatures, and even then, you don't want to kill their creatures so that they would come back with Living End anyway. So cards like Fatal Push are going to go out. Kolagun's Command doesn't sound very appealing either. So some of the removal goes out. You might want to keep like a Terminate. Maybe you might be able to win like post Living End, but some of these removal spells are definitely going out.
Yeah, the removal is going out, and we've got... No, Hidetsugu could come in as well, because the second mode exiles graveyards. It is slow, but on the play, it might just be fast enough. So that's another option. Now, I'm curious what Living End can actually do about this situation. So we've got 2 Subtlety main, 2 Subtlety sideboard to combat Grief as the main offender there. You could have Leyline of the Void to stop all the undead shenanigans. That's also one way. But you would also like maybe Foundation Breaker for the Blood Moon and the Chalice. So like, you can't sideboard everything in. And this is the biggest issue with Living, and you have to pick your fights, basically, right?
Do you think Force of Negation is an important card in the matchup? It only really stops a Thoughtseize, which, I mean, that's an important card, but you have 8 Cascade cards. It doesn't stop Ragavan. You don't really care that much about dealing with something like a Fable, but I mean, you should sideboard against their Game 2 deck, right? So you know they're going to be bringing in Blood Moon. You know they're going to be bringing in Chalice of the Void, so you should definitely keep the Force in. Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
And it's so difficult, because then again, Foundation Breaker is a pretty clean way to deal with it, and then you don't lose 2 cards. So, it's much easier for Joel because he knows her sideboard. So he knows what to expect. Now he needs to figure out how to tackle it, right? Because normally, as the Living End player, you don't even know what they could have. So you're actually guessing blind, right? He knows what he should be expecting. So yeah, players are ready already.
Wow, but I still can't believe that really happened. Like, you need to draw exactly Violent Outburst
On that draw step.
to be able. Shardless Agent wouldn't do it because that would give Mariluz the chance to untap with the Void Walker, which would then be able to play the Living End again. So Joel basically needed to draw exactly the Outburst to play it on his opponent's upkeep to be able to potentially one-shot them next turn, and it actually exactly added up to 17 through the Shadow Creature, which is just so many things together that have to happen.
Yeah, the exact C17 part is it is really funny. Yeah. Okay, so we draw the opening hands. Also the Gemstone, because the Gemstone was also key in that game, because it allowed Joel to be on the play-ish. So it's actually a combination of just a million things. Which, yes, stars are there to align sometimes. And Mariluz is going down on cards.
Yeah, so what are the cards she's looking for in the opening hand?
Yeah, I think what she's looking for, because she's going down on cards, so she doesn't want to have too many pitch spells, I think, to go even lower. So like, Leyline of the Void, Chalice, Ragavan, and Lance. That would be perfectly fine.
Okay. How aggressively are you willing to mulligan for Void Walker?
I think not that aggressively, because Joel is a Grief deck after all. So you don't want to mull to 5 and then get stopped by a single reactive spell by Joel. You actually you still need to play through these, right? Because Joel will be reactive. So yeah. I think 6 is okay. 5 on the play, we've got 1 fewer card. That's maybe manageable. But yeah, I think a 6 would be good here. So let's see.
I'm trying to work on getting some updates from the other tables for you. If we have
Yeah, the other quarters are in progress.
Oh wow! Apparently,
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
there was a little change. We told you that top 32 got the qualification for the regional championship next month, but apparently the qualifications go down to the 42nd place.
Yeah, they're passed down.
Is
yeah.
that because of pass? Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. I thought there might have been some change and 10 extra people got an extra slot, but it looks like there were 10 people who were previously already qualified for the regional championship, which moved that down to 42nd place. So if you know any of your friends or if you yourself were
Tell
playing
them.
in the tournament, if they finish just outside the top 32, you know they shouldn't be too unhappy because they still get to play the regional championship next month.
And that's also why you have to just play these tournaments out, like until the very end, until the
Yeah.
last round, because again there might be some pass downs. And right now, Mariluz mulling down to 5 against a Grief deck. That doesn't look very good, but there are combinations, like for example, Leyline of the Void, Chalice, and
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
other three, whatever the other three are.
Yeah, there are certainly matchups where you should be mulliganing aggressively for Leyline, and this is certainly one of them. Obviously, you already have Grief, Thoughtseize, you have other ways to disrupt the opponent, but Leyline, if they don't have a Force of Vigor, there's not a lot of ways that they can actually deal with that. They can't use Force of Negation because you're directly putting the card into play. So if Mariluz is able to start with Leyline, despite mulliganing to 5, I think she might be in a good spot. But looks like she doesn't have it. Starts on a turn 1 Ragavan instead.
That's decent. Now, if you don't have spells in your hand to convert the treasures, and you've moved to 5, so you might not, and you're certainly not playing Joel's cards of his deck, Ragavan isn't as good.
There is a Ragavan with the old border. I always see it on Magic Online.
Yeah.
Is that a Magic Online thing, or
Yes.
does that
Yes.
does that exist in paper as well?
It does not. As
It
far as I
doesn't?
know, it does not. Unfortunately.
Because I would really love to pick that up for my cube, but I just can't seem to find it. And I guess if it doesn't exist, that explains why.
Yeah, there are a lot of very cool Magic Online promos, which also makes sense to have some Modo exclusives. Okay, and we do see Ragavan pass back. And is there a Grief? Is there a Grief? That's the big question.
You see a lot of copy pastas in the chat. What is happening?
Yeah.
I guess we have a lot
Chat's
of
kinda fun.
Canister fans in the chat.
Oh, we do. Yes, we very much do.
All right, Ragavan gets in there. So far, pretty much the same as in game 1, with the exception of Joel not having the one gemstone cavern.
Oh, she drew Leyline actually. She topped.
Wow, so one
Oh,
card off.
no. She has Leyline in hand right now. She misses on the land drop, plays Dottie and passes.
And that's a good start. If you're going to mulligan to 5, like this is pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, drawing Leyline on the
Very
first draw step, that's the maximum pain, because you're very unlikely to be able to hardcast that anytime soon, not having a second land. But at least it can still be pitched to Grief, or something along those lines.
Okay, let's see what happens now. We cycle Street Wraith first.
Okay, so Joel fetches, gets an island, then cycles Street Wraith. Is that a giveaway? Is that a tell? Like, what does that tell you? If you're sitting on the other side of the battlefield, like, I guess that means you don't want to draw any more lands, but anything else?
Well, you typically Street Wraith if you need to find maybe Grief for the living end you've got in hand, potentially. You just aggressively cycle there. Also, it might just mean that he wants as much information as he needs.
Before land cycling, or
Yeah.
what kind of land to find.
Because, for example, if he just draws the basic forest, maybe he just opts for a different cycler. He might just go through the cyclers anyways, just to grow the graveyard. Because there is Dottie, right? So you want to respond to Dottie with as many cyclers as you humanly can, so that they are not exiled. Okay, so now Doty resolved, and we've got Grief pitched that ley line. What's that hand? Okay, that's insane. That's insane. We've got 5 lands. We've got Oliphant.
So Joel is quite flooded.
Yes.
That's not the greatest hand I've ever seen. Yeah, Marilu's double checks. Yep, that is a Mystery Forest. That is a Boseiju. That's a breeding pool, a forest, stomping ground. That's not a good hand. I think if Joel just bricks on his next 2 draw steps, then Marilu's might be able to win this game from a mulligan to 5.
And that would be pretty cool because she really needs that. Like,
yeah,
on a mull to 5, again, some stars need to align. And now, what's interesting is that you might take the Oliphant, but that just grows the... Oh, it doesn't grow the graveyard because there is the Doty. So I guess that's a bit better. You can take Living End and have Living End access to you because you've got Doty.
Yeah, you can just wait till turn 3 and suspend Living End, right? It's not going to be too slow or anything.
So yeah, once we resolve Grief, the cards will be exiled. Everything before was in response to that Doty. I think they're double checking the timing. I think they're just making sure that it was done in the appropriate order.
All right, so Grief looks like it's going to be resolving. Takes that Living End with a special counter on it.
Yeah, Void. Let's Void it. And draws... Oh, Caverns is the draw. That's not great.
Yeah, that's a waste right there.
I guess Joel may have considered land cycling on upkeep to thin the deck out a bit, but these are like, marginal percentages. But you might need those marginal percentages, so...
Yeah, so Joel with lands in hand and a 6-mana land cycler. So effectively, lands only. Decides to land cycle anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, she just takes it over. Yep, that's Dotied.
All right, so now it's going to be interesting. How aggressive do you want to be with that Voidwalker?
That's a good question. And I think we're getting an answer immediately.
Do you attack with both? Because it's possibly a 2-turn clock. Like your opponent's not going to be able to use fetch lands anymore. Maybe if you have a lightning bolt, it's a 2-turn clock. Or do you want to leave the Voidwalker untapped to possibly cast Living End?
Turning the clock
in response to another Living End. Wow, that's another one.
So the second one allows you to attack with the original one next turn. But it also adds up, adds up to 80 damage, and he's at 9.
Yeah.
That's so close.
But I think knowing your opponent only has lands, there's no removal spells or anything. I think you're fine, taking it a little slower if you have sort of the counter to their Living End.
Yeah, and still on a single land there, attack you for, split the difference, attack you for 5, threatening lethal on the very next turn.
Yeah, Marilu's has clearly played the match before. She knows what she's doing.
Okay, second Living End.
That's actually a second Living End, okay.
Pass. Okay. I don't think there are draws that save him. Oh, the Living End. I think he drew Living End again.
Yeah, I don't think Joel is able to do anything here. Scoops up the cards. And Marilu takes game 2 off of a mulligan to 5. No big deal.
Yeah, mulligan to 5. Now imagine her on 7. Like, she's prepared. Like,
yeah, with all the sideboard cards she has for game 3, even though she's on the draw, she has to be a favorite.
Yeah, exactly.
And Joel got a little lucky in the first game drawing that outburst and then having exactly 17, and now a little unlucky in the second game after cycling a bunch of times, cycling some street race, drawing a bunch of cards, and just ending up with basically lands only.
Yeah, exactly. No, there is some balance in the universe, It always averages out, and we see again Marilu's list. And as you've mentioned multiple times, you've got the Grief angle, you've got the Dotty, you've got early Ragavans, you've got Bloodmoons, you've got Thoughtseises. Okay, I haven't finished. There are Chalices, there are Leylands of the Void, there's
Yeah.
potentially hidden Tsugu, and, if you'd like, there are Orcish Bowmasters to shoot you when you cycle. Just for good measure, just at the top.
If Mariluz keeps a 7-card hand and I'm sitting across from her, I'm probably thinking, okay, I'm dead. If you're keeping 7 in this matchup, you're
Yeah.
happy with the 7-card hand with so many busted cards against me, that does not sound very good.
Yeah, exactly. But see, maybe he can prepare somehow for this matchup. So yeah, double subtlety seems like a good choice because this Dotty Voidwalker is such a hoser. I used to see Deadgon in sideboards, and that's mainly because you want to be able to kill those Dotties that are just played. Yeah, other than that, a lot of different approaches. We'll see how Joel actually, how he approaches that, because you could have foundation breakers, although they wouldn't have panned out in the previous games because there was no ley line and Chalice. But now we might see that. Yeah.
All right, chat, we need your help. Without Fury in the deck, do we still call the deck Scam? Is it still Ragdos Scam? Is it Ragdos mid-range? Is it black-red good cards? What do you want to call it now? Like,
Yeah.
it's not really Ragdos Evoke, right? There's only one Evoke card, so it's kind of weird to call it Evoke. But still, I mean, you are still kind of trying to scam with Grief, but it's not like the main point of the deck anymore. And I was gonna actually make a tweet after watching the last round of the tournament. On table 1, 3, and 4, the matchup was Living End Rhinos, Living End Rhinos, Living End Rhinos.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Then the next 6 tables included Rhinos, Rhinos, Living End, Rhinos, Rhinos, Rhinos. I was about to make a tweet. It would be really cool if we had a card in the format that we could use to deal 4 damage to a creature. Like, you know, Fury that just got banned, but...
Yeah. Yeah. When you say 4 damage to a creature, you do not mean Kavu.
Oh yeah, I do not mean Flametongue Kavu, although that'd be pretty cool because that was a very nice mid-range card.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, present in plenty of cubes.
Yeah, like this, the story of this tournament is certainly all the Cascade decks doing very well. 8 Cascade decks in the top 13 is... I mean, we expected Rhinos to do well, but not this well.
Yeah.
And Living End, obviously, you know, joining that. So if you are joining us thinking about, you know, what to do in your next Modern tournament, Chalice of the Void should certainly be at least 2-3 off in your sideboard, if not a 4 off.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there is one issue with Chalice, is that you can't play a Chalice on 0 whether you have a Chalice on 0, which is actually a big problem, because if you can only deploy one at a time, the opponent can just bounce at end step and do their thing, because you can't add more. You could play Chalice and EE, but EE kills your Chalice. So actually, a lot of these cards are kind of awkwardly interacting with each other against specifically Rhinos, but they do not interact awkwardly against Living End. You can just, all of them. Leyline, Dotty, everything.
We need to find a new name for the deck, like Scam Light, like
Scam, that's a good
like,
one.
you know, when we talked about the black-white version of the deck, which we saw yesterday, which includes Solitude, there was a Stoneforge Mystic, which I thought was a great addition to the deck. Philip came up with the name Scamblade. I thought that was a great name, and the deck actually looked very good. Unfortunately, the player didn't make day 2, but back to the game. Mariluz, turn 1, Leyline, no big deal.
Wait, she's on the play? What? What? Did Joel choose to be on the draw? Well, huh? I mean, I guess. That's what?
Wait, did he? Is there a chance he just passed this first turn not playing a land?
Nah. I have no idea what's happening. And also, he played Boseiju, which could normally take care of Leyline of the Void. I have no idea what's happening.
I mean, Joel did take some mulligans. I thought it was just mulligan to 5. It might have been a lot of mulligans where he just kept a hand with a Street Wraith, you know, didn't draw into a land. we're gonna find out for you exactly what happened
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Because the judge is double checking, because it is an unusual situation, right? Like I've seen, like, Grix's shadow mirror match. You choose to be on the draw something. But I think we will be getting confirmation soon enough. Yeah, I'm really anxious to find out.
We're gonna find out for you. Keep in mind that this might be the first big tournament where these players make the top 8. You're playing under the camera. There's a lot of things going on. Judges telling you what to do. They're taking pictures. There's a lot of people watching. So it is a stressful situation.
Yeah, but if they miscommunicated, they would have immediately noticed that, well, I should be first. But we're like 2 land drops deep, right?
Yeah. I'm not just saying that for the play first, but Chad always likes to say that we never miss a never miss a trigger,
yeah.
in our life. I'm just kind of pointing that out, that
We do.
Sitting there under the cameras when a million people are telling you what to do, what's happening, when to take your photo, where exactly to position your cards on the play mats. It's easy to get confused.
Yeah. I hate normal art. I hate alternative art. I hate lands in front, landing back, and stuff like that. So yeah, I hope we'll be able to find this out. But in the meantime, we see Leyline of the Void in play and Orcish Bowmasters on the stack, it seems, in response to Street Wraith that isn't even going to the graveyard. That's a massacre.
All right. Either way, let's just go with that. Mario Luz was on the play.
Yeah, Barnes is indeed on the play.
So that's a... Not quite sure. That's a Bowmasters, I believe?
Yes.
In response to the Street Wraith. Okay, so Orcish Bowmasters makes it into play. Joel takes some damage. There is an Amos token. And Joel, unfortunately for him, still stuck on that one land. So all the lands he had in Game 2, he would very much like to take at least one of them to be able to make a land drop. But looks like he drew all of the lands from his deck in Game 2 and then somehow gets stuck on one. So pretty bad luck for Joel there. On top of already taking a bunch of mulligans and Mario Luz having a ley line.
Okay, I think we're passing the turn, or not yet. Okay, the judges are still working things out with the players.
I mean, in a way, this is better for Joel, right? If you're missing land drops, you would rather be on the draw, drawing the extra card.
Yes.
So in a way, this is better for him that he gets to draw an extra card and hopefully for him make another land drop before it's too late. But I think it already might just be a spot where even if Joel was able to stack the top of his deck, like, is there a combination of cards that gets him out of this? Being at 14 life, already staring down 2 creatures, only having 1 land. So you need to find lands. You need to find...
Foundation Breaker?
Yeah, you need to find a way to not die. You need to find a way to deal with the ley line, fill your graveyard, and then cast a Cascade card. So I'm not sure if even if Joel was able to put whatever he wanted on the top of his deck, then he probably still is in a position that wouldn't be able to deal with this.
That's also assuming that he has sided in the Foundation Breaker, because we don't know the exact composition of the sideboarding, and the fact that Boseiju has been played, so there's one fewer potential answer to the ley line. So it's a really tough position. We're not sure what the discussion is about. Probably the timing issues. There might be some timing issues, like whether Street Wraith triggers Bowmaster. Was it in response to the first one, the second one, when it happened exactly?
Something we also talked about is that Boseiju honestly feels a bit unfair to me. All the other channel lands, it just seems like a reasonable trade-off for 4 mana invested about something with Otawara, perfectly reasonable. Takenuma, getting something from the graveyard, channel Sokenzan, get 2 tokens, all of that seems perfectly within reason. Boseiju gets you sort of a naturalize effect.
For the cost of a naturalize.
For the cost of a naturalize, which it's great against these combo decks like Hammer, like Hardened Scales, to make sure you don't die. There's plenty of good targets, but it also gives these combo decks sort of a free answer for the sideboard cards that their opponents are bringing in. So in this case, Living End has a free answer for a ley line in their mana base that doesn't cost them a slot in their deck.
Yeah.
A deck like Tron, for example, is now running a Naturalize effect that they can fetch from their deck with a Sylvan Scrying or with an Expedition map. So in a way, this kind of feels like cheating to me, that you get to put this in your deck without really costing you a slot.
Yeah, it's as if like Otawara cost blue and it was a preordain.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good. Yeah, we will try to get the info on what the issue is so that we are up to date. Okay, I think she's recreating the situation. She was like, okay, I had a fetch, I passed to you, you cycled, I fetched, and played Bowmaster. Which again, from our perspective, seems kind of easy enough, but... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I've got an idea. Maybe they confused the play-draw thing, but one player was on the play, but drew cards as if they were on the draw. And the other way around.
We'll find. Well, let's not speculate. Let's not make this even worse. Let's wait for the call from our judges, and we're gonna tell you exactly what's happening.
Yeah, we'll be getting confirmation soon enough.
You know what? In the meantime, I am gonna message Javier and Alia, and we're gonna find out for you what the updated. If we can swap to the second table before this is resolved and then go back, that would also be perfect. Yeah.
Splendid.
All right. So in the meantime, Daniel Earhart playing against Andrea Piemonte, the #1 seed playing Team Rhinos, against Andrea on, is it Murktide, his favorite deck that he's been putting a lot of work into. But Daniel has been on the top of the standings basically the entire tournament. Looks like it's 1-1 here. Daniel has 2 4/4s, and Andrea doesn't have a lot on his side of the battlefield other than 4 lands. Cast an Expressive Iteration. So what do these blue-red decks have to get out of this? So normally Lightning Bolt doesn't do anything against a 4/4, but we know that Andrea has cards like Unholy Heat, right? So he does have cheap ways to interact with the 4/4s. Does he have Delirium, though? I think there's a Ragavan, Sorcery Land, so he has 3 with that.
Artifacts.
With that bubble, he would be able to get to go down to 4. Okay, so bubble gets cast, triggers the Channeler, quickly leaves the card on top.
Yeah, he's playing to Engineer Explosive at this point, right? Oh, okay.
Okay.
He was still considering his options.
All right.
Okay, we're getting rid of 1.
Wait, but is this Delirium? Am I just blind? Creature, land, sorcery.
Artifact.
But was the bubble in the graveyard before the?
I think he may have like held priority or something. Like how the Holy Heat hold priority crack or something. Which is a legal play. And they are 1-1. And we see another Rhinos come down now. Fluster. Oh, we're spell piecing just to tap the opponent down and get Surveil. Because we don't have a hard counter. This is the thing with spell pierce of Flusterstorm. They have an expiration date.
All right, so Daniel's Crashing Footfalls comes off the suspend, makes 2 more 4/4s, and this situation is not looking good for Andrea.
Yeah, it's not. It's basically EE or bust.
Yeah, takes 4 from the Rhino, goes down to 8. So 1 removal spell on the Rhino wouldn't do it. Remember that the Channeler is forced to attack, so that is not going to be a blocker next turn.
Okay.
Expressive Iteration trigger, so he's going to be able to see 4 cards. And as you mentioned, he doesn't need to find Explosive. I think that was it. I think the first card was Explosive.
That was Chalice.
Is it Chalice?
I'm sure it was Chalice.
Well, what is it?
I think it's Chalice. It was like greeny.
It looked like the Modern Master. Oh, it is Chalice. Wow. So it is an X card in the casting cost, but unfortunately not the right one. A little too late for Chalice of the Void.
Wow.
Andrea concedes. Daniel makes it to the semifinals. Our highest positioned Rhino player continues his run through the tournament, locks up the semifinal seed.
And he still has lost only once. this
Yeah.
entire weekend.
Very impressive.
Losing only once. I think okay, we're still figuring stuff out on this table. We got an update from a different table that Raul won his match.
So I can tell you that in the other matchups, Raul Avoskan with Amulet Titan was able to defeat Rafael Bayo on Golgari of Mod. So right now, the two semifinalists we know are Daniel on Teamer, Raul on Amulet. And I think there is one more match still playing.
Yeah, but it seems like we're back. So the situation is basically as we left off. So we've got Leyline of the Void, Orcish Bowmasters, 2-power army against just a naked Boseiju and a Mislandrop, it seems, right?
Yeah,
Because-
I think Joel is in a world of trouble. Nothing basically happened. I think the judges just made sure that everything, was resolved correctly and that nobody has like an extra card because they confused who was going to play first or second. So they made sure everything is correct. There was not a problem. So both players are back to the game, and Mariluz is super far ahead. This
Yeah.
is modern, so there are no cards like Lotus Petal or Simeon Spirit Guide that Joel can have to cast a living end here. And even if he was able to do that, he wouldn't bring anything back from his own graveyard because
Yeah.
he doesn't have any thanks to the ley line.
Yeah, it's just... And normally Mariluz isn't sure whether she can deploy Fable or not. But when she's so far ahead on time within the game, she knows she can. Because, why not? And Joel has to do a lot of work to stop being behind and then consider trying how he can possibly be ahead. Okay, so... Yeah, I think we've got the second chapter trigger on the stack. Well, you might as well try to dig for that chalice. You might as well and just to, strangle hold Joel, sleeper hold him
So
to
if
death.
you're Mariluz here, what goes through your head? Like, what are you playing around, right? I mean, the fact that you're so super far ahead, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be,
Yeah.
careful with how you sequence things or how you play it out. If Joel is able to play a living end, that still means that your board's going to die. So what goes through your head here to make sure you don't get in a position where you might be giving it away, by making some awkward plays?
So when I said chalice, I think actually when you think about it, it's not the right call because there might be Force of Vigor, which would just sweep chalice and leyline, and then he's off the like he's fine. He can start refueling the graveyard. So I think what Mariluz should try to get with the card filtration is Dottie, because that plays around Force of Vigor, Force of Negation, Foundation Breaker, and Grief, like anything. There could be subtlety, but I think that's okay. So this is what I'll be digging for, I think. Dottie Voidwalker. In this spot, 4 mana being tapped, Grief, maybe? Woof.
Yeah, Chalice would also be very nice here because then you wouldn't even have to think about living end being played and killing your board.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And we do see a response, subtlety on the stack in response to Grief. Now, where do you put it? And that's a real decision, right? Because you either get deeper into your deck or you don't. Now, Joel is at 6, and he's getting attacked for 5 because it's Goblin, 2/2 army, and Bowmasters. But he can't cycle. If he cycles,
There is an outburst in his hand.
and Shardless.
I don't think there is a third land, though.
He's not dead yet. He can order the triggers in such a way that he destroys Leyline first and then the Evoke Elemental dies. So that's one way to do it. But now he's down to 1. So he has to literally top deck Island, I guess? Oh, Dash Ragavan! Dash Ragavan, that's enough damage, and that's it! Oh, we can
Wow.
see the screaming and shouting in the hall.
Congratulations to Mariluz Garcia for becoming our third semifinals
Wow.
player in the LMS Barcelona. So yeah, what I've been told is she was 3-0 in the Swiss against Living End. So this was her 4th match against Living End, including a mulligan to 5.
Yes, that's
A game that she actually won without the ley line. But if you look at her sideboard, it just makes sense, right? She's I don't want to say over prepared, but she is ready for the Cascade decks, and her sideboard is just very good. Yeah, just in general, but those cards also happen to be insanely good against the Cascade decks.
That may have been also like a very heads-up meta call, because she thinks, well, there will be more Living End because there is no scam. But what if there is? What if there is? And yeah, going straight to top 4, we do not have additional features of quarters, I do not think. So
what we can tell you is Team Rhinos is in the semis, Amulet Titan is in the semis, Rakdos midrange / scam / evoke / whatever you want to call it is in the semis, and the 4th match, I believe, is a Living End mirror that is still going on, which is that's a very interesting matchup where you keep living ending, so nobody really gets any great attacks, and eventually somebody maybe finds better creatures, but the game typically tends to go very long. So as soon as we get that result in, we're gonna be right back with the semifinals, where we're gonna be able to show you one full match and at least one game from the other one, hopefully. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I would give it 5-ish minutes, and we should be back with the semis.
Welcome to semifinals in this Grand Open qualifier here in LMS Barcelona. So exciting moment. Are you ready for the dance, the last dance with these semifinals? I can wait to see the deck. I can't wait to see a Mariluz playing this Rakdos scam.
We're going to have Ragnar Scam against Rhinos, which was used to be a classic matchup in Modern, but both decks had Fury, so now it's going to be a different dynamic in the whole game.
This is Rakdos without Fury, and seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the deck has more interaction, but also Fury used to be very good at killing Rhinos because you could Fury plus the Undying Evil card to kill 2 Rhinos. But in exchange, we have now more removal spells, and also Mariluth is playing Shielded main deck, which, you know, Shielded are 4/5. 4/5s are very good against 4/4s. It's a big surprise. So
Blow.
let's see how this plays out.
It's very surprised because Shielded is good for block and not for the good ability. Well, let's go to see these semifinals. The players are ready. Daniel Earhart with Temu Rhinos versus Mariluz Garcia with Rakdos midrange.
Let's see how games play out. They don't on the play because he was in first seed, and I will expect Rhinos to be ahead game one. That was often the case because Rakdos actually doesn't have that many ways to outpower the Rhinos Cascade engine. Particularly, you know, not having Fury, it's gonna be like rough for the Rakdos deck for Mariluz to actually come back from like very low percent boards. But post sideboard, I mean, her sideboard is very well prepared against Rhinos. She had a lot of stuff, you know, waiting there. So I think if Mariluz can still game one, she'll be in a very good position to win the match. And on the other hand, Daniel definitely has to try to win game one because it's the only one where he doesn't have to fight through Chalice of the Void and Engineered Explosives. And also, she even has Hidetsugu Consumes also. That's like a total of 5 hate cards in the sideboard, and that's a lot.
The hate could be a nightmare for Daniel Hart, but we are now in the first game. Will we see what is how will works the matchup?
Well, we don't know if both keep 7, but turn 2 on the draw for Mariluz is a critical point where she has to do the grief scam, right? The dreaded play modern, because that's where she can attack the cascade effects. Usually turn 1 is much better, but here turn 2 can actually be enough. Let's see, she has a Ragavan. It's not,
Okay, play a land,
not sure what else is there.
fetch land for a swamp.
Let's see.
Well, we'll see what is the spell in this turn 2.
Seems like Daniel has Fire Eyes and Force Negation, I think, and a Cascade effect. And a Lorien revealed.
Glorian reveal. Looking for
I'm not
this
sure.
island.
Was this a pass from Mariluz? I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. Well, we said she was playing more interaction spells instead of Fury, and you know what? 2 removal spells can kill 2 Rhinos. So this ultimately transforms the Cascade effects into like a 2-for-1, which sure, it's good, but it's if you think it this way, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is also a 2-for-1. So it's not that hard to actually beat the Cascade if the game goes long enough, if you have enough removal. The issue though is now we're seeing Cascade on the play. You know?
Yes, this Shardless Agent is the first spell with Cascade in this semifinals. Okay, Rhinos is in the board.
Well, what now? Do you see the battle hand? You did not see,
I
right?
can see the hand.
Now we do.
Some lands.
Some lands, a Ragavan that's not doing too much, and
I can see.
yeah, there's a little bit of glare, but I mean, she definitely needs to have some kind of final push to start with. I mean, something like 2 final pushes will actually kill the board.
Okay, one
that's
Reno
one.
is dead, cleaning the creatures. Okay, Totsis, Lightning Bolt, land.
Those are not very good cards given the situation, but Thoughtseize can actually clear the hand, like from additional cascade spells. Sometimes you can just beat one Rhinos, one Crushing Footfalls, but the second one is the one that actually beats you. Okay, that's a grief
Grief,
for Mariluth.
show your hand.
Oh, looks like she was waiting for a black card, right? Looks like I think she has the Not Dead After All, which is a combo card with grief, but she was missing a black one, and she missed it before. So let's see.
Okay, Subtlety. Silent this Tishana's Tidebinder.
Subtlety. So now Mariluth can choose to put grief on top or the bottom. She chooses top. Okay.
2 mana.
No,
Play this.
Orcish Bowmasters.
Or these Bowmasters.
Okay.
Very, very powerful start with for Daniel with this Tamorinus.
Yes, I mean 10 power again. We've seen it across the tournament, but this might not be enough. Like now, Mariluth has played Orcish Masters and Mining Bolt. That's enough to kill Rhino. Like now, Daniel needs another Cascade to actually put pressure again. So I would say she dealt with the first wave
Yes. 4 land.
convincingly.
And will we see?
We'll see, but like one thing that Orcish Master does, it doesn't look good in this matchup, right? Because Rhinos doesn't throw that many cards. But Loading Revealed actually plays a strong part on Rhino's late game, and Orcish Master punishes the Loading Revealed hand a lot. So that's also something to take into account.
Okay. First fetch. Take 1 damage. Looking for the land.
Well, I think
Whoa.
the hand Daniel has is
The hand of the
Flame
Daniel
of-
is so interactive.
Flame of Honor, Dead Gun, and Fire Eyes.
Yes.
Well, that's not a good hand against Fury, because Fury is most likely going to take out 2 of these cards. I think it will discard 1 and then just die to the other one, and that's bad news for Daniel. I will say he's way behind here. Let's
Well,
see.
Mariluth. Fast turn?
No, Mariluth's resolving Grief. Like Grief is going to
Resolving grip,
stack.
yeah, but
Yeah, and Daniel
look,
is
that's
choosing to kill this. So leaves an interesting situation where Daniel could have draw 2 cards with the Flame of
this
Honor.
is a Flame of Honor.
Yeah, if like at this position, Daniel needs to subdeck something like a Cascade effect, ideally, and Flame of Honor could be used to draw cards. But the thing is, if you draw cards with Flame of Honor, you lose to the Bowmaster triggers. So I think that's good. And now, well, he really needs to subdeck something. Otherwise, he's gonna be in rough position.
Mariluth is without cards in hand? No, 1 card remains, I guess.
Yeah, they both spend the resources, but Mariluth has the Castle Lodgewing, stable from the All Standard. That's gonna be great here in this situation.
And
if both players take the
Ragavan
hand.
with dash.
Yep.
So fast, Ragavan. Okay, trigger.
Okay, that's deck removal. That's not that's a Shadow Station. That's not being top deck this turn.
That was so painful for Daniel. Look, this cascade spell on the top of the deck.
Yeah. So there is a treasure next to the swamp.
Okay,
Important draw steps for these players. I
Yes.
mean, a Cascade now can actually change the game, and looks like it's not Shadow Station. Could still be a Violent Outburst.
wow, this is a mirror breaker.
Fable.
Fable.
Fable. Well, it's a
Wow.
good card.
Fable of the mirror breaker is a very good card.
Banned in Standard.
Banned in standard, by the way.
Yeah, for a reason.
Yeah, for yes. Okay, the Ravagan is dash again.
Yeah, Mariluth just dashes
Trade.
it, takes a trade, and I think that's a good play. Now, there's an empty board in front, and Daniel are not finding any Cascade spells on the top.
Suspend these rhinos.
He doesn't have much time, right?
Fable of the mirror Breaker puts a very a clock into Daniels to act so fast.
You see Marlu discarding, choosing to keep one of the cards. I think the card she chose to keep was Ragavan.
There's
A second
another
Ragavan.
Ragavan,
Yeah.
Treasure, Trigger. Let's go to see the top of the deck. It's land. What do here?
Last card is not dead after all for Mariluth. And another non-cascade card for Daniel here. I think the game is looking good for Mariluth, but it's not over yet by any means. One cascade spell and it could be enough for Daniel to come back. Boom.
The Ragavan and the Goblin token is attacking for 4 and not dead after all, playing in this Ragavan.
Yep, it's coming back.
Survive. That is calm with this not dead after all, but it's saving this Ragavan.
Yeah, I mean, the card has uses after all anyway, right?
Well, Mariluth have the advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, another non-cascade card for Daniel, and this might be the last one where he was actually in time to win. I guess he has one more, maybe, because there's some rhinos suspended, but this turn he's going to take 7, it's going to go to 4, and realistically, like, that might be enough, even if he top decks some rhinos, as long as Mariluth draws, like, some spells. And if he doesn't draw spells, he can activate the Castle Lodge Win anyway, so
A lot of damage
she's sending
here.
the team.
Yes,
7.
Mariluth needs another
Yep.
combat to win the game.
7 damage for. I think she drew a Lando, so that's not a very good spell, but all these treasures are as well useful for the Castle Lodge Win purposes. That's Fight Eyes. That's not a cascade spell, right?
Daniel wish this is this cascade spell, but it's not the draw.
I mean, Rhinos is very consistent and doing its thing, but this game he had 2 cascade effect, right? But one got discarded, I think, or maybe he only resolved 1. But getting 1 is easy. Getting 2 or 3 or 4 is not that easy anymore, especially against a deck like
Whoa,
Rag does.
pass. And Mariluth draw a card with this castle.
Yep. I mean, even if Daniel top decks a violent outburst, I don't know if that would be enough. Might be, yeah.
Whoa, look at the board. Look at the hands. Mariluth is absolutely winning this game.
I mean, she drew like 4 lands in a row. So if Daniel actually top decks the blind card like use violent outburst out of the Fight Eyes, he might be actually able to come back just how many like lands he just Mariluth just drew.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't tap. I think he's gonna go for to kill the Fable. I think. I'm not sure what's.
I think.
He's tapping
Okay.
Ragavan. I think. Killing. I'm not sure.
Eyes in this Ragavan.
He's killing Ragavan. Okay, I see.
Ah,
And Mariluth goes for another.
not
okay.
that at all.
Okay, so I thought he will tap to try to tap the violent outburst, but what Daniel elected to do is to actually kill the Ragavan to survive one more turn to resolve the Rhinos and suspend. The issue with that, though, is the roll deals 1 damage when
Mm-hmm.
it dies. So even if you kill the Ragavan, it's a little bit of a dangerous situation.
It's reading. Okay, the roll. Take 1 damage. Okay.
And the yeah,
This is
the roll
game, the
kills-
first
kills the
game in these semifinals of the LMS Barcelona in this Grand Open qualifier. Rakdos was not dead.
yeah, it was not that after all.
Yeah. Let's go to check the deck list of the players. Look, well, Temo Rhinos of the Daniel Earhart. Look that deck with this cascade spells, 2 Flame of Honor, and another 2 Brothers Hand. Brothers, yeah.
Oh, main
Yeah.
deck.
Main deck, yeah. Subtlety, 2 Brazen Borrower. Very interesting.
I mean, the thing is, now the deck is okay against Rakdos game one, but if you look at the sideboard, there's nothing. Like, you will be like, oh, I'm happy to have this against a scam. I mean, you can have the endurance, or like maybe, I'm not even sure. I think that's it. Maybe Wombo Seiju because it's an answer to Chalice of the Void that cannot be discarded, but that's not a huge upgrade. Like, we will now have a look at Mariluf decklist, and that's a whole different thing. Like,
Yeah.
we see explosives, Chalice of the Void,
Foil.
Kiretsugo, even a card like the second Shield Red, all these cards are massive. Like, I think game one was a big win, like a huge win for Mariluz, because I'm pretty sure she's ahead. Like, I'm very confident she's ahead in the post-cyber games. She also gets to cyber out cards like the Blood Moon or even Bolts, which are not very good. So I think Daniel's now in a tough position.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Are they ready? Yeah, they're ready.
Yes,
no,
the
they're cyboarding.
players are ready for this game two in the semifinals. Mariluf is still sideboarding out. She have a lot of very good cards to put in, and Daniel needs to put out some more mediocre cards in this matchup.
Yeah, like Daniel can choose to trade some of the worst cards or similarly bad cards. Like, he can obviously like have some improvements here and there, but the whole plan is gonna be the same. He has to still play with 8 Cascade cards, and he needs to have some answers to Mariluf's like chalices and explosive, but that's not too much he can do. Like, he has to keep Tishanas for the explosives as well. But Tishanas, not exactly the best card against the rest of the deck from Mariluf, like, you know, these Ragavans or Fables. Tishanas is okay against Fable, but it still doesn't prevent the 2-for-1 in that way.
Well, looks the Rakdos scam works so well. Miss the Fury seems not.
I mean, in this matchup specifically, Fury is probably better for Rhinos than. I mean, I'm not sure about that, but it's also a very good card out of Rhinos against a scam. Like, imagine Daniel just draw Fury this game. He will be like, yeah, I'm gonna kill this Ragavan and this Fable, and if you save one, well, the 3/3 is here. You know, like it could be better for Rhinos than for a scam. So it's not entirely like easy to know which card gets like which deck favorites more from this card. Like, it's not easy to
Okay,
see.
let's go to chat. Who are rooting you? Daniel Earhart with Temu Rhinos or Marilu Garcia with this Rakdos scam?
No, I think, as I said, like, I think Scam is certainly ahead in this position. Like, 1-0, she's 1-0 and has a great sideboard for the matchup, so I think she's in a good position to take this semifinals down. Like, I think the Scam was actually the best, like, in the top 8, you know, because he had, like, one medium matchup in the bad matchup, probably actually in the Mortai deck from Andrea, but Living End is a very good matchup for this deck. Like,
Yes.
Living End was almost out of the metagame because the matchup against Scam was bad. And now this new Scam deck, well, Fury was not good against Living End, or not particularly good. So this is not like the deck got worse against that matchup. So it's definitely like a dream field for her deck, I think, in the top 8.
Sweet position in this matchup for Mariluz in the next. If she win
Yeah,
in the next
if she
game.
wins, she is in a very good position to actually win the tournament, because the finals matchup is going to be either Living End or Amulet Titan, which I think were exactly the two best matchups of our Scam. So it's like you
Well-
cannot choose a better one in that spot. But
Yes,
of course,
but we are still playing these semifinals. We are in the games 2, and the game is beginning. Daniel Earhart is on the play with this Shogland tape. And go ahead, Mariluth. Fetchland a card. Yes, could be Thoughtseize.
well, it could be Thoughtsis or the Grief Scam. We've seen Rhinos actually beat a lot of different decks with a lot of hate cards, so don't count Rhinos out, because Thanos on the play, he's definitely done very well this weekend with the Rhinos deck. But,
Wow.
oh, okay.
Grief.
You don't want to see
So
this playing modern.
aggressive.
The Grief, not that after all combo. All right. Okay, Daniel Sun is not particularly good. It's actually very weak, but it's very strong against specifically Chalice of the Void here,
Mhm.
because it has 2 copies of Seiju, and you're playing against a deck with 4 Grief and 4 Thoughtseize, so it's not like having one Cascade card is going to change too much. It's going to get discarded anyway, so might as well just keep a hand like this. And Brotherhood Send, that's a good removal. Like, it can actually kill the Grief, so he's pretty safe here. And Mariluz
Yes.
has to take 2 cards from this hand once she does
Yes,
the
but you
hold.
have the chalice in the hand.
Chalice is not doing too much here, and she knows because now she knows Daniel has two Bosages.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what's going to be her decision.
Yeah, it's hard decision to protect the chalice is really hard with this hand.
Yeah, it's just impossible, right? Like the Rakdos cannot interact with
Wow.
Bosaju. So she chooses Fire and
Grief,
Ice and,
not that,
and Rams.
not that at all. Two cards that are scammed.
Yep. I
Scam,
mean,
scam.
she leaves Brotherhood 10, so Daniel's turn 3 is probably going to be Brotherhood 10 on the Grief, but if he chooses not to do so, it's going to be more damage for him.
Okay, we'll say you.
Say you. Okay.
Thoughtseize,
Oh,
my
this Thought's is
god.
a good
Oh
card
my
for
god.
Marilyn here because now she can discard the Brotherhood Send. And
Mariluth is destroying the Daniel hand.
yeah, I mean, so far Daniel could have not done anything. She's bombed the hand with a lot of discard spells, and I mean, we don't know what she's going to do in turn 2, but let's have a
Yes.
look.
And
Ragavan Dash.
meanwhile, the creatures are taking damage. Okay, 5 damage. So much pressure.
6 damage and a treasure that's gonna take a thought, like it's gonna use a thought
Okay,
test.
okay,
Like that.
okay.
This is because well, this is not a happy moment for Daniel. Like he's gonna see the Cascade
Whoa.
card go away, and the sweeper go away from his hand. So he's gonna be left with
Whoa.
basically 3 lands. And that's the Rakdos
Wow.
scam hand, you know.
Right, this is coming with this grief, this disruption. Look, the hand of Daniel Earhart so poorly right now because of that powerful spells like grief with this not dead at all and this Thoughtseize.
This hand is as good as
Wow.
it gets. Like even Chalice, like this hand is turn 1 Grief Scam, turn 2 Dash Ragavan, Thoughtseize into Chalice of the Void. That's a turn 2.
Is it turn 2, right?
This is turn
It's so
2.
powerful.
So many things happen, but this is only turn 2 for Maliluth, and now Daniel is like he has to top deck a Cascade spell, but he also needs to look with Chalice of the Void. That was a brutal game, honestly.
Rakdos is still alive
Yeah.
in Modern.
Well, it seems very left to me. Yeah.
Yeah, look. Well, what is the draw for Daniel?
I'm not sure.
A Cascade spell could be good for him.
Well, it would be good, but he has to Bosage first, the Chalice, so I'm not sure that's
Okay,
it's
3
arbitrary.
damage,
Okay, Flame of Honor.
Flame of Honor.
This has to be among the best draws he could have, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will say, but still, I will not love his position. So left totals should be. I think they're accurate. No, well, he should be in 11 at this point. I think we will probably see the update.
Okay.
Let's see more of this game. Yep, 11. Now
Wow.
9.
Okay, Ragavan, trigger more lands. Wow.
And well, it seems like Mariluf is a little bit out of gas, so this gives some air to Daniel, but he's not throwing any
Okay.
Cascade. This game's actually going to be close now because this Flame of Honor actually dealt with
Was good,
Grief.
yeah. Daniel brave with the clean board for Marius and still throwing lands, by the way. He cycled this Trioma.
Yeah. So the draw is, I think,
Wow,
dead after, not dead
Tootsie.
after. No, it's like dead gone. Yeah. Well, that's going getting taken. So 1 land in the hand for Daniel. The answer to Chalice, though, but he's at 7 life.
Yeah,
Ragavan is
Ragavan.
ticking, tick tack, tick tack.
Yeah, the sack clock with this little monkey. And the endurance was in the top, by the way.
So
Wow.
Daniel fetches. He has some
Daniel
outs, but not too many.
have a cascade spell. He needs a cascade spell with these rhinos to stop this Ragavan.
Yeah, but he needs a cascade spell now, so he needs to kill
Wow.
the Chalice of the Void this turn, so he can actually cascade next turn. It's a.
He draws a land, I guess.
I think he drew a
Yeah, I think-
mountain, right? I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it was a mountain.
So Well, Marlouf's in the tank. She leads without Default Walker. This is shutting the door. Like, even if Daniel actually goes for the Cascade spell next turn, Default Walker can actually use Exiled, and Marluth will be able to play Rhinos on her own. Ragavan pass.
Dead gone.
Okay.
Dead gone. The second dead gone.
I think it's Dead Gone. Yeah, Dead Gone probably should be dealing with the Void Walker, I will guess.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel did choose to not to kill the Chalice of the Void here with Boseiju, I think, because maybe he wanted to be like, if I draw Loring Revealed, I just cast it for 5 mana. But I'm not. Let's see.
Let's see. Daniel.
So Daniel has Dead and Gone, Boseiju, and a card. I'm not really sure what it is. We thought it was Mountain, but it's he passes the turn. Okay. Interestingly here, Mariluth didn't dash Ragavan because she has none after all. That's why. So she never let the creatures down. Like, Treasure was there to actually save the day, and Dead and Gone was cast. Ragavan attacks on 2/4, and what's now? What's going on now? Boom.
More damage. Okay, the Shirtless Agent was in the top. Daniel,
All the spells are going out.
yeah, Daniel is watching all the Cascade spells with Exile in the Exile.
yeah.
And Marilu is playing this Cascade. And this, whoa, oh, explosives.
Okay, that is a good one, but it will get countered though, right? I think it will get countered here, and well,
Yes, by the Chalice.
yeah, I think so. But well, this is lethal in many ways, different ways. Like, I think Brotherhood Send is the card that can save Daniel here. I think they are having some conversation.
Doing, yeah,
Then they're good.
some math, some acclarations. Okay, 2 minutes free for Mariluth.
All right, so Boseiju is gonna deal with Callous of the Void. Actually, Daniel got rewarded here. Like, he hold the Boseiju last turn, didn't kill the Chalice, and actually here got to deal with explosive. So there's a way for Daniel to actually come back here. He could draw Brotherhood Sent,
Mm-hmm.
sweep the board, and if
Mhm.
Mariluth doesn't draw anything else, he can then draw a Cascade spell.
Wow.
And that's a handshake.
Wow, congratulations to Mariluth Garcia to be in this finals. And let's go to see the other semifinals. We have Raul Aboscan with Amulet Titan against David Forns with Living End. Wow, the Living End's decks performed so well in this top 8.
Yeah, they were definitely the deck of the weekend.
We have 4 Living End in the top 8.
We have three.
3?
Three.
3.
But ninth place player also had Living End and got out of tiebreakers, so it
Mhm.
was very close for him as well. I think Living End, well, it just has an extremely good matchup against Rhinos because they are both Cascade decks, but there's one of the Cascade decks that actually beats the other Cascade, right? If you play Rhinos and your opponents play Living End, it's not good for you because your
No.
Rhinos die and the creatures come back anyway. And I think that's the reason why Living End did so well, because there was so many Rhinos, especially in the high tables.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, though, Living End did better.
Okay.
I was wrong about that. The prediction we made the first day, I said there would be like 2 or 3 Rhinos in the top 8. Well, it was Living End that actually had 3 copies in the top 8.
3 copies. This Cascade deck will be work so well against Temu Rhinos, the most played deck in the tournament. Well, we can see in the semifinals, Raul Aboscan win the game 1. And let's go to see the game 2. David Forns will be on the play. We'll see how performs this Living End.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup should be actually fine for Living End here because it's not that hard for the deck to disrupt the plan for Amulet. Especially for Cyborg, there's some like additional cards that can have like more subtleties, Force of Vigors and such.
Mhm.
And Amulet doesn't get to improve as much, I feel, but you know, we're gonna see probably a close game. Like, these matchups tend to be closer for Cyborg usually.
Well, The matchup is close, and let's go to see. Raul Scan don't like the hand and need to do mulligan.
Yeah, the amulet deck mulligans more the living end, but also there's some pressure in the sense that grief is present in the living end also, so you cannot really mulligan all the hands that are not great because then the opponent can just grief you, right? Which is a little bit of the scam thing. Grief is a very good card, and most notably, there's the Bakusha bug in the sideboard of Raul that can change the math a little bit for the living end that has to be more careful than they have to be in game one.
Mm-hmm. Well, can't wait to see the dance of the creatures of the David forms into graveyard to battlefield, and we'll see if Rolobos can play these amulets so early. Could be very interesting, by the way.
Yep, I mean, as an amulet player in this situation, the card you're most scared of is Force of Vigor easily. But, well, your game at 1-up, so let's see. That's the Spelunking card, the card we talk about in the other matchups. Let's see if that's...
Guardians into amulet.
Yep. That's the start, because you can easily copy the amulet with the Mikasim land, and that's how you create turn 2 kills or turn 3 kills from the amulet deck.
Turn 3 kills.
Yeah.
So fast.
We've seen some across the weekend. We've seen some turn 2 kills or semi kills, and they were out of the amulet deck almost every time. So.
Okay. The first creature is in the graveyard for living end. The deck wants all the creatures in the graveyard.
What a shuffling.
Shuffling, yes.
So there's a situation where living end can sometimes try to stop like the amulet deck mid combo, like the turn where amulet plays the Titan.
How?
Like you play Titan, trigger goes to the stack, and then you actually can go living end. So you kill the Titan. So they need one more turn to actually do the thing. They have to do the thing again, and that's quite useful because if you're in the long game, living end doesn't need that many turns to attack. Like usually one turn is enough because you have like 20. So that's something we might see here.
Okay. So let's go to see the second turn that amulet was destroyed.
Yeah, the Foundation Breaker, a very good card in this situation. Kill the amulet, and also it's ready in the graveyard to come for a second round. If it's needed.
Okay, let's go to see Keska spells.
Yeah, I mean, even if Raul had some explosivity in the hand, he got cut.
Yes,
so, okay.
Charles Agent, Cascade spell. Let's go to look for this living end.
That is a fast living end. Like,
yes.
This is trying to be Grynus, right? Where he's just like, okay, I don't have a big graveyard. I have like, this is a small graveyard. Like, I have a 5/7, and that's almost it. But he feels like it's enough because, well, that's pressure, right? That's still 9 power. So it's 1 less power than Grynus. It can actually matter because 18 doesn't, kill the opponent in 2 turns. But I think I don't really see the hand from here, but from our position, I think it's a good play because it just offers a clock that then he can just spend the whole rest of the game just playing subtleties and forcing negations ideally.
Spelunking. That card was in the sideboard. I guess.
No, Raul actually had it in main deck. Usually this card's in on the sideboards, but he played 1 as the 5th amulet. And here, he just drew a force of negation out of David's hand.
Wow.
He was going to attack, 8 damage. 9 damage, sorry. And it's not enough to be a turn 2 clock, but a subtlety might be enough actually to close the game, or another force of negation for the 1 ring.
David is so efficient, is killing the opponent with his creature and countering the amulets combo too.
I think there's a ring.
So efficient.
No ring, right? I think Raul he's making some math, but it looks like the math of person trying to survive at 1 more turn. There's, however,
Ultra Saga.
Yeah, there are combinations of no, but they will be like you can play an amulet, second amulet, animate the land to be a second amulet, and then play a Karu, then you go 4. So if you're playing against Amulet and they have like 6 cards in their hand, you are scared every single time.
Okay. Summoner's Pact. Okay.
Summoner's Pact. Let's see what he goes for. Summoner's Pact definitely not getting the Titan here. Getting the Dryads. That's probably the best way he has to enable a kill next turn. But that's, yeah, I mean,
Okay,
sometimes you have to
Dryad
do
in
it.
hand.
Yeah, right in hand, so he can just play another
Mhm.
land now. Trying to set up kill, but this doesn't look great for the Amulet.
Not. Lady Dread only for block is not a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, otherwise he might be
Yeah,
dying, but next
yes.
turn he has to pay the pact. And, well, I mean,
Just try to survive.
yeah, actually, this 2/4 blocker is very large. Like, I just realized, like, the beat has two 2/2, so
Mhm.
2/4 is very well suited to actually block here, but I assume there's some spells in David's hand because he didn't play
Okay.
the land, so
Whoa. Well,
okay.
Seju is destroying the Dread because the Dread is still is enchantment.
Yeah, Red's enchantment, I must say you killed it, but now David Raul is gonna go to 2 life and has to pay the pact still in the upkeep, so he has to kill out of a board with 2 mana. Not very easy, because he doesn't have an amulet, and if he had like this explosive kill, he will have gone for it already. So it's not gonna. It's not looking very good.
Well, okay,
But,
attack with all these creatures.
yep. 22.
It's not lethal, but 2 lives is whoa.
Look at this hand. This game could be in Rhinos. He just played like Rhinos. He's saying Rhinos turn 3, force negation, Poseidon. That's living end being Rhinos.
Well,
All right.
Raul Abascan.
Yep.
Wow.
The game's over.
The game is over.
The game's
Yes,
over.
1-1 in the score in the semifinals. Okay. Let's go. Well, let's go to check out these decks. Amulet Titan with this ramp deck with the One Ring deck. How works the combo? Well, let's go to see the not only the work how work the combo to see to the sideboard.
Well, supporting with this kind of deck is usually tricky because you have to decide which parts of the combo you take out. Usually it's like Grazers, but I think we're gonna see like this only the Endurance type of cards coming in. Obviously the bug we mentioned before, but I don't think other than that. I guess also defense grid, but it's like 6 cards. We might see some of these small pieces of the deck, like one Grazer out, one Riot. Maybe the Colossus is not very good against living end. It's hard to tell, but I will expect like some Grazers and some maybe the 4th Riot to go out of this deck going to the sideboard.
Let's go to see the sideboard and the deck living and we can check the sideboard. Yes. Well, the sideboard. We can see the what is the K for the hate against this Amulet Titan combo.
Well, this should be more straightforward, where you're just putting like the cards that actually interact with the combo. Like you want to have the Foundation Breaker, the Ingot Chewer, Subtlety, Force of Vigor, Possession as well. Even Mystical Dispute is usually seen against Amulet, even though this deck maybe packs enough hate that it's not that needed. But I will expect him to have it. He actually has this plan of like, I don't need my living end to be huge, so I just need like 1 cycler, 2 cyclers for this to be like a Rhinos deck. So this leaves him a lot of space to actually just cut cards and just play like like a Rhinos deck, which is what you're trying to do with living end here. So I will expect David to do this.
Will we see this 3rd game? Who wants here? We will play against Ragdos Scam, against Mariluth. And now, well, the first is this game 3.
Yeah, if you're Marilu, you're probably hoping for the. I'm not sure. They're both good matchups. They're probably hoping for living end to win, but
Yeah,
I'm not even that
it's-
sure. They're just the best matchups for a scam. So
Living End is best matchup for
I
Scam?
think they both are. Yeah, I think living in
More
they're
than
both-
Mamulet?
Probably. I mean, she plays the main deck Blood Moon, so maybe Amulet is better, but they're both good
So close.
matchups. Yeah.
Well,
Are they both mulliganing?
yeah, I guess. Mulligan in 2 players, Mulligan to 6.
Well, mulliganing is clearly better in this matchup for Living End. The deck is operate on very low resources. All you need is 3 lands and the Cascade card. Obviously, the pitch cards like Force of Negation and Subtlety don't want you to mulligan, but the deck can operate very well on low resources. And Amulet needs 6 mana again. We've seen this before, and that's good for Forms. Even though obviously, like whoever gets a better hand is gonna have an edge here, but like
Yes.
I will be not sad if I'm playing Living End here and both players are mulliganing.
Yes. Well, Living End needs 3 lands,
Yeah, 3 lands.
one,
cycle-
one Cascade spell, and 1 or 2 creatures.
The thing is, the creatures can be a lands. Like if you mulligan to 4 and you have
Wow.
1 land and 2 creatures and 1 Cascade spell, that's 4 cards. You're guaranteed to Living End turn 3 for 12 power or something. Like creatures that are cycle landers. That's very good. Amulet is not gonna function in like mulligan to 5 or 4. So that's the lower they go and the mulligans, the better it is for Living End.
Wow. Mulligan.
Well, David goes to 5 actually, but Raul is keeping the 6.
Yes. I can see a Titan in the role of Oscan, Dryad, Titan, Balakut,
2-1 rings.
1 rings.
I think he
Ah,
got 1 ring in this
yes.
bottom. I will assume so.
Also a good hand.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, it has a little bit of everything. Not a great hand. Like with Amulet, it might sound a little bit redundant, but you want to see amulets. Like you just want to draw like these double amulets, Karula, and then just like a Fusa and just go crazy. But
Yes. But it's totally playable.
yep, 5 for Living End. Now all these force negations and subtleties are looking worse because he's gonna be like forced to play in a low resource game, but he still has like some strong hands, and the matchup I think is still fine for his deck. I assume it's gonna see we see a land and land cyclers. It's not very easy to see this hand
No.
though. We're a little bit blind on the David hand, but we see the Rolf's hand, and so we can have some information about what players are holding. I mean, I saw a land cycler, so we know that.
I can see.
Yeah, it's like,
Just okay. 1 card, 2 cards, and Mulligan to 5.
yep, David is taking his time to actually decide. It's probably one of the most important decisions in the game. Usually is when you mulligan, it's quite an important decision. Let's see how he plays this one. Okay, he's
Wow. it's
having
not-
second thoughts here.
Yeah. Second decision. Okay.
He must be feeling the pressure. It's like the semifinals, doing a long weekend, so many rounds, playing for a big tournament, and okay,
Okay. Balakut and pass. No amulet. No amulet. But it's okay. Okay. Land. Go.
all right, let's see.
And let's go to this dance.
That is, I think, a land. Okay.
Raul was
Amulet.
gonna draw the amulet.
Well, if David Forms has a force of vigor or a force negation, we will, find out very soon.
Well, David Forns draw a card.
Yep. Well, that's a force negation.
Yes?
Yeah, it is a force negation.
Wow.
But we don't know if he has a blue card or if he has like force of vigor here, and he prefers to be like, I'm force of vigor in this, but he's thinking through. I think. Yeah.
Okay. Take 1 damage, fetch.
Well, the very correctly rolled hand was a little bit heavy. He has ring, Titan. So if the amulet gets destroyed or countered, that's a hit to his hand. I don't think, his deck is going to be able to function very well. But David on 5, so it's going to be close, I think.
Well, okay, David, what happened with this amulet?
He's thinking through his options.
Okay,
that's things.
Curator.
Well, now we know he kind of has a blue card or an answer, because otherwise he will just exile the force, like the curator to the force negation. And that is
Okay.
force negation, exiling force
Wow.
negation.
Force of negation paid with force of negation.
I think he drew another copy with the
It's
creator.
hard.
We see the graveyard already has 7. 7 power. Oh, that is the second land drop missed for David, right? Yep.
So hard. Okay,
Yeah,
Malakut.
it's
First
rough
one.
to miss second land up in a semifinals, but he still has some time. I think a little bit of time
Yes.
to get there.
This mic. Okay.
Okay, this should be a land, or David is gonna be in a very bad position, and that is what I think.
The mulligan to 5 was hard by
Yep.
for
Well,
David.
it's a
Okay.
land. It counts. I think
Add mana.
you'll take it. You know, yeah, that's mana and fountain for
Fountain.
Raul.
Intro-
Well,
And the one ring to rule them all.
yeah, One Ring got stifled a lot this weekend by
Trigger,
Tishana's
sure.
Tidebinder,
Mm-hmm.
but not in the semifinals.
Not the
There
semifinals.
was only one Tashana's Tidebinder deck. They Tidebinder were very good in this weekend, but they were not strong enough to actually counter Living End. They just
Mm.
maybe come into play and then just die to Living End.
Ishana's not good enough. Okay. One ring doing things of the one ring, protecting the Raulaboscan 1 turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's turn 3. I mean, the third land drop. Now he's gonna go for Living End, but
Living
might
End, all the
not
creatures
be
are
enough.
alive.
Yeah, they're alive, but it might be not enough. Like this was probably one turn too late. But there's still a game. We have a game still. That's gonna be a lot of power. Faraka Colleagues 10 power.
10 power.
10 power, right? Like because it's Curator of Mystery and then the Architect of Will and the Street Wave.
Architects.
That's 10. One turn before it would be better, but I mean, I guess the protection from the One Ring makes it so it doesn't matter that much. But I will not be very happy if I'm David here. Let's see. He's gonna target himself with the Architect of Wills, I assume.
Yes.
We don't see what he has on the scry. Not the scry. Just you don't scry. You just look at the top 3 cards and then you put them in any order. But you don't get to actually put any in the bottom. So if they're bad, you know they're bad. If they're bad, there's nothing saving you. Unless you can shuffle. If you can shuffle, that's just good. But we'll see. They're on top. And yep, Raul very happy for sure with how this game went so far. And let's see if the ring carries. I think he has a second copy of the One Ring, and if that's the case, he can just like chain them, and that will put him in a better spot. But I'm not sure that's the case. He had 2 before, but I think he put one of the copies in the mulligan.
Well, one ring is drawing card.
He has another copy of One Ring now, so it confirmed.
Yes.
Time for Raul to think a little bit here. Presumably, I mean, the One Ring is a card he wants to play.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't want to take like million damage here.
Million damage.
Yeah, million damage. I mean, not million, but like it's like 12, half of his life
Yes.
total. And not only that, but if he takes too much damage, then his own rings actually start becoming a liability. So that's also something to be worried about. But well, he's just definitely considering all his options. Semifinals, you know, it's a tense moment.
Very crucial moment.
Yeah.
1-1 on the score.
So many cards also. He has like 7 cards, so
Mm-hmm.
he definitely has a lot of options.
If Raul Abuscan plays the one ring, he will be by more time.
Yeah, I mean, he has Titan and Ring, so he can just simply play another Ring and just try to lock the Titan next turn. But he can also just like develop a little bit more. I think he has a Dryad, if I think. I'm not sure that's a Dryad, but that will actually make sense because he's thinking a lot whether to play a 3-drop, I think. Let's see.
Okay.
Seems
Maybe-
like he's gonna take an action now. He's back to the tank. Okay.
He's playing this. Whoa. Defense. Grid of defense.
Yep, defense grid here to answer the Force of Vigors and the such, but not very impactful in this situation. And this pack, presumably with the Dryad here again. Yep. Dryad. And well, the Ring and the Dryad play very well together because even if you draw a lot of lands, you can just like play 2 per turn, and that's gonna be good for him. And I think that's that's a very good turn actually for
Defense grid is.
Raul. Yeah.
Well, Raul can survive one turn.
Yeah, but after he does survive this turn, he can just start balakutting people. Like he just can balakut creatures or even players because Dryad makes all the lands mountains, and that's gonna like it's gonna end the game soon unless David has a way to interact. And with defense grid, it's not easy.
Not this semifinal is not easy. It's so difficult. A lot of things to think, and a lot in game. A lot of things to won because one player, let's go, will we go to the finals in this top 8?
Yeah, I mean attacking for a bunch is
bunch?
probably not good enough here. Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be a block, and
Block the archetypes.
I mean I don't know David's hand, but it doesn't. I mean I don't know what he can do. I guess Force of Vigor will be a good start. Force of Vigor on the upkeep, that's probably the best he can do. Force of Vigor kill the Dryad and the defense grid. Other than that, we'll see. If he has nothing, Raul is gonna just pay for the pact and just go for
Okay,
the Balakut
pass.
shots.
And another opportunity for Raul Aboscan to play something.
Well, Force of Vigor, that's
Yeah.
actually the card. Yeah, Force of Vigor killing this two, that's very good for David because now Raul cannot Balakut the creatures away, and he's at 9. That's not that much.
Hmm.
So he needs to play the pact. That's a lot of mana. I mean, he
The
has two
pact.
cards. David has 2 cards in hand. They can still be like subtlety or force of negation on a blue card. That would be like the absolute best combinations of cards, like Force of Vigor, green card, blue Force of Will effect, and blue card. That would be the perfect hand for David. But if that's the case, he's actually gonna win.
Yes, that upkeep was
Right.
so painful for Raul Aboscan.
Yeah, I mean, I think
He paid the
Raul
pact.
can win. Yeah, Raul can win with Amulet and such, but he might just be dead here.
Is dead on board.
Well, I mean, he's not on board, but he's playing Amulet. He has like 9 cards, so he can go like, Amulet of Vigor, the landed copies Amulet, copy Amulet, and then with 1 more mana, there's always, I mean, maybe it's Amulet, then play a Karoo land, then play a Thusa, then play 2 more Karoo lands, then play another Amulet. There's always a way with Amulet.
Okay. Summoner's Pact.
The pact
Another.
for another Dryad, yeah. So you can start Balakuting the creatures. The issue, though, is in order to cast a Dryad, he has to play a land first. So this means he will only have 1 Balakut trigger,
Mhm.
unless, of course, he gets to play another Balakut, in which case he will have 2, and that might actually be the case. I have not seen the hand, but that's one of the few ways he can actually get out of this. Yep,
Right,
Yep.
add mana.
play Dryad. Well, if the last cards David has are Subtlety and a blue card, the game's over. But it seems like the Dryad hit the battlefield. Karulan,
Karulan.
Balakut should.
Wow.
Well, this is gonna be very close. Raul is effective. It's at 9 life, but he has a ring, so he's effectively at 6. And the Sphinx attacks for 4. So
Okay, Balakut, 3 damage on these archetypes.
if David has any kind of interaction like Borrower, Otawara, like basically anything that kills a blocker, the game will be over, I think. And he knows he has it or not because he had the Architect of Will here, so
Okay. Cool. David? Oh,
actually that's an Urborg.
yeah. This is the Urborg.
So Urborg means the Street Wraith cannot be blocked, so he's actually gonna die to his ring trigger unless like he has something in his hand that actually, changes the math.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, he goes
Attack
to
with
2.
both creatures.
Yep. Also Dryad, yeah. Like there's swamp on multiple levels. But okay, so last actions for David in this game before he faces a bunch of Titans. Does Raul have any way in his deck to actually not die in the upkeep? I don't think so.
Let's check.
I think he needed the second Balakut to actually kill the Sphinx, but I think there's no way for. I think we might just be a game over here. Even if he has Otawara or anything, there's under the ring is still triggers for 3, and he's at 2, so I think I think it's over, but maybe there's an
Check
weird
land.
interaction we're missing. I don't think so. I think this game is about to be over. Trigger on the stack, the one ring. Four cards, handshake. That's it.
Handshake! Congratulations
What a
to
game.
David Forns.
After a mulligan to 5, David just got the win. It was a close game.
So close game with
Yeah.
this Living End and this Amulet Titan. Wow, what a round, right? The first one with Rakdos, this one with Living End and Amulet Titan. Congratulations for both players to hit the finals here in the Grand Opens qualifier. Well, Javier, what do you think about this Living End matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think Living End is a good matchup for Scam,
Mm-hmm.
but we've seen here also, like Living End is able to pull some incredible wins. Like sometimes you think the deck's losing, but you cannot count Living End out because the Cascade decks are so powerful, and this deck specifically, sometimes you can face like 2 discard spells, mulligan to 5, as you see here, yet still the deck wins. So I think it's probably gonna be a good matchup for Rakdos, but not as good as, like easy.
No, it's not easy, and wasn't easy too for these semifinals. I enjoyed it a lot. Well, Javier, the final of the tournament is now. The LMS Barcelona is ending. Was a pleasure to be with you. Was a pleasure to see all the cool decks in Modern. I enjoyed the Merfolk, the Belcher, absolutely these semifinals.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the booth to our, broadcasters, and let's see how finals play out. And thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Yeah.
Welcome back, LMS Barcelona.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Yeah, exactly. The finals. The finals are ahead of us. One player will walk out of this hall being the champion of the 700-person tournament, the biggest tournament after the bans. So we will actually get a proper look at the metagame, which I bet will inform, MTGO challenges going forward and all the different tournaments that take place around the world. But before we get into the finals and the final two players, we can take a look at the other players that also managed to top 8 this monstrous event.
So this is our top 8. We had Daniel Earhart on Team Rhinos, getting bested in the semifinals by Mariluz. Yeah, basically nothing changed in the format, right? It's Ragda Scam in the finals. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, classic.
David Forens, he won his semifinal match against Raul on the Amulet Titan deck. So it's going to be Mariluz playing Ragda Scam against
Living End.
against David Forens on Living End. So let's take a quick look at the decks here. We have shown you the Ragdos deck a few times already. Nothing really changed. Fury got banned, so you just add some 4 other black-red cards into the deck, and everything seems to be working just as well. Mariluz, I believe, is already 4-0 in the weekend against Living End.
Yeah.
She just beat a Team Rhinos player in the semifinals. So if you take a quick look at her sideboard, Chalice of the Void, make sure the Cascade spells don't resolve. Engineered Explosives, great against Rhinos. 3 copies of Living End, 3 copies of Leyline of the Void, obviously great against Living End. There's also Blood Moon, so pretty good sideboard for Mariluz against all these Cascade decks.
Yeah, and remember, this is open deck list, so you as the Living End player pick up her deck list, and you see, well, nah, that can't be happening, right? It's Blood Moon, Leyline, Chalice, Hidetsugu, and the whole main deck on top of that.
All right, here we have the Living End deck played by David. Nothing out of the ordinary here either. Another Grief deck, that is interesting. 2 Grief deck in the finals. Now that Fury got banned, Grief is certainly the most popular scam card, or rather the card that you want to use your scam piece with. Here you let Grief die, not a big deal, because you then bring it back with Living End later on.
Yeah, and the biggest difference between this deck list and the previous in the quarters is that there are 3 subtleties and one in the sideboard, contrary to the 2-2 split, which in this particular matchup might give him a better chance game 1 against Doughty, against Grief. Also, there are 3 Living Ends, not 4, so it's difficult to brute force your way through interaction. And Urborg instead of Sunken Ruins. Why is that a big difference? Well, a single Urborg unlocks Grief, and Street Wraith is unblockable.
I was actually looking at the semifinals where David was attacking with Street Wraith, and Raul had the Dryad in play, which hit all his lands, all the types, in addition to Urborg being in play. So there were 2 different instances of Swampwalk working there against Raul. So that was interesting. Yeah, I think we're ready for the finals match here. Okay,
not
never
just
mind.
not just yet. Yeah, exactly. So having watched this whole weekend, Martin, let's say you know the meta game, you know it. What would you have brought to this tournament with all that information?
The deck I played for a long time, before that. So
whatever that is.
Yeah, like I'm a random person watching the stream right now. Whether you're a Merfolk player, whether you're a Ragdos Scam player or a Blue-White Control player, I would just play the same deck. I don't think there are that many things changing in the format. Sure, Fury's ban, maybe it's a little bit easier to keep creatures on the battlefield, but Modern offers so many different ways of attacking from every different angle that people are just going to find different ways to kill your creatures, not just Fury. There's Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, Orcish Bowmasters, Ren N6. There's a million cards, Brotherhoods and Anger of the Gods, whatever that is. There are going to be other ways to do it. So I don't think the format changed all that much. Obviously, we didn't expect Ragdos Scam to be in the finals, but as it turns out, red and black midrange cards still very good.
I fully agree, especially as you can adjust your deck as is to beat the expected meta game rather than change the deck completely, right? You expect Cascade, you add the Chalices. You expect Graveyard decks, you add Lion of the Void. You expect, for example, Murktide used to play Druid, now you just all in on Ledger Shredder because they expect Rhinos, for example, right? You expect small creatures, maybe you play Brotherhood's End in the main deck of your Murktide deck, right? Or the way one of the Rhino top 8 players played Brotherhood's End in the main deck.
Yeah.
Expecting maybe those creature decks to come back because of the lack of Fury, for him to then get them with the Brotherhood's End. So you can absolutely adjust your deck for the meta game. And it's one of the biggest differences between Modern and Pioneer, where if one deck runs rampant, you can over-sideboard if you want to. It is possible because there are
Modern
these
has-
tools.
Yeah. Yeah, I think an interesting question is where do we go from here? Because
Yeah.
wait, 8 Cascade decks in top 16? I didn't really expect that, right? So I think you should be looking for those chalices for your sideboard. Perhaps a few more like hand disruption spells or force of negations to be able to counter those crashing footfalls and living ends. But also Teferi Time Raveler is a card that if you resolve that against Rhinos or Living End, well, that's a really good card to have on the battlefield.
So I've got a question to you as a pro player with so many achievements to your name. When you know there is a clear best deck or best strategy, let's say now it is Cascade. Do you want to beat Cascade or beat the deck that beats Cascade?
I think
How
in
do you do it,
Modern,
though?
I'm just not going to pay that much attention to it. Like last tournament was won by Mono Black Coffers.
Yeah.
If you look at some other Melee tournament on the other side of the world, I'm sure that, Merfolk won that tournament. And then the Samwise combo won on some other part of the world.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to think, yeah, it's Modern, these things happen. I'll put an extra chalice in my sideboard for the next tournament. But I wouldn't really
Overthink it.
overthink that too much, yeah.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So
Because as you mentioned, the cards exist in the format to fight all these strategies, and it's easy to just add 2 or 3 into your sideboard and be ready for that next tournament. But then what's going to happen is some other decks are going to do well, and then some other decks, and it's just a good balance of power.
yeah, and crucially, when you play your Modern tournament, especially such a big, diverse metagame like here, your first 2 or 3 or 4 rounds won't be the decks you expect. You will have to
Yeah.
fight through, is it Wizards into
Burn
Mill,
and Burn Mill, and
Belcher, and we're not joking. We had these decks in day 2. They had to go 7 and 2. So you do have to be ready for these, and only then, after a couple of rounds, you can expect these decks. And now we're off. Breeding Pool untapped, Grief off of Living End. Oh my god, Thoughtseize,
Wow,
Doughty
what?
Voidwalker, and the Ragavan.
Wow. So Mariluz, as good a hand you can reasonably expect to have in game 1. It gets even better in game 2 with all those
Oh, it
chalices and
does.
ley lines. So David exiles a card here for Grief to take one of those cards, but remember it costs him an extra card. So David is down to 4 cards in his hand. He needs 2 more lands and a Cascade card to cast Living End. But Mariluz is more than ready with double Thoughtseize and the Doughty Voidwalker.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a difficult spot. Like, you could just take Doughty. No, okay, if hypothetically David's whole hand is Cyclers, he doesn't care about Thoughtseize because Thoughtseize will take Cyclers, which will end up in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. Although, yeah, you still have to draw into lands and the Cascade itself. But this could be one way to think about it, right? Thoughtseize me, no worries. Discard the 5/6, right?
All right, Chad, tell us who you are rooting for. Is that Scam? Is that the deck you want to see win? Or is that Living End? Who is the Chad rooting for? Personally, I am rooting, obviously I'm not biased or anything, but I think it would be kind of cool to see Rakdos win because most people thought, okay, this deck is dead now, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, we're so back.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
then Living End has been kind of the story of the tournament, right? Like all these Cascade decks doing so well. So that would be a really good story as well. All
Yeah.
right, so the White Walker gets discarded.
Okay, yeah, we draw the card. Untap draw. I don't see... Do I? Okay, there is a land. Okay, that's big. You still need to hit a run around the lands to actually properly operate.
Having White Walker in the graveyard, that is a little dangerous, though.
It is.
Because if Living End brings it back, the Living End's going to get exiled with the special counter, and then you can just cast the Living End again to end up with the same board state as before.
It is pretty risky, yeah. Okay, so we exile Street Wraith there. We can't hardcast it in this position. There is double Thought's available.
Wow! Shout out to Frank Karsten. Turns out that Ragnar Scam is not dead after all.
It very much does.
That is amazing.
And
Wow.
we see Fable played. Okay, this Fable is pretty nice. So we've got the Fable into the opponent's potential turn 3. We're fetching. Let's see what David can master. He's got double basic in the deck, so he might try to hedge against the Blood Moon, and he does. Find basic island, cycle Oliphant, find Steam Vents. Okay. So let's see where we go from there.
What would you say were what were like the decks that disappointed you in this tournament? Like what are the results that I expected this deck to do better? Maybe Murktide. Some people were promising like, oh yeah, this deck's gonna be so much better now. Andrea did end up top 8ing with his version with 4 copies of Ledger Shredder, but was there something else that maybe?
Yeah. Tron.
Oh yeah, Tron didn't do very well. You're
I
right.
think
Yeah.
that's super. I mean, disappointing in the sense that it is thought to have a good matchup against Rhinos.
Mm-hmm.
It also that's one, and 2 is just generically pretty powerful, and it was pretty well represented. It was the second most played deck in the entire
That's true.
field.
That's true. Yeah.
So considering, like, I'm not sure if it was even top 16, like any copies. So it was pretty disappointing to see that. Also, very few Urza's Saga creature decks. So we've got Amulet
true.
Titan, which kind of counts, but Scales, Hammer, I don't know, Breach. These decks didn't really make it
That's
very
true.
far.
That's true. That's true.
So these would be my 2 picks. What would be yours? Similar or?
I'll think about that. In the meantime, David cycles a couple cards, makes his graveyard a little bit bigger, sets up for that potential Living End. Does he have a Cascade card though?
He's keeping his cards very close to his chest. Very difficult to read that. Okay, Shocking In. Shocking In.
Right, so this represents a potential
Shardless
instant speed
Agent.
violence outburst, but there it is. Shardless Agent. Let's see what we're gonna cascade into.
Yeah, brrr. Let's see. A box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. This part of the cascade mechanic is certainly a thing that happens. Now, you could just watch the opponent flip the deck over. It's like, yeah, okay, just do your thing. But okay, we don't have many cards left in the deck. But when you're playing against Cascade, okay, it's really funny. You should. It was the second to the last card.
That happens a lot today.
It does. It was literally the second to the last. So one Living End was exiled. Okay, it has to be a read that there is the last Living End in David's hand, or the literal last in the deck. Which, okay, that's actually important because it means that if it is the last card, he will draw it. So he either has it in hand or he's drawing it, which basically means there are no more Living Ends available. Unless he architects himself and he puts it the third from the top.
Okay, we're gonna see that right now. Architect of Will, targeting. Grief is targeting Mariluz, obviously. You have to choose the targets first before you take a look at the hand. So we're gonna see what David does.
And if we do see this kind of weird Living End back and forth, it's really bad for David because one is exiled, one is used, and the other is either in hand or is going to be drawn. So he won't have the actual capacity to Living End back. So he might just resort to Curator of Mysteries pass. Which, it's fine, it's fine. That's a big creature.
We're gonna see now if David has a plan for the Doughty Voidwalker, because that living end gets put into the exile zone with a counter. So if Mariluz untaps with the Voidwalker,
Which she most probably will.
yeah, typically against Voidwalker, you want to try to end of turn Violent Outburst, get a big board, and while the Voidwalker is summoning sick, you can try to attack for lethal, which is exactly what Mariluz's quarterfinals opponent did in the first game. In this situation, David is casting a Shardless Agent. All the creatures come into play, but he has to pass the turn back to Mariluz, who now untaps with a Doughty Voidwalker, and she's going to be able to potentially Living End again.
She might also draw a Scam effect to play on Doughty, so it comes back. Which is also a very cool value play you can make, right? Like normally, you, for example, play the opponent's Flame of Anno, and then get the Doughty back again. I think I see Thoughtseize. We're starting with the Thoughtseize. Which might... okay, so there is that last living end. So again, because it's open deck list, she knows that this is the actual last living end.
Is that just 3 copies?
It is.
You are right. Yeah, perfect read. Perfect read by Philip.
So that's a very important thing to remember, because... Yeah, David is resorted to just hardcasting
You
things.
just have to keep hardcasting your creatures. Yeah. So this was a closed deck list tournament. In the Swiss rounds, you don't know what your opponent is working with. But as soon as the top 8 starts, because we have been showing decks on the stream, and people are talking, and that's when you want to give everybody the same information. So the players in the top 8 are given their opponent's deck lists to look at.
Yes, very much. And I think Mariluz is just double checking everything, but I think she can smell blood.
I think her deck is just very well positioned, and her sideboard is just great. Having all these cards that are so good against, across the board. Having Leyline of the Void helps you against all types of combo decks, including Living End. Chalice of the Void is great against Rhinos and Living End, and these like maybe Murktide players with a lot of 1-drops, or some other fast decks that have a lot of 1-mana cards. Then you have cards like Blood Moon, which are great against Amulet Titan, which are also great against other decks with greedy mana bases. So it looks like Red and Black just has access to a lot of great cards for the format.
Yeah, and I think
on top of having discard spells, which are great at making sure you don't just die to random shenanigans.
Yeah, and Mariluz is right now talking with a judge, asking a question away from the table. I would bet it is related to Doughty Voidwalker. Again, kind of problematic card sometimes with the timing. It's a classic situation of, you've got Rest in Peace, I destroy your Rest in Peace. Where does my removal go? Where does your Rest in Peace go? And it's a kind of a similar situation here. And she might be asking, what if I play Doughty and I Living End? She might have some card in hand to further interact with what's happening. Also, the last thing you want to do is to do the thing and realize in the finals that it works differently. Like there is literally no reason not to ask if you feel any slight doubt about the outcome. So yeah, always ask the judge. It just takes 30 seconds of your time, and it allows you not to potentially punt the finals of such a big tournament. So always ask the judge if you're not sure. Yes, also some things I think have been cleared up, potentially.
And like we mentioned earlier in the quarterfinals, if you or any of your friends were in the tournament and you finished just outside the top 32, it looks like there were actually 10 pass down. So the top 42 players in the event got qualified for the regional championship in Ghent next month, which is the next Legacy European Tour series tournament. Even if you're not qualified, you can still come play the last chance qualifier on Friday, or all kinds of side events.
I think one of the questions was also because Curator of Mysteries allows you to scry if you discard a card or cycle, and you Thoughtseized Curator of Mysteries, which went to the exile zone. So I think the question was, does it count as discarding, and do I scry? Which
Okay.
ended up being, yes, you do.
All right, so Marius plays a second copy of Doughty Voidwalker. Sacked the first one. Cast a living end.
Things are really changing zones right now. Oh, I think she wanted to have everything under Dotty. I think that may have been the question. If I play the other Dotty, can I have everything? I think that may be the question. And she does, yeah.
She also gets to bring back a Ragavan for good measure out of her
Yeah.
own graveyard. And David is down to 3
Wow.
lands, a fetch land in his graveyard, and a Force of Negation in hand, just scoops it up.
Yeah, there you go, your pack of cards.
Wow, that was just game 1. Now let's take a look at the deck list real quick. Yet again, if you're just joining us, this is what Marius gets to bring in: 3 copies of Leyline of the Void, 2 copies of Chalice of the Void. These 5 cards already are pretty brutal on their own. Potentially Blood Moon, although with all the land cyclers. Let's take a quick look at David's deck. He does have a copy of a forest and an island, so he's not going to get completely screwed by a Blood Moon, but I think you're still going to bring that in. And, you know, combined with Thoughtseize, Grief, the fast arts like Ragavan or Grief plus a scam card, I would have to give the upper hand to Marius.
Yes, certainly. So what David can do to fight back is to play something like Subtlety to counter Grief, to counter Dotty. In the past, we saw Living End, for example, playing Leyline of Sanctity to prevent all the Grief shenanigans. But probably David was like, well, there is no scam in the format, right? Why would I need Leyline of Sanctity? Why would you? Well. Now, there are some other ways to deal with problematic permanents. There is Foundation Breaker that destroys Chalice or Leyline, the black Leyline. So that's one way to do it. There is Boseiju to potentially, again, destroy the opposing Leyline or Chalice. So there are ways to interact, but you have to pick your spots. You can't just side everything in. That's the problem. You can't side in 10 cards and not cut anything.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that Force of Negation is not perhaps the most important card in game 1, because your opponent also has cards like Grief, and, you know, you can't hit Ragavan. But after sideboard, since they're bringing in the Chalices, since they're bringing in additional Blood Moons, I think you have to keep those in. So it's going to be interesting to see, seeing what David decides to do. But it is certainly a matchup where if I'm in David's spot and Marilu's sitting in front of me and she decides to keep her 7-card hand,
Oh god, yeah.
then I'm feeling like I don't have a very good chance of winning the game.
Yeah, and so yeah, you mentioned that it might look like over preparation, but I think it looks exactly like preparation. Like that's exactly preparation. She expected Cascade, she got Cascade, and she farms Cascade. I think that exactly the plan is going the way she thought it would.
Let me take a quick look at her previous matches throughout the tournament, because like we mentioned, this might be her 5th Living End match, and she
Wow.
hasn't dropped a single one of them.
That's impressive, yeah. It's possible that out of all the possible matchups in the room, she'd pick Living End.
All right, so Marius, she actually lost round 1. She lost round 1 to Tron,
And then
she won against Death Shadow, Tenrek, Yavmod, Living End, Blue-White Control, Tron, Living End, Domain Zoo, Izzet, Wizards, 5-color Omnath, Titan, Team Rhinos, Living End, and another Titan. Then she won against another Living End in the top 8 against Rhinos in the semi. So as you're saying, looks like this deck is very well set up to beat all these Cascade decks. On the other hand, David's journey through the tournament, beating Rhinos, Tron, Death Shadow. He lost round 4 against Rhinos. He beat Goblin Zoo, 2 Titan decks, 3 Titan decks actually in a span of 6 turns. He beat the Copycat combo, Mono Green Tron, Blue White Control, and then 3 Rhinos in a row to lock up the top 8.
wow.
Before winning the quarterfinals Living and Mirror, and then beating the Amulet Titan in the semis.
Yeah, that is really impressive. And also, it shows you that like she lost round 1. She was 0-1, and every loss matters. But she was like, well, one loss doesn't matter yet. And he didn't.
Yeah,
And he literally didn't.
I have another loss to give. No big deal.
Yeah, and now she's sitting in the finals. We love these underdog stories. Like every time you start 0-1 and you feel defeated, but you keep on playing and you actually keep your mental game, as sharp as possible, and you do have a good result. It just feels nice. Like going 0-1 into 6-1 is completely different than the 6-0 into 6-1.
Yeah. You're the happy 6-1 or you're the sad 6-1. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, players are still shuffling up. Mariluz is ready. Presented her deck. David is triple checking his sideboarding.
I think a couple weeks ago, Frank Karsten in his Metagame Mentor series on the magic.gg website, he wrote an article highlighting, hey, these are the decks that are good against Rakdos Evoke. So this is what I would recommend, but now Fury got banned. Maybe this article is not as relevant, but at the same time, looks like Rakdos is crushing yet another tournament. So you might want to go back and read Frank's article again at what are the decks that are well positioned against Rakdos Scam.
Yeah. So now Mariluz is up a game. This is a best of 3 match, and we will be getting into the second game of the finals of LMS Barcelona. 700 players, 64 in day 2, and just 2 remaining.
And shout out to Frank again. Like, if you are, whatever format you are playing, if you are a competitive player, the Metagame Mentor is a great column to read that gives you an idea of what the metagame currently looks like. Frank helps you prepare for the formats that are currently relevant, like the RCQ formats or the regional championship. So make sure you check out magic.gg. Also, Wizards of the Coast, partner of the stream and partner of the Legacy European Tour Series.
Okay, I think players seem to be ready, or at least they are trying to resolve their mulligans. Now, if David mulligans, it doesn't bode well for him. But if Mariluz mulligans, she's looking for something.
Yeah, and remember, this is best of 3, not best of 5. So potentially the last game, if Mariluz has a good start here or find some of her sideboard cards.
No ley line. Actually, we have covered her a couple of times. We haven't seen that much actual turn 1 grief.
Yeah, I think in the finals, I joined quickly. In the semifinals, I joined quickly for game 2, and Mariluz's hand or her opening plays were Grief, Scam, Thoughtseize You, Chalice. She pretty much just had it all. So let's see here if she has that not that after all as well.
Okay, we've got Breeding Pool as a response. Now, she can be sure that she won't get Veil of Summit. So that's a relief. No ley line either, and having Griefs in the deck is a nice insurance against naturally drawing ley lines, as you can always pitch them to Grief.
Yeah, so depending on David's hand, he might want to cycle first. He might want to leave that cycler in his hand. He decides that he wants that red source, cycles that land cycling creature first, gets himself a Steam Vents. Now he's going to have to reveal the hand, and then we're going to find out if Mariluz also has that Scam piece.
It might be, I think he might be on a single land, and he wanted to make sure that she doesn't discard his land, essentially.
Right, exactly, yeah.
But we'll see if that is the case. Okay, not yet. Drop. Oh, another reason to Street Wraith now is to try to find the subtlety. He might try to draw into it,
Right.
which would be a pretty big hit. And
Wow,
it
there it
is. And it is.
Exiling the Waker. Mariluz quickly decides to put the Grief back on top without too much thinking. That kind of tells me that she does have the Scam piece in her hand ready for next turn.
Yeah, and she just passes back, no worries. And David, I think, will pass back again.
He shocks himself here, so he is ready to either cycle 2 cards or do something else. But I think we're gonna see that Grief. We're gonna quickly see that hand from David Yeah, there it is. So another land cycler. We have
Double
double shardless
Cascade.
agent and an Otawara. So David does have a third land. Wow. Not that after all my grief, it comes back. Both of your shardless agents go to the graveyard. Thank you very much.
Now, he is technically able to
Wow.
still win, right?
I
He
mean,
can-
sure. I mean, David has a lot of good draws.
So he has to top deck right now, thins out the deck, makes the graveyard even bigger. But that was insane.
Puts another creature in the graveyard to set up for the potential top deck of Violent Outburst or Shardless Agent, but he only has a couple turns to do that, given that he already double shocked himself and that Grief is going to start attacking. David's only at 13 life, so he doesn't have a lot of time to find the Cascade card.
That's true. And also, if he does find it a bit too late, Living End will sacrifice Grief, which means that it will lose David 1 life for that Wicker roll, which again might also make a difference because we are attacking for 4, right? It's 4, 8, 12, and that last point of life could be taken by the Wicked roll. So yeah, the numbers do line up. Turbulent Pass.
That plan, so you know that there's no Violent Outburst at the end of turn.
Attack you for 4. Okay, the game is not over. Fastland Pass. I think she had Fable, but she didn't play Fable. Okay, okay. I'm trying to see what that second card might be. Okay, Cycle Riverwinder response shoot you. I think she might try to accumulate like a 1-turn clock.
Wait a second. So David takes 2 here.
Yes.
And that puts into 7. If I count correctly.
It's 4, 5, 6, 7. That's literally Xaxis.
Well, I think David realizes that is this the Cascade card on top or not?
Oh,
He does have the Otawara, so he does have a land drop available.
he doesn't look like a person who stopped
Yeah,
decked.
yeah. It is taking a little too long to put that land on the battlefield. I think David's trying to figure out, well, is there anything else I could have done? I don't think so. I think David had a great tournament. Congratulations to Mariluz. Looks like Ragdos scam is not dead after all.
Wow, and the reaction in the hall is unreal. People are shouting, screaming.
Wow.
They're clapping hands, standing ovation. I mean, that's...
Congratulations again to Mariluz. David had a great tournament as well. Recognized that playing these Cascade cards this week is going to be a good idea. He was correct. 8 Cascade decks in the top 13. But in the end, it is Mariluz with the perfect counter to all these decks. And
they keep clapping.
As we mentioned, she beat 5 Living End decks, and I think 3 or 4 Teamer Cascade decks along the way. So if you are looking for a deck that preys on these Cascade decks, here you have your answer.
Yeah, that was insane.
Wow.
That was intense. And again, and the reaction, this is exactly why we play Magic. It's exactly why we gather to see these events, right? It's like, no, 20 people just screaming and shouting and probably just cheering her on. She's probably as happy as she could possibly be. Very well played. And she lost like twice the entire tournament. So, you know, in a 15 Swiss round tourney plus the top 8.
Yeah, I think this is a great result for, many reasons. Mariluz representing women in Magic, coming to win with a deck that many people thought was dead, including us.
Yes, yeah. We were skeptical, yeah.
And it also shows that Modern just a world of possibilities. You can do a lot of different things. We had a lot of cool decks here over the weekend. I was making notes actually because I thought that the black-white scam deck looked really cool. I thought that the 4-color Omnath with the infinite copycat combo was a really cool idea of how to, win against a lot of opponents in closed deck lists. They're not expecting that. Decks like Dimir Mill, Boros, Burn May Day 2. So you can play whatever deck you like in the format as long as you have a lot of experience with it. And Mariluz clearly showed that she knew what she was doing. She definitely played that deck a lot. And I also want to give her a small shout out for playing with all the old versions, old borders of all the cards.
Yes.
It just looks very good.
Yes.
And yeah, that's
absolutely.
just the story of Modern, world of possibilities. And if you know your deck really well, then you have a really good chance at succeeding.
Yeah, and you still have to grind through all these random decks, right? And this is a really good deck at punishing these, right? You've got these random decks come back, maybe like 5-color humans and folk and stuff, and she's like, okay, well, I'm ready to dismantle whatever synergy you're trying to master together, and we're trying to see whether we can get an interview with
so
the winner.
this is what's going to happen now. Since Mariluz, she would rather speak in Spanish, we're going to have either Beatriz or Javier replace us in the booth in about a minute. So this is it from now. Philip and I will be back maybe again, maybe at the
event,
whatever the other next event is. Make sure you visit the Legacy European Tour website to check out the future schedule. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the show. Any final thoughts from you, Philip?
I love Modern, love playing Modern, diverse, great. Play any deck you want, it'll be fine. And I enjoyed this weekend immensely.
Yeah, it was. No wonder why Modern is the most popular format. Like, first of all, your deck doesn't really, you can keep playing the same deck instead of the cards rotating out every couple years or months, or in standard sometimes maybe you don't want to invest in a lot of cards because there is a rotation next year, and what am I going to do with all the cards? In Modern, this is not really a big of a problem, and clearly, whether you like playing Merfolk or Cascade decks, whatever, if you built your deck, you're going to be able to play that deck in the format for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. No, we saw even players, day twoing with Belcher, with EZ Wizards, with Merfolk, with a lot of different things. So that's really exciting. Even if you have your own brews.
All right, so this is it from us. Thank you for joining, but don't go anywhere. Looks like Beatriz and Mariluz are going to join you here for a winner's interview in just a moment.
Welcome back. I'm here with the winner of this open qualifier here in LMS, Mariluz. How do you feel?
Euphoric.
Well, she can't talk. She no words. She's so nervous. She's so happy, right? ¿Estás muy feliz? Muy feliz.
Very happy.
Bueno, the question, all people are talking about Rakdos. Well, why do you choose Rakdos, even the Vans?
Pienso que es mejor jugar mi mazo,
I think it's better to play my deck
que juego bien,
that I play so well,
que un deck mejor,
that
que juegue peor.
okay, that other deck that I know to play and I can't play so well.
Y pienso que es buen deck. Rakdos mid.
And she thinks the Rakdos mid-range is still is a very good deck right now. Well, and Mariluz, tell me, now you won a big event. And do you remember someone? Do you want to say something to someone? ¿Quieres decirle algo? Ahora que has ganado un gran evento, ¿tú quieres decirle algo a alguien o te acuerdas especialmente de alguien?
Algo a mí misma.
Wow, I want to say something to myself.
Yo he perdido muchos tops esta season.
I lost a lot of top 8 this season.
Y estaba triste.
Oh, and I was so sad. Was so sad.
Y, y ¿estás bien? Todo va bien.
If you feel okay, all is going well. Yeah?
Y juega lo que te guste.
Well,
Siempre.
always. This is your tip for all the players. Do you play all the decks? Do you enjoy to play? Amazing. Well, Mariluz, congratulations for being the Grand Open qualifier here in LMS Barcelona. Well deserved. Merecidísimo. Merecidísimo, Reina. Has jugado muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, do you want a shout out? ¿Tú quieres decir algún saludo a alguien?
Sí, a toda la gente que me apoya.
I want to shout out to all the people that supports me.
Y estoy muy feliz
She's so happy. You can see it. She is so happy.
de tenerlos a todos.
She's so grateful about the people that supports her.
Y
And
que viva el Betis.
¡Viva el Betis! ¡Viva el Betis! Okay, well, congratulations, Mariluz. Thank you for all. This is the end of this Grand Open qualifier. Thank you for watching.